Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Befriended the Grim Reaper. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. My name is Ryan. Over the centuries I have taken numerous names. Some called me Shinigami, some the Grim Reaper, but my most notable name has simply been Death. Contrary to popular belief, I was not born as Death. I grew up as the childhood friend of the previous Death. She, Death, could be female, was the kindest person anyone could meet, which made the moment she revealed her role all the more difficult to accept. Eventually I accepted it and became a Reaper myself. A Reaper is fundamentally different from the one Grim Reaper. There can be only one Grim Reaper at any given time. For Reapers, there can be a maximum of 10. Her name was Ariana when she was not in her death role, and Ariana and I were inseparable, which made her loss even harder. The only way to kill someone as powerful as Death is to shatter their form and dissipate their essence in a burst of supernatural force. The only way one can possibly survive that is if there are no heirs to inherit the mantle of Death, that is, if they have no Reaper. Ariana did have a Reaper, and so I became the next Death. The attack that took Ariana had been aimed at me. She stepped into its path to protect me. I then spent the next 3 years being trained by her. She did not leave completely. She became a guiding spirit and will only fully pass on when I die and mentor a new Death. My duty is to make sure the human race survives whatever chaos devils, angels, and fallen angels throw at them. Demons and devils run hell, angels oversee heaven, and fallen angels handle their own business. My role sits between those forces and humanity. I currently have 8 Reapers. Each Reaper is generally responsible for a region and usually stays within those boundaries. The first is a 16-year-old named Jason Blaze. I found him dying in a back alley after being beaten for money. When I offered him the chance to become a Reaper, he accepted without hesitation. A Reaper's weapon complements their natural abilities and covers their weaknesses. Jason had been a professional gamer, so his weapon became an automatic scoped crossbow that fires his essence as rounds. He was oddly thrilled about it and gets the job done. He oversees Asia because he loves Japan and their video games. The second Reaper came in the form of a child of 9. I found her freezing in a mountain range after her parents had abandoned her because of her unusual eyes, one lime green and one deep red. She could not remember her name, so I called her Lime. Her weapon turned out to be a lime green parasol with a hidden blade that also functions as a shield. She has since matured into a devoted young woman who never leaves my side and now serves as the Reaper for North America and Canada. A neutral bridge sentence follows. The third Reaper is a 35-year-old British gentleman named Walter Smith, never seen without his top hat, monocle, and impressive mustache. I found him after he had been shot in the back when he refused to hand over his cane. When I asked if he wanted to become a Reaper, he said he wanted to confront those who had made him suffer. I made a deal. If he could defeat the 3 men who had attacked him, I would take their lives instead of his. Using his cane, he defeated them despite their swords. Instead of asking for vengeance, he asked to become a Reaper while sparing the men, a lack of hatred that moved me. He now serves loyally as the Reaper of Europe, his cane as his weapon. My fourth Reaper is Mary Marie, unpredictable and fiercely determined. She lived in the Russian wilderness protecting her village from wild animals with an ancient stone hammer. I found her gravely wounded after a fierce battle with a grizzly bear, but still defiant. Seeing her fighting spirit, I could not let her die. I made her a Reaper, and she now defends Russia with her hammer. The fifth Reaper oversees Oceania and brings 25 years of rugged experience. Jonathan Blade is an Australian who lived off the land his whole life. His weapon is a prized boomerang, and he became a Reaper after trying to stop a local mining operation destroying the land in search of opal. Although he acted swiftly, he was struck down by a bullet. He did not become a Reaper for power or to survive. He accepted the role to protect the world from harm. The sixth Reaper is a former thief and killer named Roberto Alhambra. He was the most difficult case. I almost did not make him one. He had turned against his gang and planned with the police to bring them down and surrender to atone for his crimes. Word leaked, and he was attacked on the roof as they were about to execute the plan. I offered him the chance to become a Reaper to atone through service. His weapons manifested as dual pistols. He joked that he would have preferred a revolver but that these would do for now. He now cares for South America and is working toward redemption. The seventh Reaper is a 21-year-old named Alexander James, a devout Catholic. I found him restrained on a makeshift cross after a confrontation about faith left him in that state. A short neutral bridge sentence follows. He was right, but that did not stop the zealous from turning him into a martyr. When I offered him the chance to become a Reaper, he asked whether God was really gone, and I confirmed it. He accepted when I told him that someone else had taken the place of the divine. His only wish was to meet that being, but not until he had become strong enough. Until then he serves as a general Reaper, roaming wherever his feet take him and offering help to other Reapers. He fights with a pure silver katana and regards me with a devotion that is unsettling at times. My final Reaper is perhaps the strangest and possibly the strongest. His name is Bobby. No last name, simply Bobby. He worked as a waiter at a children's indoor playground, always wearing a stuffed bear head and an immaculate black suit with a red tie. I met him after he shielded 2 children from the blast of a gas explosion caused by an enraged ex-husband. He accepted my offer instantly and became the only Reaper who does not wield a conventional weapon. His Reaper armament consists of 4 mirrors, 2 attached to his shins and 2 to his forearms. He absorbs energy through them and fires it back, mainly using solar and lunar light in combat. He is the defender of Africa. My Reapers can be summoned to me instantly. I call on them to assist in battles I cannot win without risking widespread collateral damage. Their weapons can likewise be called to them or made to appear at their location, both useful for surprising unsuspecting opponents. I should explain who I am, how I became this, and what Reapers are, then move on to angels, devils, and fallen angels. As I mentioned before, God is gone. So is the devil and most of the higher fallen angels. They were defeated in the Great War, a cataclysmic conflict that left the old order broken. The current leaders Sir Zex, St. Matthew, and Azazel know that death is real and that I embody it. They constantly beg me to restore God and the devil, and I could do so if I chose. I prefer the fragile peace that has settled since then. If I brought them back, they would be at each other's throats again. Now, the sacred gears. Whoever becomes death is granted 3 sacred gears with absurd names. The first is called Death's Eye. It allows me to focus on a specific individual and remove them from the field of existence regardless of where they are. It must be precise, or I could erase the wrong person. I use it sparingly because of the risk of targeting a mistaken individual. Only beings with extreme resistance to magic can prevent themselves from being affected by Death's Eye. The second is Death's Cloak. It grants near invulnerability, the ability to become unseen, and increase strength. This is the only sacred gear I can share with my Reapers because it is not overwhelmingly overpowered, and it allows them some privacy at times. The last is Death's Boots. Their actual names are Ridiculous Sword Birth, Boosted Gear, Absorption Line, Twilight Healing, but the boots allow me to teleport anywhere in the world at a moment's notice. They also greatly increase my speed. I can almost outpace Paradox in a race. My Reaper weapon is a scythe. The scythe is an inefficient weapon in unskilled hands, but it proved effective once I learned how to wield it. I can summon it to me and empower it to deliver a critical, finishing technique called the Death Slice. You might be wondering who Paradox is. Paradox and I, along with 6 others, form a group of the most powerful beings in the universe. Each embodiment is tied to a theme. Madness through order. Madness through chaos. Madness through time. Madness through space. Madness through rage. Madness through love. Madness through fear. Madness through knowledge. I am madness through order, granting me the ability to impose endless cycles of life and death. If I wished, but I refrain because humanity's beauty lies in its freedom and creativity. Madness through chaos belongs to an entity known as life. She favors a world where everything persists and nothing truly ends, periodically cleansing and recreating existence. Her vision would mix humans with extinct creatures and other strange beings, and we do not see eye to eye. She dwells in the Amazon, and our encounters are rare, that is for the best, since she creates life and I take it. Madness through time and space are held by the twins Paradox and Pandora. They could plunge the universe into unending loops or isolate every being, but they find such extremes dull. Instead, they travel the cosmos, reshaping stars and shielding Earth from celestial hazards. They treat me like an older brother, and I think of them as the siblings I never had. Madness through rage belongs to someone whose power is to provoke fury in others by sheer irritation rather than rage itself. He annoys people to the breaking point and grants wishes with absurd conditions: foot rubs, rare herbs that grow in volcanic shadows, but he is ultimately a good man. He has never revealed his real name, so we call him Max. Madness through love is embodied by Cupid. She is formidable. Her arrows cause anyone struck to fall deeply in love with their truest desire, without exception. She's tried to get me a few times, but I have always managed to fend her off. If she had control, she would try to reshape the world to her will. Blake Dark was an odd fellow. He could take the forms of every horror one might imagine: Freddy Krueger, Jason, a sinister boogeyman, the Slender Man, whatever a person feared most. Because I was not afraid of anything, his usual form was that of a young adult with black hair, jeans, and a plain white t-shirt. All he wanted was to talk to a human, but everyone he met either fled screaming or had a panic attack. Madness through knowledge belonged to the smartest man in the world, Terence Lawrence. He lived in a library buried beneath the Sahara, protected under thousands of tons of sand. He could grant humanity transcendence by pouring all knowledge into them, but he feared a world with nothing left to discover, so he contented himself with reading everything. That about wrapped up what I had to say. I attended the high school that housed the Gremory household and worked with them on various matters. I was also responsible for watching the wielder of the boosted gear, since he could activate his juggernaut drive by accident and I needed to be nearby to prevent serious damage. With that explained, the rest could be left to events. Chapter 1. Kiba greeted Issei cheerfully as the brown-haired devil walked through the gates. Issei yawned and trudged toward the occult research club. Kiba noticed Issei's tired demeanor and asked if he had been up late. Issei admitted the girls had kept him up and left early for some mysterious reason, speculating they might have been talking about new students. He pushed open the solid oak doors. Drake muttered that he was tired too. Kiba laughed and told Issei to look alive in case there were new students. Issei rolled his eyes at Kiba's dark humor. When they entered, Kiba and Issei announced their arrival, but the club was silent. A new voice interrupted, and the two turned to see unfamiliar students. The male looked roughly Akino's age with dark brown hair and black eyes. Beside him sat a girl with lime and black hair and mismatched eyes, dressed in the proper school uniform. Issei recognized them as new transfers. Rias broke the silence and explained she had been telling them about the school and their timetables. Ryan Blackworth rose and offered his left hand. Issei shook it, and Ryan remarked on the firmness, asking if Issei was left-handed. The club watched Issei consider his reply, and he defused the awkwardness with a joke. The group relaxed as Ryan and Issei shared a laugh. Kiba then introduced himself as Yuto Kiba and extended a hand. Ryan returned the greeting warmly and teased Kiba about appearing to hold a shield and sword. Akino hurried forward and explained those props were for the school play, and Kiba sheepishly confirmed. Ryan waved a hand to check if Kiba was all right, and Kiba nodded. Rias told the new students that classes would begin soon. She assigned Irina Shidu to show Ryan his classes and asked Kaneko to show the girl around. Ryan smiled and told Lime to be good for Kaneko and that he would see her at lunch. Lime nodded silently. Irina looked surprised that Ryan had called her an angel, and Ryan quickly clarified that it had been meant as a compliment. Irina blushed and admitted she did not receive compliments often. The morning settled into routine as the club prepared for the day ahead. Ryan smiled and declared that men should be fighting for the girls in the room, everyone included except Lime. Anyone who touched Lime would face swift retribution. Asia asked what in a small voice. Ryan walked out of the room with a teasing ambiguity as he claimed he was joking and left the question hanging. After the two new students had left, everyone seemed to slump to their knees. Azazel emerged from the shadows and noted how close things had come. Rias demanded where he had been, fury in her eyes. Azazel told her to take it easy and insisted he would have incapacitated the other student immediately if things had escalated, then took a seat. Zenobia urged everyone to calm down, pointing out that the newcomer had only said words and they had jumped to conclusions, and the others nodded in agreement. Gasper wondered how Irina and Kaneko were doing as he looked toward the window. Issei put a hand on Rias's shoulder and asked if something was troubling her. Rias offered a small, knowing smile and acknowledged that he could read her well. Rias explained that Ryan's words had matched their identities. He had referred to Kiba as a knight, Irina as an angel, and Kaneko as a kitten, and it felt as if he knew what they were. Issei suggested that maybe Ryan simply liked fantasy, noting Kiba's sword and shield, and that the comments could have been casual compliments. He also speculated that Ryan might simply call smaller people cute. Rias frowned and said that did not explain why her hypnotic charm had failed to affect him. Issei and Kiba reacted in surprise. Rias recounted that when others had offered Ryan the ability to come to the clubroom if he needed help, she had attempted to use her charm on him, but his gaze had caused the energy to bounce back to her. The charm's energy had rebounded and everyone had felt it. Kiba proposed that perhaps the charm had taken effect in some way, but Rias insisted it had not. The energy had reflected and returned to them. Kiba observed that if Ryan possessed resistance to magic, it would be wise to keep him close. Zenobia asked for clarification, and Kiba explained that humans sometimes have dormant magical abilities, and being nearby when such abilities activated would allow the group to contain them more effectively. Everyone agreed. Rias decided they needed someone to keep an eye on him throughout the day. She appointed Aquino to look after him in class, since he attended many of her classes. Aquino protested that she had prior commitments, so Rias clarified that Aquino should simply watch him in class while Issei would keep an eye on him during breaks and other free time. Both acknowledged the arrangement. Azazel announced it was time for class and, with a mischievous grin, warned that a pop quiz awaited in chemistry. The students paled. In civics, Miss Rossweiss greeted the class and hoped they had enjoyed their weekend. An unidentified student muttered doubtfully, and Miss Rossweiss sighed. She informed the class that a new student would be joining them and gestured for Ryan to come forward. A light murmur ran through the room as students wondered about the newcomer. Ryan introduced himself as Ryan Blackworth, transferred from New Zealand with his younger sister Lime, and said he was delighted to be there and expected his time at the school to be eventful. Miss Rossweiss politely reminded him to refrain from cuss words in her class and said she would let it pass since he was new. Ryan apologized and called it a bad habit. Rias and Aquino exchanged troubled looks as Miss Rossweiss began the lesson. In chemistry, Azazel welcomed everyone and introduced the new student in his class by gesturing to Lime. Lime rose and introduced herself succinctly as Lime Blackworth, having come from New Zealand with her older brother. Azazel entrusted Kaneko and Gasper with helping her in the class. Lime returned to her seat between the half-vampire and the Nicomida, and Azazel distributed the pop quiz to a chorus of groans. They moved on to lunch, leaving the next part of the day to unfold. Issei called from across the cafeteria and invited them to lunch. Ryan agreed and carried both his and his sister's trays through the crowds. He sat next to Issei while Lime took a seat beside Kaneko. The Blackworth siblings began to eat in relative silence as the members of the Occult Research Club watched. Ryan suddenly asked whether they were going to eat or keep staring, which made everyone jump. Issei asked what was for lunch as he looked at Ryan's tray, which held a slice of pizza, a chocolate muffin, and a milkshake. Ryan declared it the best food in the world, took up a knife and fork, and began to slice the pizza and eat it with utensils. Asia noted that it was an odd way to eat pizza, and Lime imitated him. Ryan explained that it was a habit that kept his hands clean and helped him savor the taste, and he smiled as he ate. Aquino asked what had brought them to America. Ryan said they wanted a change of scenery and that, through their father, they were legally American citizens. Rias asked what their parents did. Lime visibly stiffened and her hand began to shake. Ryan reached out, held her hand, and gently guided her. He spoke quietly to her and told the others that their parents were both dead. Lime wiped her eyes with a tissue he offered and returned to her meal. Rias apologized, and Ryan reassured her that they had not told anyone, so there was no reason to blame themselves. Lime nodded without changing her neutral expression. Zenobia asked what New Zealand was like. Lime tensed again, this time with fear. Ryan's grin widened and he launched into an enthusiastic description of his homeland. After school, Zenobia sighed that she regretted asking as the Occult Research Club walked back to the house. Ryan continued explaining New Zealand's history to Asia and Gasper, who listened with interest. Lime walked beside Kaneko. They both appreciated the quiet. Ryan finished the story about the Treaty of Waitangi and noted how much history the country had despite its youth. Asia complimented him. Gasper explained that Rias had invited Ryan and Lime over to get to know them better, and that Lime had agreed on Ryan's behalf while he had been talking. Ryan said he could tell them more another time as they arrived at the massive building. He paused in wonder at how tall it was and joked about their lofty residence, which quieted the group as they entered. Miss Hayadu welcomed everyone home from the kitchen. Rias said it felt good to be home and kicked off her shoes. The teens followed and gathered in the lounge. Miss Hayadu announced that Rias's brother had arrived. Rias rolled her eyes and asked what he wanted. Sir Zex began to speak, then Rias briefly silenced him with a hand before motioning toward Ryan and Lime on the couch. Zex realized the slight and withdrew her hand, explaining that he had only been concerned and wanted to ask about their day. Rias introduced the two new students. Ryan stood and introduced himself as Ryan Blackworth and extended his hand. Zex explained that his father was the Gremory family head and asked to be called Zex. When their hands met, Zex's expression shifted to one of unease. He stared at Ryan with unexpected fear. Ryan smirked, let go, and turned away to look out the window. He mentioned that he had seen news coverage of Zex's knighthood for helping reconstruct an ancient monument and joked about the title. Zex admitted he had not expected many people to know about it, and he watched Ryan carefully. A sudden Code 4 alert sounded, interrupting the conversation. Ryan checked his phone, seemed to consider something, then slipped it back into his pocket and turned fully to the group. He apologized and explained that something urgent had come up and they had to leave immediately. He helped Lime to her feet and they slipped into their shoes. Rias wished them a good night as the two Blackworth siblings left briskly. Issei began to ask what had happened, but Zex cut him off and ordered the club to follow at a distance without engaging. Zex said he needed to meet with Azazel and Michael, then vanished in a flash of red light. The Occult Research Club prepared to follow. Issei shouted that they were going out again because they had forgotten something at school. Their mother responded cheerfully that they should be safe, but the devils did not hear her because they were already in the air. Ryan commented that it was lucky to run into the devil himself as he and Lime ran through the town toward the woods. Lime told Ryan he could have been less obvious about recognizing them, and Ryan teased that Lime could have chosen a better cover than the silent loner. Lime protested that she had only cried at the mention of parents because it had been awkward, and Ryan chuckled as they came into a clearing where a single wooden shack stood, barely a shack, just rotten timber with a rusted corrugated roof and a door that looked like it would fall off its hinges. Ryan cracked his knuckles and asked if Lime was ready. Lime nodded and produced a bright green parasol that took shape in her hand. Lime suggested a direct approach to get it over with quickly, and Ryan agreed as he moved toward the door and knocked on the side of the house. He introduced himself loudly and said he was there to confront whoever was inside, but the building remained silent. Lime shrugged and Ryan stepped back, shouting a booming battle cry before kicking the door off its hinges with more force than seemed necessary. A surprised cry came from inside, and splinters exploded outward as the shack burst apart. The pair stood showered in wood fragments. Lime gripped her parasol tightly and used it as an improvised shield while Ryan cleared the dust with a snap of his fingers. A single woman stood amid the debris, and Ryan greeted her with a casual wave and his name. The woman sniffed the air and asked if they were devils with a puzzled expression. Ryan apologized for the abrupt encounter and said it was time to end the danger she represented. The woman hissed and launched into the sky, firing a purple sphere of energy that collided in a flash and shook the clearing. When the dust settled, Lime remained standing, the parasol still held like a shield. The woman demanded the location of the other attacker. Ryan materialized above the woman and executed a precise, blinding hand strike that sent her crashing into the ground with an explosive, anime-style impact. Once the dust cleared, a crater marked the spot and the woman struggled to stand. Lime closed in and delivered a swift, decisive finishing strike that incapacitated the woman without gruesome detail. She then sheathed her blade back into the parasol and locked it. Ryan commended Lime's work and declared it time for judgment. He reached toward the fallen woman and drew forth a compact orb of dark energy that pulsed ominously. Lime observed that the orb contained nothing but malice, and Ryan agreed. He crushed the orb in his hand. The woman's form dissolved into strands of black dust that drifted away like smoke and then vanished. Ryan made a light comment about their victory, and the two began to walk back along the path. Lime reminded him that they had been watched, and Ryan replied that he would not have put on a show had there been no audience. He plugged in his headphones and began listening to music as they walked. Above them, the Occult Research Club watched in uneasy silence. Rias admitted that their assessment had been unsettling. Aquino pointed out that their expectations had not been fully met either. Gasper, clinging to Zenobia and Irina, muttered that he felt grateful no greater threat had appeared. Rias decided they should inform Sir Zex, Michael, and Azazel, since the attackers had not used any clearly demonic, angelic, or fallen powers. Issei asked Draig if he had sensed anything unusual. Draig reported feeling a faint echo of a power he had only encountered once before, which he had noticed when the boy had struck from above. Rias ordered everyone to return home and rest so they could discuss the matter at school the next day. Later, Lime emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel with her hair still damp and asked what the plan for tomorrow was. Ryan considered the question. Ryan marked his place in the book, pulled the blankets over his shoulders, and said that they would give the Occult Research Club a proper introduction, summon the other Reapers, and have Ariana handle soul departures while the others were away. Lime nervously asked if he was sure about bringing all of them. Ryan replied that it was necessary. He did not expect Sir Zex, Michael, and Azazel to be kind, and after almost lying to the ORC they would need backup to avoid accidental harm. He turned off his lamp. Lime lay down beside him and wished him good night. Ryan reminded her that he had ordered a room with 2 beds and told her to stop calling him master, noting that she was no longer 9. Lime refused to stop, teasing him, and Ryan laughed, asking her not to kick him out of bed or sleep talk about pie again. Lime protested that it had happened only once and that she had not been feeling well. They exchanged quiet goodnights. The next morning Azazel appeared from a magic circle with Sir Zex and Matthew. The members of the Occult Research Club greeted them. Sir Zex asked what they had learned, directing the question mainly at Rias. Rias, biting into toast, reported that there was not much to say. The newcomers had some form of magical ability far too strong for a typical mage but not matching devil, angelic, or fallen natures. Aquino added that the pair had taken down a stray demon in under a minute. Michael expressed disbelief that there had been only 2 of them. The 3 leaders exchanged glances and nodded. Rias demanded to know what they were not being told. Sir Zex asked everyone to come to the clubroom at school so they could discuss things in a safer setting. He formed a large magic circle beneath him while Matthew took Irina's hand and headed toward the school. When they arrived at the ORC clubroom, Lime signaled that the others were coming and 7 figures positioned themselves. Ryan instructed Lime to get in position. She nodded and moved away. A voice from the shadows told him to be safe, but Ryan did not respond, straightening his cloak and whispering for things to begin. Sir Zex opened the double doors leading into the main club building and led the group toward the clubroom. They stopped suddenly at the clubroom door. Rias nearly bumped into Sir Zex until he clamped a hand over her mouth and signaled for silence. He raised a finger and pointed toward the door, indicating that someone was inside. Kiba and Zenobia drew their swords. Aquino slipped into her robes. Kaneko readied her senses. Issei was about to activate his sacred gear when Rias replaced his motion with a gesture to keep his ears from moving, that could have alerted whoever was inside. Sir Zex opened the doors softly. No one was immediately visible until they noticed someone sitting in the president's chair. The figure spun the chair around, revealing Ryan. He sat calmly and asked them to close the door because of a draft. Rias demanded to know who he was, but her brother gently silenced her. Ryan smirked and teased Rias, prodding at tensions. Serzex's eyes glowed as he gathered 2 handfuls of energy. Michael and Azazel readied themselves as well. Serzex declared that Ryan would be taken to the underworld for questioning without room for argument. Ryan refused and snapped his fingers. The leader's gathered energy faltered as if being drained. A figure burst from the shadows and dashed forward in a blur of motion, intercepting Serzex, Michael, and Azazel with swift, non-lethal strikes that mirrored an anime-style skirmish. The intruder's movements were precise and practiced, designed to disable rather than maim. Kiba and Zenobia felt a cold pressure at their throats that warned them to lower their blades. They complied. Kaneko began to activate her magic but was quickly subdued by a forceful but non-graphic blow that left her unable to move. A red-haired woman stood over the scene, wide-eyed and determined. Issei attempted to power up, but an arrow struck his left hand and pinned him briefly against a wall. He cried out before falling silent as a crossbow but was pressed against his neck. The assailant threatened to ensure his silence if he activated his gear. Gasper turned to use his forbidden vision, but a gloved hand covered his eyes and a silver katana was held at Akino's side as a warning. A voice ordered everyone to keep the Lord's temper under control for the moment. The clubroom fell into tense stillness as the intruders held the advantage with quick, decisive action. Irina's wings flashed and a whistling projectile announced danger. A boomerang struck and pinned her to the wall near her throat. Runes on the weapon suppressed her holy light and left her weakened. One of the attackers greeted her with a casual remark that her magic would be kept down for now. Asia, trying not to panic, was about to act when a firm hand seized her shoulder and pulled her back against the wall. A medium-length black cane was placed across her chest, holding her in place, and another attacker assured her that no harm would come if she remained still. Rias was the only member not restrained, and her eyes flared as she prepared a powerful ball of destructive magic aimed at Ryan. The blast should have been lethal, but Lime stepped forward and used her parasol to shield herself. Before Rias could react, Lime struck the side of Rias's neck with a precise move and Rias's body went limp. She remained conscious and breathing, but her limbs were temporarily unresponsive. Ryan began to clap in a sarcastic, slow manner. He commented that if this was how easily the House Gremory could be taken down, the Devil King, an Archangel, and the leader of the fallen angels, then they all seriously needed his help. He snapped his fingers and the attackers immediately drew back. Lime tapped Rias again, restoring movement to her limbs. The crossbow bolt was removed from Issei's hand and Asia began treating the wound. The 3 great powers had their magic returned, and the 7 unknown attackers, plus Lime, formed 2 neat lines flanking Ryan. Serzex demanded to know what Ryan wanted. Ryan replied that he was mostly there to observe the Red Dragon Emperor and that, beyond that, he had no particular agenda. Rias pressed him for his identity. Ryan introduced himself as Ryan Blackworth and added that many knew him by another name, Death or the Grim Reaper. He bowed in a theatrical manner. A hush fell over the group, heavy and complete. One of the attackers noted that they had experienced the same overwhelming effect when they first encountered Ryan. Serzex confirmed the observation. Rias exploded in disbelief, insisting that Death could not be a physical being. Michael, looking somber, affirmed that the teenage-looking boy before them was indeed the living personification of Death. Rias struggled to understand how that could be possible. Ryan offered to explain. He stood, stretched, and began to outline a story of origins. He explained that everything perceived as natural had an entity counterpart: life, death, time, space. He said that God had been the first such entity, known simply as life, and that before the universe there had been a void where God existed as a bodiless orb of energy. To introduce experience into existence, God created the first living beings, historically referred to as Adam and Eve. Those first humans grew weary of endless existence because God refused to create others, fearing it would unbalance the dimensional gap. They sought an end to their immortality but did not know how to achieve it. Ryan said that he had appeared and given them the means to die, providing the push they needed. Irina objected, connecting his claim to the biblical story, and Ryan conceded that, according to that account, he had been the catalyst. Ryan continued that when Adam and Eve died, an unusual energy released from them disturbed the balance in the dimensional gap. That buildup of energy had to go somewhere, and its release produced a massive explosion that became known as the Big Bang. He used a whiteboard to sketch his explanation and then theatrically erased it before moving on. Issei asked for clarification, pointing out the implication that the deaths of the original humans had triggered the creation of the universe. Ryan confirmed the connection and explained that with the universe's birth came the creation of time and space and other fundamental forces. The group listened, stunned, as Ryan unfolded this vast and unsettling explanation. Rias asked whether time and space were entities. Ryan replied that they were called Paradox and Pandora and that they tended to protect Earth from black holes because life here was a little dull for them. Irina, more engrossed than the others, asked what had happened next. Ryan explained that he and God had decided to stop fighting for Paradox and Pandora's sake and had created Earth. He had agreed to refrain from killing for 135 years unless an accident occurred, and God agreed to leave him alone. He drew two crude stick figures holding hands on the board. Zenobia asked if a regular human could live for 135 years. Ryan said they could, though people rarely lived beyond 80 nowadays. After Adam and Eve came the creation of another entity, knowledge. Aquino asked for an explanation. Ryan described knowledge as representing everything anything could learn, a being responsible for all pieces of information anyone has, is, or will learn. Everyone reacted with shock. Rias asked how that could be, and Ryan admitted he did not know how the entity system worked. He waved her off, erased the board, and raised his marker again. Gasper asked softly whether there were more than 5 entities. Ryan said there were. After knowledge came love, which helped humanity reproduce. He sketched little pictures of babies on the board and explained that love's arrival had made it possible for Adam and Eve to have children. Rossweiss asked whether the love entity helped people reproduce, and Ryan confirmed that she did. Ryan then said that a couple of hundred years later they made what are commonly known as dragons and looked directly at Issei. Issei, staring at his left hand, asked whether Ryan had made dragons. Ryan corrected that it had been a joint effort and admitted it had been both the worst and best thing they had done, and that things had gone downhill afterward. Issei sat on the couch and thought that he had a bad feeling about it. Ryan explained that the dragons had been given a unique bit of coding in their DNA that allowed them to express themselves in ways humans could not. With this new level of emotional discovery came fear and rage. He drew a raging inferno and a blot of darkness on the board. Kiba concluded that humans would not be affected since they were not the creators, but Ryan said the opposite. Humans began to feel fear and rage as strongly as dragons, which led to wars, paranoia, and widespread chaos. God and Ryan decided to respond by creating 2 races to combat the disorder, because they had made a rule at the beginning not to intervene directly in mortal affairs. Ryan said that God had created a race of pure, noble creatures called angels, and Ryan had created devils as a mirror opposite. Over time, however, the devils did not behave as intended. They too were noble and brave and reluctant to kill. Ryan offered a small smile to Sirzex. Rossweiss asked if Ryan was the reason devils existed. Ryan explained that he had combined DNA, magic, and centuries of life in a complex process that produced the devils. Issei asked whether Ryan was joking. Ryan said he was not. When angels and devils existed, fallen angels added another twist that made the situation chaotic. Seeing no other option, God and Ryan created sacred gears to aid humanity. With knowledge's help they made thousands of sacred gears and scattered them across the world. Paradox and Pandora placed a charm on the Longinus section of sacred gears to ensure they would be wielded throughout history. Irina, confused, had thought God had created the gears alone. Ryan explained that it had been a joint effort but that God had been most associated with his created faction, so they had allowed him the honor of bestowing the gears. Azazel remarked that they were grateful. Ryan described how war broke out. God, weakened by the strain of making the gears, had tried to help the angels and was killed alongside many higher-ranked devils and fallen angels. Ryan noted that life tends to persist, and God had been resurrected in another form, as happens to all of them. Afterward, the entities agreed to give up their immense powers in favor of weaker versions so they could live on Earth and assist when needed. Michael stated angrily that despite God having been Ryan's friend, Ryan still refused to bring him back. Ryan replied that being the Archangel Michael did not grant him any special favor with Ryan. Ryan warned them not to bring the topic up again, gesturing toward Zex and Azazel. Rias asked Sir Zex what he was referring to. Sir Zex explained that Ryan had the ability to bring the dead back to life, and that they had been unable to convince him to resurrect God, the previous devil kings, or any fallen angels. Ryan clarified that to restore someone he would have to take the life of someone who was alive. He described it as keeping the balance between life and death. The whiteboard then vanished. Michael surprised everyone by offering his own life to bring God back, but Ryan explained that he could not resurrect someone who was still alive and that the deity they once knew had been replaced by the current embodiment of life, whom most of them recognized as Mother Nature. Michael stepped back, holding his tongue. Gasper asked quietly who the 8 figures surrounding them were. Ryan sat up and proudly introduced them as his Reapers. Zenobia had thought Ryan was the Reaper himself, and Ryan corrected her by explaining that he was the Grim Reaper. Standard Reapers served the Grim Reaper as soul collectors and potential heirs when the Grim Reaper passed on. He noted that he had 8 Reapers in his service, though he could have up to 10. Azazel asked Ryan to introduce them, and Ryan stepped aside, allowing each Reaper to present themselves in turn. Jason Blaze identified himself as the first Reaper under Grim Reaper Blackworth, the long-range support Reaper who guarded Asia. He bowed politely to Sir Zex when asked about his assignment. Lime said she was the second Reaper under Blackworth, a mobile tactical defense specialist who guarded all of North America. She admitted the parental sadness story she had used earlier had been a fabrication, but Ryan had appreciated the result. Walter Smith introduced himself as the third Reaper under Master Blackworth, a mustachioed close-range combatant responsible for protecting Europe. He and Ryan both noted that each Reaper had the right to accept or decline Ryan's offer. Mary, whose full name was Marion Madison Marie but who went by Mary, explained that she was the 4th Reaper and took care of Russia, where she handled situations others preferred to avoid. Ryan identified Mary as a close-range tank Reaper and, to defuse a brief challenge between her and Jason, snapped his fingers until they stood down. Jonathan Blade greeted them with a cheerful Australian salutation and said he was the 5th Reaper in charge of Oceania, handling long-range tank duties with his boomerangs. Azazel noticed runes on his weapons, and Jonathan explained that the markings neutralized magic on contact, which made them handy in a fight. Roberto Alhambra introduced himself as the 6th Reaper, a medium-range artillery specialist who protected South America from anyone trying to seize it. Alexander James offered a formal greeting and said he was the 7th Reaper chosen to serve Master Blackworth. He served as a second close-range combatant and more of a roaming support, assisting other Reapers when needed. When Michael wondered how a man of faith had become involved, Alexander said that he had discovered the deity was gone, his village had turned against him, and Ryan had come to his aid. He had served Ryan ever since. Bobby, the 8th Reaper, explained that he protected all of Africa and wore a large bear head as part of his appearance. Ryan added that the head had become a personal token and reminder of why Bobby had become a Reaper. Sir Zex commented that it was an odd assortment of people. Ryan agreed, pointing out that having a normal group would defeat the purpose. Each Reaper had a unique story and personality that made his job more enjoyable. Azazel asked what Ryan's job actually entailed. Ryan summarized that their role was to keep the world from descending into chaos by handling stray threats and dealing with rogue magicians and rogue exorcists. Ryan explained that Reapers used their Reaper weapons to judge souls. When a Reaper struck, the target's form dissolved until only the soul remained. Pure, good souls took on a white glow and were sent to paradise. Souls that were entirely dark were permanently ended so they could never return. Souls that contained both light and dark were sent to either heaven or hell depending on which side dominated, and the appropriate forces handled them. He demonstrated with a quick hologram that showed a white orb and then a black one. Lime asked about pie, and Jason gently told her there was no pie, which made Lime slump down sadly. Ryan watched Mary comfort her and noted that, despite their oddities, They had good hearts. Azazel asked why Ryan had come, and everyone turned to look. Ryan said plainly that he was there to watch Issei. Issei reacted in shock. Ryan then asked what Issei knew about Juggernaut Drive. Issei admitted he did not know much, only that it made him immensely powerful while draining his life force, so he tried to avoid using it. He added that he had achieved it through a fierce combination of sadness and rage, triggered by what he believed to be the death of Miss Argento, and that Loki's curse had made it worse. Ryan observed that Loki's tricks were familiar to him and pressed further, asking how they could be sure Issei would not activate the drive again. Issei began to say that his friends would stop him, but Ryan suddenly struck him, sending Issei reeling into the back wall. Ryan warned in a low voice that Issei could not be certain. If someone reached him through anger or grief, the Juggernaut might be released again, possibly in an environment where the damage would not be contained. Ryan declared that the Endless had decided he should end Issei's life there and take custody of the boosted gear to prevent the possibility. Rhea slept between them and shouted no. Issei, smiling despite himself, asked not to be harmed and said he could not live with himself if he caused accidental harm. He gently pushed Rhea's aside, rose unsteadily, and asked at least for a painless end. He closed his eyes and waited in silence. Instead of death, Ryan poked him lightly on the forehead and grinned. Ryan explained that he was not a murderer, he had only needed to test whether Issei understood what was important in life. Issei had passed, so Ryan did not need to kill him. Issei breathed with relief and admitted that Ryan had terrified him. Ryan told the other Reapers to disperse, saying that he and Lime would take responsibility for watching Issei. 7 other Reapers nodded and vanished in a swirl of smoke. Rhea's voiced concern about what Ryan meant by taking over, and Ryan replied that they would be moving in to keep a constant watch over Issei. Irina Shidu, who was rarely a morning person, found herself awake and wandering the many corridors of the Hyudu residence at 5:10. Bored and restless, she wandered until a giggle drew her to a slightly ajar door. She peeked in and saw Asia sitting on her bed, listening with wide-eyed wonder as Ryan, one of the new residents, told stories. Asia asked what God had been like, and Ryan suggested that Miss Shidu might also want to know. Irina, surprised, said she had woken early and could not get back to sleep and asked where Zenobia was. Asia explained that Zenobia had gone to the gym and then invited Irina to sit. Ryan took a spinning chair nearby. Zenobia returned, wrapped in a towel with her hair still wet from the shower, and joined them. Irina admitted she wanted to hear more and said that, as long as Ryan spoke the truth, they would accept it. Ryan agreed and began to speak, hesitating as he searched for the right words to describe God. Ryan closed his eyes and remembered a man who, when they were not trying to destroy each other, would hang out and play chess most of the time. He had taken to gambling, always playing cards, mainly poker. He always wore robes and refused to shave or get a haircut. Eventually his beard and hair turned pure white and he resembled a classic picture of a deity. He would sit on clouds and occasionally walk the earth to speak with people at random. He had been kind and caring, one of the best people to be around when someone felt sad, always knowing what to say and making sure they felt better, Ryan recalled. Zenobia observed that the figure sounded almost human. Ryan explained that he had indeed created humans and had simply modeled them after himself, but the other entities that followed had influenced how they acted. Asia politely asked how many of those entities there were. Ryan explained with a smile that there were 8 endless: life and death, time and space, love and rage, fear and knowledge. They formed pairs that could work together when necessary. Irina frowned and said something was bothering her. She mentioned that when Ryan had spoken of God earlier, he had done so with little emotion, as if he had never truly met him and was merely reciting from a book. Ryan admitted she had caught him out and muttered that angels were quite perceptive. Zenobia asked if Ryan was death. Ryan clarified that he was. When a human serves as a reaper and death dies, the human reaper takes the place and gains all the memories of prior deaths. When Ryan's master died, he took their place and inherited the memories of all the deaths that had come before, so while his current body had never actually met the Creator, he himself had. Irina compared that to being reincarnated as the next Lord Death, and Ryan said he would not call it Lord but acknowledged that he was likely the most powerful apart from the original creator because he had the knowledge of his predecessors. Before Asia could continue, the bedroom door was blown off its hinges as Issei burst in, crying out an attack name and balance breaker. He dashed over and pressed Ryan against the bedroom wall with the blade of Ascalon. Issei accused Ryan of lying, reminding him that when he had been bitten by Fenrir he had died and had been revived by Phoenix Tears, but before he had died it had not been Ryan or any of his reapers that he had seen. Ryan told Issei to use his words, remaining calm even as he was held at the wall. A soft voice responded from behind Issei. He turned and saw a teenage girl with long flowing black hair, almond-shaped emerald eyes, and a gentle, faintly translucent presence. She wore a simple black dress to her knees and appeared as a spirit. Ryan bowed before the figure and called her master in a respectful tone. The girl giggled and Ryan flushed, though she reminded him she had not been his master for almost 6 years. Ryan insisted she would always be his master regardless of time, and she murmured maybe to herself. Issei, still in his scale mail, demanded to know who the girl was. Ryan introduced her as his best friend and the former entity known as Death, Ariana Everton. Ariana bowed to the group and greeted Issei and the others by their titles and roles. Issei still wondered why he had seen Ariana and not Ryan at the moment of death. Ariana explained that every time Death dies, their Reaper becomes their replacement and the Death who died becomes the force that ferries ordinary people to the next world. If Ryan were to die, Ariana could finally move on and he would take her place. Until then she appeared before those on the verge of death, which was why Issei had seen her. Issei apologized sheepishly and put the door back roughly. Ariana then reminded Ryan of something happening in 2 days. Ryan cursed under his breath as he remembered and slumped against the wall. Ariana warned him that the other party would have the advantage on that day and told him to watch his back, then faded away. Irina crouched beside Ryan and asked what was wrong. Ryan asked for the date. Irina thought it was February 12th, and Ryan realized the other event was in 2 days, Valentine's Day. He told them he would explain at school and that he needed to tell his Reapers about it, then left the room. Zenobia commented that he was an oddball. Asia said she liked him. She thought he was nicer than she had expected and had many interesting things to say. Irina said he was all right but that she did not know him well enough to judge. With his thoughts already turning to preparations, Ryan told his Reapers that in 2 days they should make sure they were nowhere near any other person on the planet. Ryan told the group that he would hate for her to influence them even for a day as he addressed 7 holograms and 1 figure who was eating a piece of pie. Jonathan asked if everyone was ready before his image faded. The 6 other Reapers simply nodded and faded as well, leaving Ryan and Lime alone. Lime asked if it was really such a big deal while taking another bite of her pie. Ryan explained that it was now a problem. He had never been affected in the past, but he had never had a household that included a devil, an angel, a Nicomeda, a Valkyrie, and the spirit of a dragon before. He worried she might recruit them to get to him. Lime told him he had 2 days to worry about it and suggested he eat breakfast and go to school. She swallowed and walked out. Ryan grimly noted to himself that he had 2 days until he would have to deal with it. At the Occult Research Club, Ryan asked the members what they knew about love. Azazel crossed his arms and described love as a process produced by chemical reactions in the brain. Ryan agreed, then added that love could be powerful enough to take on a life of its own. He raised his hand and conjured a hologram of a woman in her early 20s. She had shoulder-length violet hair tied with pink ribbons, a tank top and patterned shorts, a high-tech compound bow, and a quiver of violet arrows. The most noticeable feature was a split-colored heart beneath her left eye, one half pink and the other violet. Issei reacted with obvious admiration at the appearance of the hologram. Ryan warned the group that the entity called love was dangerously influential. He explained that her arrows induced overwhelming infatuation and uncontrollable attraction. Anyone struck or even grazed by one of her arrows could become consumed by irresistible feelings toward the nearest living being of the same species, resulting in chaotic and contagious romantic entanglements across races. The club members reacted with stunned silence. Rosweiss, blushing, voiced a guess about mass romantic chaos. which Ryan confirmed was close. The only reason the phenomenon remained little known was that Paradox erased the memories of anyone who encountered love that day, except for other endless. He added that he might be able to request exceptions for holy or demonic beings if necessary. Rias asked why love would come to their world. Ryan explained that most entities could not feel emotion by nature. He was unusual among the endless because over billions of years and multiple rebirths he retained more feeling than most. He had never been struck by one of love's arrows, though, and being the embodiment of death left little room for romance. Aquino expressed shock at the idea that he might have never genuinely experienced love. Ryan admitted that he could not be sure. Previous human memories were usually erased when a Reaper became a Grim Reaper to prevent emotion from compromising their duties. Asia reacted with surprise at his earlier lively outbursts, and Ryan confessed that much of his behavior was an imitation of what he'd seen in others, some of it genuine, much of it habit. Gasper spoke up quietly about a different matter, asking why Ryan was wearing gloves when he had not been the day before. Ryan appeared beside him in a swirl of shadows and told him to call him Ryan. He first joked about fashion, then asked the room if anyone had heard of the death touch. Gasper admitted he had not but found it frightening. Ryan explained that the gloves had been crafted to contain a dangerous power linked to his nature. Contact with the bare flesh of his hands could cause immediate, irreversible harm. The gloves prevented that power from affecting others. The ability was a severe one, rarely used, and had not been employed for several regenerations. Gasper, alarmed, noted that Ryan had not been wearing the gloves yesterday. Ryan demonstrated that he could alter their appearance at will, letting them fade so his tan skin appeared, then clarified that the protection remained in place. When Aquino asked whether a chuckle he had made earlier had been genuine, Ryan deflected, and she shook her head and sighed. Ryan then softly sang a short verse he always taught his Reapers, a quiet reminder about the burdens that could come with their roles and the possibility that one of them might become the next death and be forced to live without love or other emotions. The members looked at him as he finished, the weight of what he had said settling over the room. Ryan explained with a small smile that the endless remembered so that when a mortal asked, they could repeat it and perhaps ease their hearts, and that this smile, Aquino, was a genuine one. Aquino returned the smile and let out a small laugh. Lime announced that it was time for class while crunching the rest of the lollipop she had taken from Kaniko's snack box. Ryan remained still, spinning slowly on the ball of his feet. Rias opened her mouth to speak, but Ryan signaled for silence. His head turned toward the door and his eyes widened. Lime rose, drew the sword hidden in her parasol, and readied her shield. Ryan gestured for everyone to step back from the doorway and moved toward it with quiet purpose, hands clenched. He rested one hand on the handle, took a deep breath, and pushed it open. Love greeted him with an easy familiarity and teased that she could not wait. Their brief exchange ended with a quick embrace. They separated and turned to face the room of still-shocked magical beings. Love announced cheerfully that she intended to make the room lively and chaotic. At lunch, Love loudly declared that she and Ryan had become a couple very recently. Ryan flushed and reacted awkwardly before leaving the cafeteria in a huff. Love moved closer to Lime and startled her with a bold, playful gesture. Lime let out a squeak and promptly lost consciousness from the surprise. Love then scanned the other girls and challenged the room, inviting whoever would respond to step forward. After school, Rias remarked on how bold Love had been, and Aquino agreed as she rubbed her own shoulder. Love had shown up in the clubroom that day and then attended classes at Kuoh Academy simply to annoy Ryan. Because the Endless were obliged to observe certain courtesies to one another except with their paired Endless, Ryan felt constrained and could not simply stop her. Love behaved like his apparent partner, flirted openly with others, and pressured Irina in a way that upset her and caused her wings to flicker. The students were left shaken by her aggressive teasing. Ryan carried Lime bridal style because she had fainted from the shock. Issei, already rattled, had suffered a nosebleed and nearly passed out. He later admitted with a wry grin that he had learned a lot from Love's example and had things to think about, earning a sharp punch from Kaniko in response. Rias asked if Ryan had any plan to handle Love. Ryan admitted he had only a vague idea rather than a full plan. Issei suggested bringing in some of Ryan's endless friends, but Ryan replied that involving another endless would carry severe consequences for him and was not an option. He believed he could manage the situation himself. The question was whether he could do so without getting hurt in the process. On Valentine's Day, Ryan stood alone at the gates of Kuoh Academy, arriving an hour early for one last confrontation. Love was posted by the main building entrance. Ryan walked up and asked if she would let him be this year, to which Love responded with a smile that she loved the thrill of the hunt and might not be so lenient. Ryan bowed and told her he was ready when she was. Love said she wanted an audience this year and indicated that the ORC members would make suitable spectators, then turned and walked into the building. Ryan muttered that the hunt was on and headed toward the clubrooms. At lunchtime, the day's festivities began modestly. A few boys giving cards to girls, a couple of hugs and brief exchanges. Ryan remained vigilant and aware of the atmosphere. The ORC members were paying close attention as well. They had managed to skip classes for the day. The Zizel and Rossweiss had covered for them, and the group was now gathered in the club room, waiting. Gasper whimpered from inside his box that it was scary. Kaneko assured Gasper that he needed to be brave and slipped him a bag of candy. Lime stood and said she was going out, but everyone turned their attention to Ryan, who was staring out the window toward the forest. Rias looked worried and warned that if he left, the one they called Love would come for them. Ryan explained that Love wanted him, and that if he went to confront her she would leave the others alone. He made a small motion of adjustment to his collar and moved toward the door. His casual uniform seemed to fade into shadows as his Grim Reaper attire appeared. Lime declared that she would accompany him, but Ryan quietly ordered her to stay until he returned. His tone conveyed a steady authority, and Lime immediately sat back down. Azazel asked how they would know if he had one. Ryan responded with a grave instruction. If he was not back within an hour, they were to leave the country as quickly as possible. He opened the doors and left without another word. Kuoh Forest. Ryan walked into the forest until he reached a wide, open clearing. Love stood in the center with a bow drawn and an arrow already nocked, exactly where he had expected her to be. She offered him a valentine, and he thought briefly before agreeing to be her valentine on the condition that she did not shoot him with an arrow. Love, unconvinced that he could be trusted, raised her bow and released an arrow. The arrow grazed Ryan's cheek, leaving a thin, quickly healing cut. He noticed a slight pulse of strange energy at the scratch but judged that it was not enough to claim him. Love closed the distance between them and insisted she had given him one last chance to accept her. Ryan told her that he could not allow himself to feel the way she did, speaking with a genuine sadness. Love, tearful, questioned why he could not accept Love if she could face death herself. Ryan replied that beings like him did not deserve that honor, then turned and began to walk away. Love reacted by releasing 3 arrows toward his back. The exchange of metal met Ryan's defenses with the ringing clash of steel, but he had not been idle. He had planned a countermeasure since last year's encounter. He had deliberately appeared to forget his strategy to lull her into a false sense of superiority and had signaled his allies with subtle gestures during their earlier conversation. As the fight progressed, Love began to weaken while streams of her pink magic were drawn away. She moved to knock another arrow, but a precise shot disarmed her. She tried to recover, but a coordinated series of non-lethal maneuvers left her disarmed and restrained. A sweeping move knocked her off balance, boomerangs pinned her wrists to the ground, and a heavy strike to a distant piece of equipment immobilized her stance. Throughout this, her magical energy continued to be siphoned. Ryan called for his team to stop the draining effect, and the ally referred to as Bobby complied. Love accused him of cheating, but Ryan explained that Mary's hammer contained a device fashioned from a shard of an extremely dense star, a practical component that had allowed them to neutralize her power without causing lasting harm. Ryan explained that it could be set to weigh the same amount as a small planet, or be as light as a feather depending on the situation as he knelt beside her. Love sighed and allowed herself to relax. She conceded with a blush that he had won this year. Ryan instructed the Reapers to disengage, thanked them for their help, and told them to take the day off. The Reapers bowed and faded into shadow. Love sat up and Ryan took a seat beside her. She chuckled that it had been a sly move. He said nothing at first, picking at the grass beneath them. After a moment he apologized to Love for not being able to feel love. She asked what for, genuinely confused. He explained his inability to feel that particular emotion. She reassured him that she had been joking and that while everyone dies, not everyone has to feel love. Seeing his pained expression, she suggested they go get ice cream. Ryan recovered quickly and stood, saying she was his Valentine this year and they still had a good portion of the day left. He winked, helped her to her feet, took her hand, and led the way toward town. In the ORC clubroom, Lime suddenly announced that he had won, startling everyone. Rias asked how she could tell. Lime said it was a Reaper's intuition and walked to the window to gaze out. She knew Ryan had won, but wondered why he was still with Love. It hurt whenever another girl got friendly with him, especially when he returned the friendliness. She realized she could not keep that feeling hidden forever. Later that evening Love laughed about how he had once set an entire forest on fire, and Ryan smiled that he had not even been that angry at the time. They had wandered the town all day, enjoying each other's company, sharing ice cream, trying on clothes, and behaving like a couple celebrating Valentine's Day. Ryan felt a little uneasy when he began to enjoy himself. They came to a bench overlooking the town, sat in silence for a while, and held hands. Love commented that for someone who did not feel emotion, he sure knew how to show a girl a good time. Ryan admitted that he was not as heartless as everyone believed. He knew how to comfort and to imitate Love. Love then asked a personal question. Ryan said his answer depended on the question. She asked if he would be her first true partner. Ryan reacted with surprise. At the Hyudu residence, Ryan walked into the lounge and greeted everyone. The group immediately rose and drew their weapons, demanding how they could know he was not mind-controlled. Issei's armor collapsed as Ryan walked over and tapped him on the forehead, assuring them he was not under control. Rias asked where he had been. Ryan said he had been on a date with Love and opened the fridge for a can of soda. Aquino asked if Love had left, and Ryan confirmed she had gone about a half hour earlier. In a flashback, Love had explained that her kind had unusual rules about forming bonds and that she wanted her first meaningful partnership to matter. Ryan admitted he had never had a true partner either, and Love offered to be a close partner. To seal the promise, Ryan touched the heart tattoo beneath Love's eye. His hand pulsed with dark energy and Love's tattoo glowed violet before they broke contact and smiled. Love then took flight as violet wings appeared on her back and she departed in a burst of light, suggesting that Ryan's first meaningful partner might be someone very close to him. Back in the present, Ryan thought it could be anyone in the room. He was glad the situation with one entity was over. Issei remarked that one entity was hard enough to deal with. Ryan smirked and looked out the window at the stars. Two of them drew his attention, one neon blue and the other bright purple. He thought they might be meeting others sooner than they expected. Dreams and sadness followed. Issei woke in the middle of a nightmare, wondering what the point of it all was. In the dream, Rainier taunted him with a wicked grin and asked if he would die for her. He was struck by a spectral spear and collapsed, vision fading as someone approached to force him awake. Ryan snapped him out of it with a loud, aggravating command to wake up and a sharp chop that jolted Issei so violently he crashed through several floors of the house and landed in the swimming pool 10 levels below. Rias, Aquino, and Asia shot awake at the commotion. Rias stormed into the room and stared at the hole in the floor and then at Ryan with wide eyes. Ryan explained flatly that Issei had been having an annoying recurring dream about dying at the hands of Rainier and that it had been driving him crazy. He wrapped his robe tighter and walked out of the room, his cartoon skull slippers making no sound on the floor. Aquino and Asia sighed as Rias followed Ryan out the door. Red lightning flared through the open doorway before Rias was thrown back down the hallway. Living with the Grim Reaper was a handful. The members of the Occult Research Club were learning that Ryan's sleeping and eating habits were completely unpredictable. Rossweiss had once found him eating a bowl of cereal on the roof at midnight. He had cheerfully wished her good morning and gone back to his snack. Another time he had fallen asleep in the middle of chemistry class and Azazel had carried him to the clubroom while Lime looked after him until it was time to go home. It was not all bad. With centuries of experience, Ryan could almost cook as well as Aquino. He always did the dishes, and he sometimes tutored the club when Rosweiss was occupied, his specialty being history. At the table, Issei noted aloud that Ryan was frighteningly good at history and asked why. Ryan explained with a smile that the endless, each specialized in a particular area of knowledge. His domain was history, Love's was chemistry, time and space were physics, rage handled drama, fear had mathematics, life took care of biology, and knowledge covered everything, so he was in a different category. That was another upside of having death living with them. They had been learning more about the nature of the world. Ryan still kept certain things to himself, but he was becoming more open with the club as time passed. Lime, Kaneko, and Gasper had become the reason the Hayudo household maintained a thread of clear-headedness. They often hung out together and stepped in when Ryan and Rias began to clash. The heir of the Gremory household and the personification of death rarely agreed on matters, and their disagreements could be explosive. A prime example was Ryan's numerical devil threat ranking system. He presented small devices to each ORC member, explaining they would find rogue devils and categorize them by threat level. Level 1 meant Issei could handle it without transforming. Level 10 would require all 8 Endless to create a new world in another dimension just to save the planet. Rias refused the device, and Ryan responded curtly that she should trust him. The two faced off, energy flaring red at Ryan's face and black lightning snaking around Rias. Their relationship was tense, but it was the way it was. That morning began with Issei unconscious in a pool, Rias tossed around the hallway, Lime cooking a mountain of pancakes, and the usual chaotic rhythm of the household. At the dining table, Issei rubbed a large bruise on his head and complained about how hard he had been hit. Ryan admitted he had wanted to shut down the recurring dream. Akino gave Ryan a cool look while Asia used her twilight healing to ease Issei's pain. Ryan grimaced and sipped his coffee, lamenting that he wished there were an Endless who could control dreams so his problems would be solved. He added a generous scoop of sugar and smiled as he returned the bag to the pantry. Utensils clinked against china for several minutes before a blast of bright white light announced a guest. Everyone except Ryan turned to see who had arrived. Valley Lucifer stood in the doorway. Ryan greeted him casually and the two exchanged a fist bump. They had met before, and Ryan had once taught Valley to use the Juggernaut drive for a limited time by letting Valley use his devil magic as compensation instead of life force. Valley accepted a cup of coffee that Ryan offered. Ryan asked what had brought Valley by. Valley said that someone needed to speak with him. Ryan recognized immediately who Valley meant and looked toward the house, concern and curiosity mingling on his face. A short, neutral pause bridged the next moment as everyone prepared for whatever news had arrived. Ryan groaned that he had already told her he would sort that out later, took a seat, and smacked his forehead against the table. Valley rubbed the back of his head and sheepishly admitted that he had forgotten to mention she was right there. Ryan's head snapped up and landed on the other figure in the room. Orphis greeted him as a brother, and Ryan returned the greeting. A brief 10-second pause passed. Issei loudly demanded confirmation that Orphis was Ryan's sister and fell backward out of his seat. Ryan face-bombed, clicked his fingers, and muffled Issei's protests with a rag. Ryan explained that Orphis was not his actual sister but that she viewed the other entities as siblings of sorts. He rose and approached the small girl. Orphis smiled and raised her arms toward Ryan, indicating that she had missed him. Ryan rolled his eyes, picked her up in a brief hug, admitted he might have missed her too while clearing his throat, and then set her down. Azazel appeared out of a summoning circle and asked what was happening. Everyone turned to Ryan, who sighed and began making another pot of coffee. He explained that Orphis was the entity of sadness, prompting stunned looks from the others. Kiba scratched his chin and recalled that Ryan had said there were only 8 Endless. Ryan clarified that the title Endless belonged to entities of particularly high power and that there were probably about 20 different entities overall, from concepts like life and death to more whimsical figures. The main 8 were called the Endless, and if another entity of equal power appeared, the Endless could vote to admit it. Ryan poured a cup of coffee for Orphis, who accepted it with a nod of thanks. Azazel asked what this had to do with Orphis. Orphis answered that her dream was to return to the dimensional gap, and that she had supported the Cows Brigade in the hope that Valley could drive Great Red from there so she could go back. When Azazel guessed that the plan had not worked, Orphis confirmed that Death owed her a favor and that she intended to ask him to go to the dimensional gap and make Great Red leave. The idea shocked the group. Ryan shrugged that he had nothing better to do and finished his coffee. Rias protested that bringing Great Red here could be devastating. Vala chuckled and remarked that some people did not know everything. The White Dragon Emperor merely smiled. Ryan touched the center of the nearest wall, and a large black circle pulsed as the wall retracted into itself to form a portal showing the ever-changing vista of the dimensional gap. Ryan asked who was coming. Orphis and Vala stepped through the portal. Kiba sprinted after them. Zenobia followed at a steady pace, and Irina dashed to catch up. Ryan announced that the portal would remain open for 1 more minute and then fell backward through it. The remaining members exchanged glances and then ran through the portal with the 2 teachers, unaware of what awaited them on the other side. The dimensional gap felt odd and timeless. Time and space held little sway there, and even the concepts of life and death were diminished by the absence of either. Members found themselves on a grassy hill surrounded by water. Ryan stood in the water up to his ankles while Valley and Orphis sat and admired the sky. Asia looked on with wonder despite having visited before. Orphis said she loved the pure tranquility of the place. Irina noted that Orphis did not seem very sad for the embodiment of sadness. Orphis then identified the saddest moment in Irina's life as the time she believed Zenobia had betrayed the church. Irina suddenly curled into a fetal position and began sobbing uncontrollably. Issei asked what had just happened, and Valley explained that Orphis could perceive what made someone most sorrowful and use that vision to overwhelm an opponent's mind. Orphis clicked her fingers and Irina immediately stopped crying and stood up, apologizing sheepishly to Zenobia. Orphis waved it off and continued watching Ryan, who remained standing in the water. Kiba asked what Ryan was doing. Without warning, Great Red manifested in a blaze of crimson light. The dragon's arrival sent a massive wave rushing toward the group. Ryan casually raised a hand and the wave vanished as if erased, leaving no trace. He remarked that Great Red looked puffier than he remembered as the dragon lowered its head to meet him, nearly lying down because of its immense size. Issei gaped at the enormity of the dragon. Draig urged not to take everything at face value and then fell silent. Ryan challenged Great Red, asking it to communicate in a more ordinary way. Great Red answered with a thunderous, earth-shaking roar that nearly knocked the group off their feet. Ryan stepped out of the water and walked up the small hill while the others watched. Great Red rose to its full height and began to glow with increasing intensity. Orphis sighed that Great Red always had to show off. Ryan looked on and asked rhetorically whether she could be blamed. The group braced for what would happen next. Issei reacted in surprise when he heard the announcement. A figure behind him declared that she was a girl. Issei spun so quickly that he stumbled and fell to the ground. Above him stood a girl about Ryan's age with hair like living flame scarlet, neon orange, and vibrant yellow and a pair of red chino jeans. 4 scaly red wings sprouted from her back and her red eyes burned with intensity. Ryan greeted her respectfully, calling her Dream. Dream folded her arms and demanded bluntly that Ryan grant her request. Ryan replied that he could not make her an endless without proof of worth. Dream insisted she was strong enough and grabbed his arm, tears forming in her eyes. Issei asked Orphis and Vala for an explanation as the others watched the two bicker. Orphis explained that the girl was his entity partner, named Dream, and that she embodied happiness. Azazel realized Dream was another entity. Vala added that Dream was far weaker than Ryan or Orphis, and he could probably defeat her if she accepted. Orphis explained the endless rules. To become an endless candidate must be proposed by at least one existing endless and then approved by a vote. A single dissenting vote would reject the candidate. Dream had been pestering Ryan ever since he became the Grim Reaper, hoping his kinder nature would accept her. Dream then launched herself at Ryan in a playful, rough tumble, grabbing at him and pulling him down. Two of the others commented that their interaction felt sibling-like as Ryan and Dream rolled across the ground in a spirited scuffle. Dream ended the scramble by pinning Ryan in a dramatic, theatrical maneuver, triumphantly sitting atop his back. Azazel observed that Dream's victory was superficial. Orpheus added quietly that Ryan could easily overpower her. Indeed, he could dismiss almost any entity with a thought, though doing so would carry a cost. Dream suddenly tumbled away from the group and landed a short distance off, scattering a jumble of limbs and wings in an exaggerated, non-threatening heap. Ryan teased her about the possibility of a destructive gesture, bringing his palms together as if to clap, then stopping with his hands inches apart. Everyone relaxed. No harm came of the joke. Dream protested at the thought of Ryan using such power, and Ryan rolled his eyes before patting her head in an affectionate gesture. He said that life would be boring without them. Orpheus, Dream, and Ryan shared a moment of mutual understanding and quiet agreement about protecting mortals from certain truths. Orpheus and Dream echoed the sentiment. Issei called the exchange strange. Ryan dismissed it and changed the subject, explaining that Orpheus wanted control of the dimensional gap, but Dream refused to leave unless Ryan made her an endless, and Ryan refused, creating a stalemate. Orpheus suggested settling the matter by force. Dream objected, saying Orpheus was stronger and it would not be fair. Issei asked if Ryan could simply train Dream until she was powerful enough to qualify. Ryan froze, hoping Dream had not caught that. Dream asked with innocent enthusiasm whether training was possible. Ryan allowed that it might be. Dream celebrated the idea, leaping to her feet and tackling Ryan from behind in another energetic, non-sexual tumble. They rolled down the hill and came to rest at the bottom, where Dream realized she had accidentally landed awkwardly on his chest and jumped up apologetically. Ryan said he had simply been winded and rose to his feet as Dream backed away. Orpheus seized the moment to formalize a pact. She reminded Ryan that, as part of an existing agreement, he owed a favor. Orpheus proposed that Ryan train Dream so she could one day become an endless, thus fulfilling the contract between them. Ryan grimaced but extended his hand. Orpheus took his hand as well. Ryan swore, with a solemn pulse of his power, to train Dream. Orpheus acknowledged the terms and the completion of the contract with a matching pulse of her own power. The contact ended, they exchanged smiles, and Orpheus began walking toward the sea. Ryan called a farewell to sadness. Orpheus raised a hand before dissolving into pieces of light carried away on the breeze. Ryan then indicated to Valley that Mr. Lucifer had a question for Dream. Dream reacted with curiosity. Dream asked what that would be as she gave Valley a curious look. Valley bowed and explained that he was the White Dragon Emperor. Dream returned the bow and said it was nice to finally meet him face to face. Valley admitted humbly that he had wished one day to challenge her to a fight, which caused Dream to gasp in surprise. Dream expressed confusion at the idea of fighting her, and Valley replied honestly that he believed she was a worthy opponent. Issei immediately protested, but Ryan silenced him by taking him into a headlock. Dream smiled and declared that any man who came to her with such honesty and openness was welcome to battle her at any time. Ryan then reminded Dream that bonds were only made between entities, and Dream sheepishly retracted her hand. Valley offered his hand instead. Ryan instructed them through the ritual as they touched hands. Dream repeated the vow that she, the living embodiment of dreams and happiness, swore to the White Dragon Emperor that he might challenge her to a fight at any time of his choosing. Valley then affirmed acceptance of that bond, and when Ryan finished, he fist-bumped Valley and snapped his fingers. A large portal opened, revealing the kitchen of the Hyudu residence on the other side. The ORC members walked back through the portal, leaving Ryan and Dream to go. Ryan admitted with a chuckle that he had always wanted Dream to become an endless. Dream shouted in disbelief and punched him in the arm. Ryan explained honestly that she had always been like a little sister, and he had not wanted to put her in harm's way. Dream, determined, promised that as long as Ryan trained her, she would be able to face even life itself. Ryan rolled his eyes and sent Dream through the portal with a kick. He took one last look back and saw a dragon, twice the size of the Great Red, glide slowly past the island. He waved and stepped through the portal himself. Silence followed. Sadness smiled as she flew and sighed that the quiet was just the way she liked it. A massive blast of energy struck Dream's shoulder and forced a sharp intake of breath. She rolled and launched a ball of flames at her attacker. The figure simply raised a hand and called out the command divide. The fireball dwindled to nothing within a second. Ryan, sipping his 5th cup of coffee that morning, urged them to go again. Dream complained that it was unfair for Valley to use divine dividing on her. Issei, from his room above, groaned that Dream was far from being quiet while Ryan, Dream, and Valley trained on a lower floor. 6 weeks had passed since Dream had left the dimensional gap, and she had trained with Ryan every day. The household had quickly learned the pattern. If Dream trained poorly, the house was plagued by bad dreams that night. If she trained well, blissful dreams and peaceful sleep followed. That balance did not occur as often as everyone would have liked, but Dream had improved greatly in Ryan's eyes, even if he never showed it. Ryan reminded Dream that if she could not defeat the White Dragon Emperor while using only a third of her power, she had no right to be called an endless. He added that with a fraction of his own power he could overwhelm Valley. Dream responded with a low growl but said nothing. Valley removed his helmet from his scale mail and spoke to Ryan with seriousness to warn him of something. He said that Shalba Beelzebub, the one involved in the Juggernaut incident with Issei, had not been killed in that fight and remained alive. Ryan confirmed he knew Shalba was alive and seriously injured. Valley added that Arthur and Luffy had heard whispers suggesting Shalba might be targeting the ORC, and he thought it only fair to warn them. Ryan thanked Valley for the warning and told him to continue training Dream while he went to make breakfast, joking about bacon and pancakes. Valley chuckled and secured his helmet again. Ryan walked away deep in thought. Training resumed with another call of divide, and Ryan loudly complained in exasperation. A small smile crept across the Grim Reaper's face as the session continued. At Kuoh Academy in the ORC club room, Ajuka asked Ryan with deep concern whether he was sure. Ryan confirmed that Shalba had not been killed and therefore must still be out there, and he looked once more out the window. He explained Vala's warning to a group that included Surzex, Ajuka Beelzebub, Serafal Leviathan, Michael, Azel, Odin, Rias, and Sona. Most of them appeared as holograms broadcasting from the underworld, heaven, and Asgard. Dream sat to the side, content to observe. Surzex frowned at the news and expressed alarm, recalling the recent battle and the hope that the old Satan faction had been finished. Odin pledged Asgard's full support. Michael, after a moment of thought, cautioned that it seemed odd for the White Dragon Emperor, a true Satan himself, to know that Shalba was still alive before any of them. Michael asked if someone could be playing another angle on death. Ryan considered the concern and suggested reinforcing the underworld and heaven with Odin's troops. He offered 2 of his Reapers to each realm but explained he needed a minimum of 3 at home, and then indicated he could assign his South American and Asian Reapers to guard the underworld while his off-duty and African Reapers could be sent to heaven. He brought up a holographic view of the planet as he spoke. Odin approved and asked if everyone agreed. Azazel quickly agreed. Michael quietly confirmed his assent. Surzex spoke on behalf of the 3 Devil Kings in support. Rias affirmed the Occult Research Club's alliance while sipping her tea, and Sona declared the Student Council's backing, drawing a pleased reaction from her sister. The others turned to Ryan, who had drifted to the window, staring out. Dream tapped his shoulder to check on him. Ryan absently agreed that the Reapers would be there within the hour. Michael then asked who the young visitor was, and Ryan gestured for Dream to introduce herself. Dream smiled and introduced herself as the living embodiment of dreams and happiness, known simply as Dream. Michael bowed politely and asked why she was there. Dream explained that Ryan had retrieved her from the dimensional gap and promised to train her to become an endless. Odin frowned and remarked that he thought only Great Red and Orpheus came from the dimensional gap. Ryan face-bombed and revealed the truth. Dream was Great Red. Odin laughed and admitted he had expected her to be larger. Dream snapped her fingers to demonstrate a trick, and Ryan shouted for her to stop. Dream transformed suddenly into a massive dragon, her energy surging outward in an anime-style burst that caused the clubroom and part of the academy to collapse in a chaotic, thunderous display. No one suffered graphic harm, but the destruction left the space in ruins. Dream telepathically apologized for the mistake. Ryan, veins tense with stress, snapped his fingers and slowed the world before reversing its motion to stop Dream mid-gesture. He quickly restrained her fingers and shook his head. Dream laughed nervously as her memories returned. Ryan warned the group not to fire on his Reapers when they arrived. He insisted they would not kill any of their men but that they might cause non-graphic injuries and broken limbs if provoked. The holograms faded. The others pressed Ryan about his distant behavior. Dream sat him down on the couch and demanded to know what was wrong. Rhea spoke with surprising concern and asked if Ryan was all right. Ryan downplayed it, saying he might need more sleep and joked about finally taking an hour or two instead of none. He took a swig from a thermos, and Dream reacted to the smell of coffee with a wrinkled face. Ryan dryly noted how one drank it and returned, once again, to staring out the window. Azazel suddenly demanded to know what Ryan was looking at. Ryan did not answer for a long minute. He rose and walked toward the exit, offering a guarded explanation that he had been expecting someone who did not arrive. He tried to make the sadness look casual, but the others noticed. Dream teleported herself, Rias, and Azazel to the Hayudu household. Orpheus greeted them, and Life explained that Miss Lime had suggested the visit for Ryan. Rias noted that Ryan had seemed upset earlier. A neon blue-haired boy admitted that their group had promised to spend the day with Ryan and had concocted an excuse to come here. A dark purple-haired individual added that they had planned the ruse together. The entity of rage rolled his eyes and hoped Ryan would forgive them. The entity of knowledge assessed a 97% chance of forgiveness, while Lu Fei nervously hoped Blake could persuade Ryan to come. Vala mentioned that it had taken effort to get Ryan to tell the great powers about Shalba's appearance so they could lure him out, and he handed Arthur and Kuroko warm drinks. The group fell quiet as they waited for the entity of fear to locate the entity of death. The reason for the summons remained uncertain. At Maddie's dessert shop, a waitress cleared Ryan's plate and offered to bring more. Ryan asked for another piece of lime pie and another cookies and cream milkshake without looking up. The waitress, concerned by his downcast expression, offered the items on the house and insisted he accept. Ryan left a generous tip and accepted the treat. He took 2 bites of pie, sighed deeply, and looked out the nearby window, wondering whether Paradox and Pandora had received his message. He checked his phone and flicked through his recent messages, seeing a friendly greeting from Brother D followed by a hello from Panda and a question from Brother D asking what they were doing that day. Ryan scanned a group chat where someone had asked if everyone wanted to hang out. Panda replied that it sounded like fun but they might be a while because of a new black hole, and said they would try for later that morning. Brother D responded that his schedule looked tight with a meeting involving the Big Three and Odin, and mentioned that Dream had returned from the DG. Panda said it was good news but a shame about the boring meeting, and added that little Levian was cool. Brother D agreed, said he had to go, and Panda told him to be safe and that they loved him. Ryan read the messages and found nothing to suggest anyone knew what today actually was. Besides Lime, nobody did. He felt an unfamiliar ache and wondered if it was sadness. He hesitated before sensing another presence behind him. A figure asked if the seat was taken, and Ryan chuckled as he greeted Blake. They exchanged a friendly fist bump. Blake wore his usual white t-shirt and black jeans, but his normally dull gray eyes seemed brighter. Blake commented that he had felt Ryan's aura from a distance and asked if something was bothering him. Ryan huffed that the Grim Reaper did not feel down and crossed his arms. Blake offered to take a piece of pie, which Ryan slid over. Blake thanked him and devoured the dessert, then chugged a milkshake Ryan pushed across the table, declaring it delicious. Ryan translated the French inadvertently. Blake had said thank you and Ryan had replied you're welcome. Ryan watched as Blake finished and then, with a little sigh, he vaporized the dishes and cast an invisibility bubble over their booth. Blake poked the bubble amused and wondered why Ryan had done it. Ryan pointed to the other patrons, many of whom were still recovering from seeing their worst nightmares briefly manifest, some shaken enough to be helped up off the floor. Blake laughed and then, when Ryan asked why he was here, Blake feigned theatrical offense at Ryan's suspicion and claimed to be in town to see Dream, saying he heard she had returned and wanted to say hello. Ryan told him he could go to the Hayudu household to see her and that he planned to stay in town for the day, maybe longer. Blake flicked the glass beside them and it vaporized. He invoked a power called absorption line, and before Ryan could react, something wound around his left leg and yanked him out of the diner, dragging him down the street. Ryan shouted that he did not understand as he slammed into cars and building sides. He caught a glimpse of a large dog-like creature and heard a familiar voice from atop it apologizing and telling him to hold on. Lu Fei Pendragon poked her head up and Ryan shouted in disbelief at seeing her. Arthur steered the dog, calling that they were almost there. Ryan tried to tear the magical cord from his ankle, but every effort to pour magic into it only drained his reserves. He focused until the line snapped. He found himself flying toward one of the windows of the Hyudu residence and realized he was heading straight for Fenrir. The dog suddenly stopped and Ryan sailed through a window. He executed a Reaper chop, slashing at the window to break through, and crashed into the house. Ryan slid along a long table, tumbled, and ended up in a chair at the far end. He made a small groan as he righted himself. Everyone cried surprise all at once. Ryan tumbled backward in shock. When he looked up, he found himself facing Dream, Orpheus, the remaining Endless, all 8 Reapers, the entire ORC, the Valley team, and 3 Devil Kings. Ryan asked if he had done something wrong. Life giggled and said that besides being born, not much. Valley explained that Lime had told them and they had decided to celebrate Ryan's birthday that year. Ryan moved toward Dream and gripped her shoulders, their faces nearly touching. Dream blushed at the contact. Ryan leaned in and gave her a brief, heartfelt kiss that was clearly meant as an earnest, affectionate gesture. For a few seconds they were locked in that quiet moment before Ryan pulled back and scanned the room. Something flickered at the corner of his vision. He reached out and brushed the air. A ripple suggested something unseen had been there. Ryan chuckled aloud and then laughed at himself for being so oblivious. Life put a hand on his shoulder and asked if he was all right, offering a gentle, concerned touch. Ryan grinned, then abruptly picked up a knife and, in a sudden flash of intense energy and motion, moved it into the table near Life. The impact sent a surge of supernatural force through the room, a blinding burst of light that silenced everyone and began to erase the edges of their surroundings. The area fell deathly still as the world started to fade into white. The only 2 left were Ryan and Dream, the latter looking extremely annoyed at the former. Ryan complimented Dream with a slow clap and noted that she had almost had him. Dream asked in a defeated tone what had given it away. Ryan checked items off an invisible list as he explained that the arrival of the 2 Pendragons, his magic failing against the absorption line, the moment she became Great Red and crushed the ORC building, and the fact Life had called him partner had all been clues. He added that he and Life hated each other's guts. Dream looked defeated and regretted 6 weeks of training that she felt had ended in failure. Ryan groaned loudly and declared that nonsense, causing Dream to jump in shock. Ryan reminded Dream that they had been training for weeks and that he had put her through many strange tasks. He told her that, from what he had seen, she would make a fine Reaper. When Dream asked if that was a compliment, Ryan said it was the highest honor he could bestow. He admitted he had no idea how to train her as an Endless. Those were either born or not, so he had trained her as he had trained his Reapers, nurturing the abilities she already showed. Dream, voice quivering, asked what he meant. Ryan replied softly that the living entity of death believed the living entity of dreams and happiness was ready to become an Endless, then gave Dream a small, reassuring kiss on the forehead. The world faded to white. Ryan opened his eyes and found himself standing in his bedroom. Dream stood in front of him, her eyes fluttering open and a wide smile on her face. Ryan scolded that it was his expertise as a teacher that had gotten her where she was. Dream smiled and touched her lips lightly, still feeling the comforting tingle from the forehead kiss. Ryan, exasperated, told her to wipe the grin off her face and to stop touching her lips. Dream protested and asked how he knew she was doing it. A week passed since Ryan had confirmed Dream was ready to be judged by the other Endless. It would be another month before they could all gather, but Dream was ready to wait. Over that week, Ryan and Lime, who had been on assignment in Canada during much of Dream's training, had become well known at Kuoh Academy. Ryan's brain functioned far faster than other living beings, and he aced every class, quickly becoming the top student. Lime kept up her perfect student reputation with harder work than her master. A few first-year boys tried to flirt with her, but they learned not to when faced with her older brother. During free time, Ryan trained various members from both Rias's and Sona's peerages when asked, usually with excellent results. Today was no exception. Ryan guided Momo Hanaki through another attempt to strengthen a magical barrier. The barrier shattered and the bishop was blasted back. Momo, frustrated, noted that every time she increased the barrier it was blown away. Ryan tapped his chin, snapped his fingers, and summoned Issei into the field beside him. Issei looked around in confusion. Ryan greeted him warmly and asked for his help, slapping him on the back. Issei asked hesitantly what Ryan needed. Ryan instructed Issei to activate his boosted gear and to boost as many times as possible without switching to balance breaker, then to wait when he could no longer handle it. He then ordered Momo to recreate the barrier with the same strength she had just used. Issei hesitated, then followed Ryan's orders. He boosted repeatedly until his sacred gear glowed and he reached his limit, sweat on his face. Ryan touched the sacred gear with one finger, its glow shifted and Issei confirmed mentally that a previously sealed part had been unlocked. He boosted several more times until his gear glowed emerald and the light faded. Ryan stepped back and told Issei to unleash everything at Momo Hanaki's shield. Both Issei and Momo reacted with surprise, but Ryan was firm. He instructed Issei to fire his dragon shot at Momo's shield and told Momo to trust in her ability to stop it. Momo steeled herself and poured everything into the barrier. Issei fired a dragon shot of unprecedented power. The blast propelled him backward and the attack collided with Momo's shield, producing an immense flash of light and a blast of energy that tore the ground beneath them. Ryan remained standing on a single column of earth, protected by magic, and when the dust settled Momo stood unharmed behind a shield with a large crack across it. Issei looked at the crater in awe. Ryan praised Momo's effort, and Sona echoed that proud sentiment while floating nearby. Rias suggested repairing the damage around the area, and Ryan yawned as he called on Paradox for assistance. Time seemed to slow for those present. The world around them shifted for a moment before rapidly rewinding, and the damage was undone. The explosion folded in on itself, and when the light faded the land lay untouched and renewed. Issei stared in bewilderment as time resumed its ordinary pace. A bolt of neon blue lightning streaked past him and halted before the figure of the Grim Reaper. Ryan smiled and welcomed the boy, and the boy leapt into his arms with joyful recognition. Paradox called Ryan Big Brother and beamed with happiness. Ryan glanced around and asked where his sister was, only to be struck from behind and tackled to the ground. Pandora announced her presence and wrapped her arms around him. Ryan picked himself up, smiled, and embraced them both. Paradox and Pandora explained at once that they were fine and apologized for being late because they had had to handle a black hole. Issei remarked that the situation was unsettling as he approached. Ryan introduced the pair to Rias, Sona, Tsubaki, Akino, Issei, and Momo as the living embodiments of time and space, his younger brother and sister. Rias noted that they looked like children, and the siblings immediately revealed that they were over 55 billion years old, still smiling at the observation. Sona asked why they had come. Pandora explained that they were visiting because Ryan was proposing a candidate to become another Endless. Rias pointed out that the decision was not due for another month, and Paradox said they simply wanted to catch up with their brother after such a long time. Paradox hugged Ryan again. Sona then asked Ryan if he could train Ruruko next, mentioning that Ruruko could use help in combat. Ryan agreed and asked Ruruko to text him when she was ready. After exchanging farewells, the group prepared to leave. Issei asked what would happen next, and Ryan proposed a race back to the house. Paradox swept Pandora up in a bridal carry and dashed away in a streak of neon lightning. Ryan's expression hardened, his body briefly shadowing black, and he surged after them. Issei and Rias exchanged a look and vanished through a magic circle. Ryan trailed Paradox along the side of a building and laughed that he had taught him everything he knew. Paradox, confident and playful, called himself the master and tossed Pandora into the air before grabbing a nearby table and hurling it like a projectile, then caught his sister. Ryan used the wall to spring himself upward and vaulted over the attack, scolding Paradox for the low blow. The ground ahead rose into a barrier through Pandora's power. She apologized in a sing-song voice and said they liked to win. Ryan demolished the wall with a powerful Reaper strike and continued to close the distance. Pandora kept summoning obstacles to slow him down. Paradox admitted that if he were alone he could have beaten Ryan easily, but the added weight of his partner slowed him. Ryan laughed as he pulled alongside them and surged ahead, while Paradox fell behind. Unsure of the exact route, Paradox and Pandora briefly detoured to check a phone for the address. That pause allowed Ryan to spot the Hyudu residence directly ahead. Before anyone could react, a bright purple portal opened and the two siblings shot through at incredible speed, and the three figures raced toward the wide-open door where Rias and Issei stood in the threshold. In a sudden, chaotic collision at extreme velocity, the three entities slammed into the side of the house, broke through, and tumbled across the yard for a long distance. When the dust settled, Ryan groaned and wiped dirt from his clothes. Pandora checked Paradox and found him unconscious, a dark bruise visible on his forehead. Ryan suggested bringing him inside so Asia's twilight healing could help. Pandora agreed, and the two formed a portal that deposited them in the living room. Issei expressed shock at their abrupt arrival. Ryan called for Asia Argento and asked for her aid. Asia arrived quickly, and Ryan introduced Paradox as the entity of time and Pandora as the entity of space, explaining that Asia wielded twilight healing. Pandora and Asia exchanged polite greetings. Ryan told Asia that he intended to release a restriction placed on her sacred gear when it was created. He explained that he could not unlock its full power because its creation involved divine intervention, but he could increase its effectiveness. He took her hands, and they pulsed briefly with dark energy. Asia shivered and said she felt odd. Ryan described twilight healing as an extraordinarily unique relic with unparalleled restorative power and explained that, lacking direct access to its creator, he could grant Asia the capacity to heal an entity. Previously, she could only heal up to a certain level. Asia agreed to try and placed her hands gently on Paradox's head to begin the healing. Her hands glowed a dull green before increasing into a radiant emerald. Ryan suggested that everyone step back a few meters, and they promptly obeyed. Asia's power began to spread through Paradox's form, and the area around them started to flare with green flames. Ryan asked Lime if she could stop the house from burning down. Lime held out her open parasol and invoked Infinite Shield in triangle form. A large lime-shaped triangle appeared over Asia and Paradox, containing the flames. Ryan dryly noted that the shield was as effective as ever. Issei reacted with surprise at the revelation that Lime had a sacred gear. Ryan turned and flicked Issei lightly on the forehead, then sighed as he explained that God and he had created them, and that all his reapers had sacred gears, though some chose not to use them. The light within the triangle faded and Lime released the shield. Pandora immediately rushed to Paradox's side, fretting over him and asking if he was all right. Paradox groaned and asked her to be quiet for a moment before answering. Tears filled Pandora's eyes and she hugged him tightly. Issei watched, taken aback. From the windowsill, Love commented that it was about time. Ryan asked why Love was there. Love explained that she was in town for the meeting and had been lingering around. She observed that Paradox and Pandora had been very close for a long time and that it was about time they showed it. Rias questioned whether the two were siblings. Ryan explained that, like with Orpheus, they all considered one another siblings, but that Paradox and Pandora had always been closer to each other than to any other entity, more like partners. He admitted with a chuckle that he was surprised they had not acted on those feelings sooner. Paradox and Pandora broke their embrace and looked at each other, faces flushed. Both apologized at once, then quickly forgave one another and exchanged an awkward hug before finding their feet. Ryan sarcastically suggested leaving them alone to catch up, drawing a blush from both of them. Paradox thanked Miss Argento for saving him, saying the crash should have killed him but that his natural healing and her sacred gear had kept him safe, and joked about dodging Ryan once more. Ryan suggested, with a wink, that he could have made Paradox a reaper, only for Paradox to yawn and point out that endless beings could not be turned into reapers. Dream entered the lounge and said she had thought she heard two endless. Paradox and Pandora cheered and tackled her in a joyful greeting. Dream said she had missed them both. Love asked if she had been missed, too, and Dream replied that she had, returning Love's hug with an amused eye roll. Love teased Dream playfully, reaching out and prompting Dream to leap back in embarrassment. The exchange turned into a light, teasing chase as Love ran after Dream and Dream laughed while backing away, until both were chased out of the room. Ryan clapped his hands and suggested it was time for bed. Paradox and Pandora immediately agreed. Pandora then climbed up into Ryan's arms bridal style while Paradox hopped onto his back. The others regarded him curiously. Ryan explained that he always carried them like that when they were tired. Despite their feelings for each other, they still relied on him as a brother figure. With that, he gently walked out of the room with Paradox and Pandora in tow. Asia wished them a good sleep as they left. Kiba observed that entities were certainly a strange bunch, and Rias agreed before ordering everyone to bed. That night, the entire house slept well. The day had left them all exhausted. The next morning, silence filled the Hyudu residence. 3 figures lay in a large bed, 2 wrapped around the arms of the third, who was the living embodiment of death. It was easy to tell who the other 2 were. Ryan's eyes flicked open. It was not unusual for him to wake with another being wrapped around him. He had grown used to it with Lime and during training with Mary. Seeing Paradox and Pandora together brought a small, rare smile to his face. He cherished the infrequent moments he could spend with them. A brief, distant question, "Do you promise?" flashed through Ryan's mind like lightning. He winced as the voice faded. It had happened before, but he could never remember who the voice belonged to. He usually ignored it, but on this quiet morning he let himself think about it. He ruled out Ariana because her voice sounded different. It could be another entity or perhaps a former version of death. Both options seemed plausible, but nothing sat right with him. Ever since becoming the Grim Reaper, by the laws of death he had forfeited most of his human memories, retaining only his name, his Reaper weapons, and his master's name. Anything he had experienced as a human or as a Reaper had been lost to him. That loss was a safety mechanism established by the first death to prevent the bearer from being overwhelmed by emotion. Over billions of years, the bindings that once kept Grim Reapers emotionless had worn down, and they could now feel to a certain degree. They did not become excitable or easily angered, but it was better than nothing. Ryan recognized the voice and inhaled deeply, trying to clear his mind. He told himself that he had heard that voice before and that it had been important. A very familiar voice to his right asked if he was all right. He opened his eyes and saw his right-hand Reaper sitting on the edge of the bed. He faded into the shadows of the bed and reappeared on the floor in front of her. Paradox and Pandora wrapped there, arms around each other, and smiled contentedly. Lime asked timidly if they could walk. Ryan smiled and offered his arm, saying that they did not need to ask. Lime took his arm with both hands and asked him to lead the way happily. On the rooftop, Ryan praised Lime for her work in Canada, noting that a level 5 is not easy to handle alone. Lime responded humbly that it had been nothing, only a few strays that had gotten close to a village. Ryan asked why she always downplayed her achievements. Lime looked confused and asked what he meant. Ryan pressed, observing that she had insisted on going without backup, had defeated all the hostiles, and had come back without injury. He sighed and said he did not understand why she could not accept that she had done good work. Lime paused before saying that it had not been good work, only what she was supposed to do. When Ryan asked what she meant, she replied that she performed her duties as a Reaper as a form of thanks to him. Ryan asked why she would need to thank him. Lime asked if he remembered the day he had found her. Ryan said he remembered everything he had done as Death. Lime explained that she had been 9 years old when her parents abandoned her. It had been so cold that day she could barely see. She had collapsed on the ground, and as darkness began to close in, she realized she was dying. She told him that she had not been afraid and that if that was where she died, she would accept it. Ryan told her she had always been the brave one among them and smiled. Lime described how time had seemed to stop. She could not feel pain or cold, and then Ryan had appeared. She remembered him approaching as if returning from a day in town, picking her up, brushing her off, offering her a chair, and giving her a bowl of her favorite soup and a piece of key lime pie. Tears formed as she recalled that she had not said a word throughout. Ryan noted that she had liked the chair, and Lime asked if he remembered what he had said afterward. Ryan answered that he did, as if it were yesterday. In the memory, Ryan had introduced himself and asked the young girl her name. She had shaken her head and shrugged. He had tried a simple question to determine whether she knew her name or could not speak. She had indicated that she did not know her name. When she then revealed quietly that she could speak, Ryan had asked about the absence of a name. The girl had said that her parents had never given her one and that they had hated her. Ryan had offered comfort, saying that no one should leave the world with pain or regrets. When the girl bluntly asked who he was, Ryan had told her that he was the living personification of the force known as death. The girl had commented that she had expected him to be taller, which had made Ryan laugh. He observed that most people were afraid or pleaded for their lives, but the girl had simply spoken her mind, and he had respected her for it. She had said she had tried to be brave all her life. Ryan had admired her eyes, calling them beautiful and unique, and the girl had been surprised and moved by the compliment. He had given her a handkerchief, insisting she keep it. When she asked whether she was going to die, he had said it depended on whether she wanted to accept it. She had said she did not want to die yet and that there was much she still wanted to see. Ryan then suggested, casually, that she could work for him, be reborn as a reaper and help him fight evil across the world. The girl had hesitated because she did not know how to fight, and Ryan had reassured her that he would protect and train her and that nothing would hurt her until she could defend herself. Back on the rooftop, Lime finished her recollection with a soft, grateful expression. Ryan listened, acknowledging the memory and the bond that had formed then. The moment remained quiet and warm, a shared understanding of how the past had shaped them and of the promises that had set Lime on her path as a reaper. Ryan explained that she would never be alone again unless she chose otherwise, and that he would guide her until he died and remain her master as he stood up. The girl accepted eagerly, and Ryan closed the gap and instructed her to place her left hand out. She did so nervously. A small ball of shadow appeared in Ryan's hand and took the shape of a slender blade. He made a tiny cut on the tip of his index finger and a matching one in the center of the girl's palm. Because of the barrier he had set, she felt nothing. Ryan then recited an oath binding her to serve the living embodiment of death. The girl repeated the words clearly. Ryan let a drop of his blood fall onto the cut on the girl's hand. Before she could comment, her body glowed with a dark light. Her hair seemed to come back to life, and the lime green streaks bleached out earlier by her parents returned. A black and green corset and black stockings appeared, and a silver necklace with a small cartoon skull settled at her throat. A lime green parasol materialized in front of her. When she hesitantly took it, power filled her. The parasol concealed a hidden sword, and she tested the blade before folding it away. Ryan offered his hand and told her to trust him. She took it without hesitation and whispered a quiet thanks. Ryan noted she would need a name and suggested they discuss it over more pie. When she asked hopefully if that could wait for pie, he proposed the name Lime, and she agreed. The memory faded back to the present. Lime produced a handkerchief and dabbed at her eyes. Ryan smiled, his own eyes glimmering, and observed that she had still kept it. Lime explained honestly that it had been the first thing he ever gave her and that she felt the right way to repay his kindness was to do her job without seeking praise. Ryan admitted he had noticed her withdrawing and thought it had begun after Valentine's Day. Lime said she had been giving him space after being at his side so long, but in truth, she avoided him because being near him made her heart ache. Ryan asked her not to lie, and when she faltered he pleaded to know if he had done something wrong and promised he could change. Lime's breathing quickened and, unable to hold it back, she admitted that she had developed strong feelings for him. Sir Zex announced agreement on preparations for the next gathering of the Endless with a composed smile. 3 Devil Kings, 2 Seraphs, Azazel, Barakiel, Odin, the entire ORC, Dream, Time, Space, Love, and Death were gathered to plan the next meeting. For the first time, the 4 present Endless had granted the 3 great powers and the Asgardians permission to attend. Michael asked if any present entities had anything further to add. The twins reported nothing at the same time, and Love said she had nothing more. Dream, smiling, said she could not think of anything even if she tried. All attention then shifted to the last entity. Ryan had been carving the shape of a skull into the wooden table with his fingernail and had not been paying attention during most of the meeting. Love called his name, and he snapped back, asking what was wrong. Love's voice was filled with genuine concern as she noted he had seemed out of sorts. Ryan replied that he was fine, but warned that holy, demonic, fallen, and Norse magics would not function in the dimension where the meeting was being held. With that, he stood and walked out. Others exchanged puzzled looks. Paradox frowned at Ryan's unusual behavior, and Pandora simply nodded before they also left. Later, Ryan wandered a corridor, turning the admission he had just heard over in his mind and feeling a flicker of anger at himself for not recognizing it sooner. A sarcastic voice from above teased him about the Grim Reaper showing anger. Max, the embodiment of rage, dropped down in front of him. Ryan responded stiffly that he had no idea what Max was referring to. Max wore his usual gray cassock open at the chest and black jeans, and he ran a hand through his gray, spiked hair as he addressed Ryan. Max's red eyes seemed to gleam with a hidden knowledge as he observed the entity before him. Max traced the scar running across his left eye and, claiming to be the world's leading expert on anger in all its forms, told Ryan that he could tell Ryan was feeling it even if he did not want to admit it. Ryan raised an eyebrow and asked why Max cared. Max explained that having Love as a partner had influenced him, that Love's kindness had rubbed off, and that he thought of Ryan like the brother he had never had, so he wanted to help him feel better. Ryan admitted he felt like an a-hole and said he was not up to talking. He would see Max later and mentioned that everyone was on the 10th floor and that Dream was back. Max called after Ryan and added that Lime was in Vancouver, and Rage confirmed the same with a casual wave. Ryan's eyes widened and he dashed off in a burst of shadows. Vancouver. One advantage of being an agent of death was the unlimited funds that came with it. Lime did not usually indulge, but on this cold night she had decided to buy out the entire penthouse of a famous hotel in Vancouver. The hotel held a special place in her heart because it had been the first place Ryan had taken her after she had become a Reaper. They had once spent the night together in the very same bed she was currently tucked into. She knew it was foolish to return, especially since she was trying to avoid the person who had made the place special, but she had hoped he might look past the obvious. Flashback. Lime had shouted that she loved him from the rooftop, the words ringing out with pure sincerity. Ryan had been taken aback, then raised his defenses, saying simply and without evident emotion that it was forbidden. Lime burst into tears and insisted that rules did not matter to her if her heart had already fallen for him. Ryan reminded her that Law 4 forbade relationships between a Reaper and their master. She replied that she did not care about the law. If she had known she could not fall for the one person who had treated her with kindness, she would have never agreed to become his Reaper. Ryan held back a response and told her that the laws existed for a reason. She was still mortal and his existence spanned far longer than hers. He explained that while he could not stop her from loving, it could not be him she loved. Lime confessed that she had believed no one loved her all her life until she had died and met him. He had shown her what love felt like. She said that when he had returned from a date with Love she had felt jealous and thought she had missed her chance, but then realized she still had a chance and finally took it. Ryan began to speak, but then told her he did not and would not love her in that way. Lime's heart broke. In a surge of emotion she struck him and then fled. Ryan fell to his knees, realizing he had made a terrible mistake. And a flashback. Ryan replayed that moment as he observed the hotel from the rooftop across the street. He paced and asked himself whether he deserved to try to win her back after how poorly he had treated her, and whether she would ever forgive him. Then he got an idea. Lime sat with tears on her face, thinking she did not deserve someone like Ryan and that his earlier rejection still hurt, even if he had only been thinking of her well-being. A knock at the door startled her. She relaxed when she realized it must be hotel staff. A voice announced room service. Lime opened the door with the chain still on, and a young staff member explained that the young man from room 1018 had sent something for her because he thought she might be feeling down. The staffer had already paid and smiled politely. Lime accepted the silver tray and a tip, then closed the door and hurried back to the table to lift the lid. A key lime pie sat inside, and a neatly folded note was tucked under the lid. The note was addressed to Lime. Said that if she had not figured out who had sent it, he had done poorly as a teacher. He clarified that he was not asking for forgiveness, acknowledging he deserved none from someone who had given their life for him. All he asked was to meet and talk things through in person, with no anger or love involved. It was simply two people meeting to discuss a personal issue. Lime found a note from her mentor, Death, asking her to meet in 1 hour in the grass field where she had put down her first stray. The note warned her not to eat the pie too quickly and added that antacids were in the top drawer of the bathroom. Lime hurried to the bathroom, swallowed one of the pills, felt her stomach settle, and smiled at the small kindness in the message. She wondered briefly about the timing and set off. An hour later, Ryan was upside down on his hands, convinced that letting the blood rush to his head helped him think faster. He knew it was nonsense, but he indulged the habit anyway. Lime emerged from the tree line with a teasing smirk and remarked that his odd quirks were likely part of what had drawn her to him. Ryan flipped to his feet and struck a confident pose, claiming he was irresistible. Lime rolled her eyes but kept smiling. Ryan grew serious and admitted that he had treated her poorly and was truly sorry. Lime softened and said she felt the same. Ryan waved her off, insisting she had nothing to apologize for and that she had only been honest about her feelings. Lime confessed that she had sprung her feelings on him without warning because she wanted something more than what they currently had. Ryan fell silent and weighed the possibilities. He explained that he could not return those feelings fully. He feared a relationship would be one-sided, with him pretending more often than not. Lime listened and then, from above, the entity known as love floated between them and offered a solution. Ryan reacted with exasperation, and Love explained that her idea was drastic but carefully prepared. Love produced a small heart-shaped vial filled with a softly glowing red liquid and described it as a specialized tonic designed to ease the emotional inhibitors placed on someone by their first death. She said she had worked on it for some time and that it would take effect slowly so as not to overwhelm the mind. Ryan examined the vial and noted that it was clearly not something made at the last minute. Love admitted she had been preparing it with intent. Lime grew suspicious when Love suggested that promises had been made in the past about being someone's first in a way that implied a special bond. Ryan hastened to clarify that whatever had been said before did not reflect his current understanding of things. Lime let go of Ryan's ear, which had been squeezed in a moment of high emotion, and cautioned that if he took the tonic and did not come to her first, she wanted assurance that she could still remain close to him later. Ryan protested at the idea of being arranged into a lineup, mocking the notion of chains of partners as the sort of thing other people did. Love chuckled at the reference. After a moment's hesitation, Ryan decided to take the tonic. He uncorked the vial and swallowed the liquid in one gulp. Lime asked if he felt anything, and he joked that the flavor could use some work before noting that he felt no immediate change and that the tonic would take time. Love tucked the vial away and reminded them to carry on with their usual routines and that the effects would come gradually. As they walked back toward the hotel, Ryan asked how Lime had liked the pie, having made it himself. Lime smiled and said it had been delicious and reached for his hand. Ryan began to explain how difficult it had been to prepare a whole pie in under 10 minutes, but Lime cut him off with a bewildered question about what he meant by making an entire pie so quickly. A short pause bridged the moment as they continued toward the hotel, each of them thinking about the possibilities the tonic might bring and the promises they had tried to navigate. Lime shouted that there had only been one piece when she got it. Ryan explained that he had planned to have the staff deliver the pie in pieces until she met him and that he was surprised she came after the first piece, but Lime was already gone, racing toward the hotel to get the rest of her pie. Love turned to Ryan. He suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching himself in visible pain and crying out that it hurt. Love snickered and remarked that, for someone who had never felt actual love before, she was surprised he was handling it as well as he was. Ryan, his strength ebbing, said that Love had known this would happen. Love knelt beside him and asked if he had never felt actual emotion. Ryan admitted that billions of years of nothingness followed by this feeling was a massive shock to his system and that it would take at least an hour to adjust. Love frowned at how long that would take. Ryan asked to be taken home because he did not feel like doing anything else that night. Love nodded, took his hand, and the two vanished in a flash of violet light. 3 days later, Ryan commented that he did love pizza as he cut another piece and ate. The Hyadu residents watched the entity eat through 3 pizzas. Issei admitted that he was the only one who felt uneasy about the Lord of Death becoming unusually friendly. Love and Lime exchanged a look and giggled. The potion had clearly worked on Ryan. He felt much better. He was not overly affectionate, but the rigid reserve he had carried for eons was gone, although a few small remnants remained. Without looking up, Ryan told them that in his world it was rude to stare. The orc suddenly decided to eat something. Dream politely asked if there was anything else she should know about the endless meeting. Ryan reassured her that most of the things they would be asked to do were pretty basic and that he would be there to back her. Rias asked about the rest of the group. Ryan explained that since this was the first time they had allowed devils, angels, fallen, and Norse among the endless, they were relying on the present group for security along with a few of the other less powerful entities. Kiba asked how many other entities would be present. Ryan replied that it depended. It was rare for the endless to come together. Orphis would be there since she was Dream's partner, randomness might attend, and even Santa might make an appearance, depending on what everyone was doing at the time. Irina's eyes widened at the mention of Santa, and Ryan smiled and confirmed that Santa represented the spirit of well-being and harmony among beings. Issei reacted with surprise that Santa was being referred to as female. He received a sharp flick to the forehead in response. Ryan explained that the entity system tended to favor male endless, while many of the other entities were predominantly female, which made large gatherings awkward, especially when among them were a very young entity of time, the world's biggest introvert, and one notorious flirt. Love mused that rage was not so bad. Ryan raised an eyebrow and said that rage had once been overly forward toward love. Love defended him weakly, but Ryan pointed out that Rage owned many entertainment venues and that his biggest competitor was the entity of chance and fate. Love conceded that Ryan was right. Max announced that he was right there on the couch next to Paradox. Death and Love acknowledged him together. Issei admitted he found it strange that the house was filled with beings more powerful than gods. Pandora, overhearing him, reminded him that they still had knowledge, fear, and life to consider. Issei asked if anyone ever got used to it. Pandora smiled and said one never fully got used to it but learned to live with it, as she watched Paradox, Love, and Dream get drawn into a playful scuffle. Issei complimented Pandora's wisdom despite her youthful appearance. Pandora reminded him that she had lived for billions of years but still had the heart of a child, then leaped into the mini-battle with a joyful shout. On the rooftop of Kuoh Academy the next day, Ryan addressed Death and mentioned that knowledge had also felt it. The entity of knowledge confirmed that it had been faint at first but undeniable. Ryan noted that this was precisely why they needed another endless, since they had barely managed to defeat them the last time. Ryan said that if their opponents gained strength, they must as well, and he looked out over the horizon. Knowledge, his features masked by an Aztec-styled mask, said that Dream always had his vote to be an endless, because from her happiness and dreams came the most amazing forms of knowledge. Ryan asked if Knowledge would be staying with them. Knowledge declined, aware that most of the current endless were already present and believing that Blake would stay with them as well. He said there was no need to overcrowd things and that he would see them at the meeting, offering his hand. Ryan accepted the handshake. Knowledge stepped back and dissolved into a pile of sand that the wind quickly scattered. Ryan looked toward the stars and wondered whether Dream would remain an endless long enough to see through the year somewhere beyond the reach of life and death. Among the gathered sins, various voices traded observations. One suggested that the others probably already knew. Another agreed. A third asked why they would not know. Someone proposed stopping them from knowing, and another argued that while that would not help them learn, it would help them grow. Pride admired the look of an approaching angel and was cautioned not to be too eager. He agreed to bide his time. The group reassured one another that they were 7 united and that sin would consume all. Dream shouted with excitement that there was only 1 week to go and jumped around the living room. She heard the cacophony of friends banging their heads in frustration, painful for everyone involved, but oddly wondrous. Orphis sighed that this was why she had wanted Dream to leave the dimensional gap. She could have stayed there with her, but she would have gone mad. Orphis had arrived the day before, thinking she was just early enough, but Dream had accompanied her partner wherever she went and had been counting down the days to the endless meeting. Ryan thought that at least Orphis had a nice partner as he flipped another pancake onto Pandora's plate. Dream approached the cooking entity and asked if he was all right, continuing to call him Master. Ryan said he was fine and, with an eye roll, told her to stop calling him Master. Dream said she would not stop until she passed the test and winked. Ryan rolled his eyes again, and everyone returned to their breakfast. After a few minutes, Max asked when Blake and Life were expected to arrive. Asia asked who Blake was. Ryan explained that Blake was the entity of fear, a pleasant enough presence except that anyone who looked at him would see their greatest fear, as he washed the pan. Rias muttered sarcastically that Blake sounded like a real people person. Ryan said he did not know when Life would arrive, but if she came before the actual meeting day it would be far too soon, and he crushed the tungsten pan between his hands. Love, sipping her tea, said that Life was not that bad. Ryan replied that Life was polite because she had to be and that she outshone the sins when she was alone with them. His eyes flashed black as he looked out the window and muttered Dimon under his breath. Love glanced around and asked what was wrong. Ryan face-bombed and walked to the window. His outfit shifted into his standard Reaper clothes. He referred to the strange devices near his calves as his death jets and stepped out the window. 4 miniature cartoon skulls hovered around his legs, 2 by his ankles and 2 along the backs of his calves, each emitting bright blue flames that helped him defy gravity. Issei asked what they were as everyone ran to the rooftop. Lime explained that the death jets allowed Ryan to fly, Love had cherub wings, Paradox and Pandora relied on magic, Rage used fire, Dream and Orphis had dragon wings, and so on. 2 figures floated opposite each other, Ryan, held aloft by 4 blue jets, and the other by a small tornado of leaves. The other figure remarked that it had been a while. Ryan said he would not have minded a little longer. Lime, reacting quickly, sighed and opened her phone to press a single button. The other figure Life described Ryan's world as darkness and shadows, which Ryan preferred to her version of order. He accused her of a twisted version of order. Life returned that she preferred her method to his madness. Ryan joked that the entity of Life loved to exterminate life on a planet every 1,000 years. Life bristled at the comparison. Ryan argued that his Reapers had come with him of their own free will and that at least he had humans who cared about him, which was better than being a loner in the jungle. Black sparks flashed from the shadows around him as he spoke. The wind picked up and clouds covered the sun. The other assembled entities rolled their eyes, raised their hands, and formed a collective protection field. Life leveled her closed fist with Ryan and told him to take his words back. Ryan replied that taking them back would imply he had lied, and he tended not to lie. Life opened her hand and 4 massive vines burst from the ground behind her, lashing toward Ryan. He smirked, ignited a calf jet, and executed a spinning kick that struck the first vine. The heat from his jet ignited the second. As his head dipped toward the roof, the remaining jets flared and he narrowly avoided the other 2 vines, landing lightly. He observed that she had missed as the blue flames consumed the vines. Life landed and raised her hand again while Ryan mirrored the gesture. Life summoned wisdom chains while Ryan invoked a darkness dimension. Golden chains erupted and ensnared Ryan, while in turn Life found herself enveloped by a shifting, inky blackness. A tense pause followed as everyone watched the exchange. Ryan shouted that they had called them as he relaxed. There was no use fighting the chains. He could break them, but it would be pointless. Blake reminded him of the last time the 2 of them had fought for real, and noted that he had almost lost an arm as he snapped his fingers and released Life from the orb of black. Ryan pointed out that none of them truly had bodies, so losing an arm meant nothing to their existence as he rubbed his wrists after being set free. Blake shrugged and agreed that Ryan got the idea. Blake then slapped Ryan lightly across the cheek, and Ryan admitted that he deserved it as he rubbed the side of his face. Life responded angrily, asserting that she was not a loner, and raised her hand again in a challenge. Ryan quickly took her hand and drew her close in a brief, teasing gesture, wrapping an arm around her waist in a way that left their faces near each other. He reminded her that she liked him because he was the one person she could not completely crush, booped her on the nose playfully, and then stepped back, telling Dream that everyone had been accounted for and it was only a matter of time now. Lime appeared beside Life, who was still blushing. Lime warned Life that Ryan could act exactly as she wanted but cautioned her to keep her hands off him. Life scoffed that she would never go for someone like him, straightened the laurel around her head, tightened her toga, and walked into the house. Zenobia remarked to Issei that they now had 8 of the most powerful beings in the universe staying with them, and Issei muttered that he had thought Ryan and Lime had been a handful. Rias gave Issei a light peck on the cheek and comforted him that it would be fine. Just a few more days and they would be gone. Issei echoed that it would only be a few more days. 2 days later, Love yelled in frustration that someone had used all the hot water, firing a flurry of arrows toward the entities gathered in the house. Rage laughed and explained that the entity of Jokes was in Europe and that he was the entity of Rage, known for his ability to annoy people, using his flaming sword to deflect the arrows. Pandora begged Paradox to come snuggle, blinking around the house in pursuit of the ever-elusive blue bolt of lightning. Paradox called back that he loved Pandora but needed space as he narrowly avoided her iron grip. Knowledge told Blake that fear was not a real emotion while his mask sat nearby and his long black hair rested down. Blake argued vehemently that fear had to exist for him to be. Life lifted a cup of green herbal tea and reminded Ryan that the bacon better be humane and organic. Ryan replied that he had prepared the bacon himself that morning. Issei and Rias exchanged glances, drew a deep breath, and tried to tune out the partners and their antics. Without their planet-shattering abilities, the Endless were essentially a group of unusual but fundamentally ordinary people. Each had quirks. Ryan loved late nights reading with Lime. Life rose early to tend the Hyudu garden on the roof. Knowledge would occasionally rattle off random facts. Fear played elaborate pranks that left residents startled. Love orchestrated an intense version of Truth or Dare. Rage annoyed everyone except Ryan, who seemed to have an automatic bullshit filter. Paradox aged or rejuvenated residents at will. And Pandora randomly summoned things she saw on television or in books. It was a chaotic but lively time for the ORC members, and Issei's parents never suspected a thing. Life and Ryan caught up, and Ryan admitted he did not fully believe one of her claims. Life prayed quietly for patience and Ryan raised an eyebrow at the new behavior. She teased that it was unusual for her to pray. Ryan pointed out that he had once drunk a potion that restored emotions, and Life countered that it made him different. Ryan acknowledged that feeling again had felt right. Not being able to feel happiness or sadness had made his duties difficult, but now it felt easier to comfort people when they died. He smiled softly, and Life returned a small smile. She mused that maybe he was not as bad as she had thought, and Ryan noted that it was the first time he had heard her laugh. Life allowed him to call her Eva going forward, and Ryan agreed that he could be called Ryan. Ryan snapped his fingers and the dishes washed and put themselves away. A blinding light filled the room as Valley appeared through a magic circle, accompanied by Baiko and Kuroka. The ORC sprang into action, but Ryan raised a hand to halt them and reminded Valley that, despite their friendship, he was still considered a terrorist by the ORC and should call ahead before barging in. Kuroka strode up and slapped Ryan across the face, demanding to know how he could behave that way. Lime shouted that going after someone so young was wrong before turning away. Ryan rubbed his face and asked what was happening. Valley sighed, rubbed his temples, and told Ryan the matter was important and asked him to come to the roof. Lime asked if she and Ryan could come, and Ryan shrugged before agreeing. On the roof, they were met by the Pendragon twins. When Arthur saw Ryan, he drew his sword and moved to strike, but Lu Fei stepped between them. Lu Fei called for him to stop, and Arthur insisted he would cut Ryan down until Kuroka and Baiko restrained him. Ryan demanded to know what was going on as he watched the two Yukai hold the royal descendant. Lu Fei turned, embraced Ryan, and said how much she had missed him. Lime reacted with a sudden burst of aura. Ryan admitted he did not remember her. Lu Fei introduced herself as a descendant of King Arthur and Morgan Le Fay. Ryan asked why she was there, and Lu Fei said she had come to marry him. A tense silence followed. Then Max broke it with loud, incredulous laughter at the absurdity of the situation. Ryan politely told Lu Fei he had never met her and slipped out of her arms. Lu Fei insisted he had saved her from a monster and that he had been injured and she had healed him. Ryan continued to insist nothing like that had happened until he felt a light hand on his shoulder. He turned to see his master. He bowed and Lime followed his example. Ariana said she had feared this would happen and explained that when a Reaper becomes a Grim Reaper, all memory of their previous human life is taken away except for their name, master, and weapons. Ryan acknowledged this as basic knowledge. Ariana produced a large orb and told him to touch it. When he tapped it, a memory began to play. Flashback. A monster raised a claw to finish the attack. The young girl could not move, her arm badly hurt and her magic drained. She could only watch as the creature prepared to strike. The vision shifted to a young boy in a dark robe taking the creature's attack while protecting her. He managed to break the creature's hold and forced it off balance, suffering serious injury in the process but creating an opening. The girl reacted in panic and unleashed flames that destroyed the creature. The boy looked surprised before collapsing to the ground, exhausted and wounded. 1 hour later, the boy opened his eyes to a small fire and found himself bandaged and in pain. A woman spoke gently from behind him, and the young girl brought a bowl of soup. The boy smiled weakly and accepted a spoonful. The girl asked why he had saved her. He said he could not let her die and mentioned, in passing, that he had already died once and did not plan to again. He introduced himself as Ryan Blackworth, a Reaper serving his Grim Reaper master, Ariana, and attempted a small bow before pain made him wince. The girl pressed a cool cloth to his forehead and introduced herself as Lu Fei Pendragon, explaining that she had been trying to protect the local village from a monster but had been overwhelmed. Ryan was surprised by her age. She said she was 9. She then asked a favor and, after a pause, nervously made a promise about proving herself in the future. Ryan set clear terms. She must be at least 16 and proficient in magical combat, able to face a Wendigo and prevail. If she met those conditions, he would honor her request. She asked whether he promised, and he confirmed that he did. They shared a quiet, innocent moment together. Footsteps approached, and a hooded woman and a younger blonde man entered. Both breathed sighs of relief when they saw Ryan bandaged and Lu Fei safe. Ryan apologized for worrying them and tried to stand but collapsed again in pain. Ariana expressed relief that he was all right, asked whether the Wendigo had been defeated, and immediately began to tend his wounds. In flashback, Ariana continued to attend to Ryan, confirming the threat had been neutralized and beginning the necessary healing. Ryan smiled and noted that Pendragon had killed it herself, and both newcomers turned to face her. He gave her a small wink and she blushed deeply. When the flashback ended, everything hit Ryan like a ton of bricks. Memories and emotion overwhelmed him and he collapsed to the floor. Lime called his name, but Ariana intervened, insisting he had to face it alone. Everyone watched as Ryan writhed while his senses were overloaded. Eventually he calmed, found his feet, and gave Rage a very weak smile. He told Rage that this would be a very different kind of hangover before passing out. Lu Fei caught him and held him, murmuring comfort as she stroked his hair. A few minutes later, everyone except the resting Ryan gathered around the large dining table. Issei demanded an explanation, and Rage laughed while explaining the situation. Rage said that Ryan and Lu Fei had met when Ryan had still been a Reaper. Ryan had saved Lu Fei and she had fallen in love with him. Rage explained that Ryan had become the Grim Reaper before Lu Fei had been ready to be with him, and Ryan had not remembered her. Max remarked that he could tell how Lu Fei felt, observing that her love had been obvious to anyone who knew her. Lu Fei agreed and admitted that it had been almost impossible not to try to find Ryan before she turned 16. She recounted defeating her first Wendigo the month after Ryan left and becoming the most powerful magic user her family had seen since Morgan herself, but she had to wait until 16. She revealed that it was her birthday today and that her wish had been to be with him. She acknowledged that it was jarring that he did not remember her, but she could live with that if they could be together. Kuoh laughed about Arthur nearly destroying their lodging when Lu Fei announced she was getting married, and Arthur said that if his sister truly loved Ryan, he saw no reason she could not marry him. Ryan then appeared in the doorway, leaning on the frame. He looked pale and wore only a pair of black track pants. His tan chest was visible and 3 distinct scars ran across his stomach. Blake recognized the scars with dawning realization. Lu Fei and Lime rushed toward him, but Ryan raised a hand to halt them, promising that he would sort everything out after the meeting. He said Dream came first and then his attention would be all for Lu Fei. Lu Fei accepted this, saying she had waited 6 years and could wait 1 more day. She kissed his cheek and ran off, giggling. Paradox offered to move the meeting forward, but Ryan declined, saying he needed a day of rest and just wanted to make sure they had not destroyed everything in his absence. It had happened before. Dream waved farewell, and Ryan nodded before returning to his room. Zenobia noted that he was in good shape, and Orpheus and Pandora warned her to keep her hands off their brother. In his room, Ryan confronted his master. He asked if she had known, and Ariana admitted she had had suspicions. Ryan pressed why she had not told him. Ariana explained she had assumed Lu Fei would give up and forget about it, recalling that Lu Fei had been 9 when Ryan left. Ryan acknowledged that he had felt something for Lu Fei in the past, but he also felt for Lime and worried about the pain choosing one over the other would cause. Ariana offered a light tease about the possibilities, but Ryan bristled and said he was not the sort of man to take relationships lightly. He decided to devote more thought to the matter after the meeting and prepared to sleep. He fell asleep and later woke determined to rest properly before the long day ahead. Roberto Alhambra was a Reaper in service to the Grim Reaper Ryan. Roberto protected South America from supernatural and mystic beings that caused trouble. Roberto shouted at the succubus to stop firing magic at him as he dodged every bolt thrown in his direction. The demon screamed and launched more magic. She had been draining local men of life energy, and he had been sent to stop her. He summoned his Reaper weapons to himself. 2 dual Desert Eagle pistols materialized in his hands. He adjusted his wide-brimmed fedora, cracked his neck, and fired a single round at an approaching ball of magic. The bullet absorbed the energy and disrupted the demon's left arm, rendering it useless. The succubus howled in pain. Roberto kicked off a nearby wall, flipped, and fired 3 shots while airborne that disabled her legs and her remaining arm. She writhed on the ground as he approached. She tried to spit acid, but he intervened and stopped her before she could complete it. Roberto said he did not want to hear any last words and ended the threat with a single, precise shot. A pure black orb of energy rose from her back. Roberto seized it and crushed it without hesitation. His phone vibrated in his left BRST pocket. He checked the message from Jason, which said that Master wanted the team to gather powers for the upcoming meeting. Alex would handle the angels, Mary would get Odin, and Roberto was to secure the devils. The message warned them not to drink with the devils and to be respectful. Roberto felt a little surprised to be picked to escort the 4 great Satans to the meeting, though he could not complain. He had thought Bobby might be a better choice. He let his guns fade into black shadows that vanished. At a nearby wall he drew a small pentagram with a star in the center. It glowed briefly before fading. A moment later a large portal opened, offering a bird's-eye view of the underworld's main headquarters. He took another swig of tequila and dove through. He immediately discovered that the devils kept tight security. As soon as the portal shut, nearly 20 heavily armed devils flew toward him. Roberto cursed under his breath as bolts of magic came his way and he twisted his body to narrowly avoid them. Reapers were not taught to fly, but they were trained to engage aerial enemies, and often a fight was over before an enemy could take off. He summoned his pistols and fired a short-range blink round at the nearest devil. The round hit the devil in the chest and blinked him onto the enemy's back. The startled devil barely had time to react before Roberto kicked off, grabbed the edge of a tower, and clung with his fingertips. The devils all opened fire, and Roberto was forced to blink from one attacker to another. To his frustration, his shots could not harm them. One devil gathered energy and sent a lethal bolt toward him. Roberto dodged and fired a shot at the devil's weapon, forcing the next bolt off course. Seeing another bolt heading for a different guard, he launched himself, wrapped his arms around that target, and summoned a burst of shield magic. Shield magic was not his specialty, but the blast protected the female devil from the incoming bolt. The recoil threw Roberto downward, He smashed through a large pane of glass, fired a grapple round to slow his fall, and rolled when he hit the ground. A shocked voice demanded to know who he was. Roberto spun and flipped backward just as a bolt of purple magic flew overhead. The doors to the room burst open and 3 familiar figures appeared. Relief washed over him as he identified them and indicated his attacker. Sir Zex raised an eyebrow and confirmed Roberto's identity, noting that he was a Reaper in the service of the latest reincarnation of death. The attacker lowered his hand and introduced himself as Falbium Asmodeus, one of the 4 great Satans. Roberto apologized for breaking the window and mentioned that he had not realized the headquarters had such heavy security. Beelzebub asked why Roberto had come. Roberto explained that he had been sent to escort them to the endless meeting in a few days. Sir Zex nodded and said they would provide a room for him until the gathering. Roberto allowed his guns to vanish and produced his flask of tequila, taking a quick swig. He became aware of someone staring and told them that it was rude to stare at Miss Leviathan, especially for beings who had been around for so long. Leviathan reacted with a startled, embarrassed sound. She apologized, explaining that she had only been interested in his weapons as she moved to walk beside him. He smirked, rolled his eyes, and summoned a pistol, holding the barrel out for her to examine. He reassured her that she could look and that only he could fire it. She gulped nervously and then inspected the weapon closely, ejecting the clip and examining the preloaded rounds. She held up a blink round and asked what it was. He took the gun back, reloaded the clip, ped the pistol, and aimed at a nearby chandelier. He explained that they were called blink rounds, and when he pulled the trigger he promptly vanished. The chandelier shuddered a little as he landed lightly on it. He flipped off and landed in front of Ajuka. Ajuka stepped back in surprise and then smirked. Ajuka asked politely whether time and space entities had helped create the rounds. He replied that they had, mentioning that Panda had contributed most of the work, and then offered the gun to the Satan. Ajuka accepted with the same polite manner he used with entities. He responded sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. They continued to walk in silence, broken only by his occasional sips of tequila. Serafal inquired about the drink, and he inwardly chuckled before holding the flask out. He identified it as Death Tequila and invited her to try it, trying to keep his laughter in. She dismissed the warning, snatched the flask, and took a large gulp. He face-bombed, removed his hat, and turned it upside down. Serafal became ill and vomited into the hat. Asmodeus reacted with surprise at her retching. He explained that the first time drinking it was always the worst and that Ryan gave him 10 bottles a year for his birthday. He kept a flask on him to help him concentrate. He noted that it affected almost everyone like liquid acid, except for him and Serafal, and that most other entities disliked it. He began to say that Miss Leviathan should have been fine, then realized he had spoken too soon as her eyes rolled back. He caught her, disintegrated his hat, summoned a new one, and picked her up in his arms. Sir Zex asked how long she would be unconscious. He estimated about an hour, explaining that as a Satan she would recover faster than a human or a normal-rank devil, and that even his fellow Reapers struggled with it. Ajuka produced a map of the headquarters and said they had to depart for a meeting, asking if he could find his way to her room. He bowed and assured them he could, and the 3 Satans nodded and departed. He glanced at the map and realized the place was enormous, divided into 4 main sections: Lucifer, Beelzebub, Asmodeus, and Leviathan. He headed to Serafal's section, but found that it was just as massive. He checked a few rooms for someone to ask, but they were empty. After wandering for 10 minutes, he found a bright pink door labeled Little Levian. He decided to try the door, knocked gently, and pushed it open. Serafal shifted in his arms as they entered. A wave of very girly perfume hit him, stronger than his tequila. He coughed and laid the Satan down on her bed. She clung to him unconsciously and rolled on top of him in her sleep, whispering not to go. He thought to himself that he would be staying with a Satan for the night and prepared himself to rest. He took a long sip of tequila and closed his eyes to get some well-earned sleep. The day arrived. The sun was shining, the birds were chirping, and a giant invisible dragon was flying around town, just another normal day. Ryan calmly called Dream back telepathically, and Dream shrank down and landed softly beside him. Ryan asked if Dream was nervous. She admitted she was a little. Ryan encouraged her, saying that if she put in enough effort she could do anything, even become an endless. Dream blushed at the praise but remained humble. Ryan advised her to stay calm and answer clearly, expressing confidence in her. Ryan left Dream to get changed and went to the living room where the other entities, including ORC, Azazel, Rosweiss, and the Valid team, were waiting. Knowledge asked how she looked. Ryan confessed that she seemed scared, which he understood, because only 5 other entities had ever tried to become endless and none had succeeded. For the first time in a very long while, he felt his age. Dream entered the room looking fresh and clean. Everyone was dressed properly. Most of the ORC wore their uniforms. The Valet team had improved their attire. Valet in a shirt and tie. Baiko matching Arthur was already prim and proper, and Kuroko wore a black dress that was daring but acceptable. Lu Fei, Lime, and Kaneko wore similar dresses in blue, lime, and purple respectively. Each entity had their standard attire. Max had slicked back hair, Love had added a touch of makeup, Orphis practiced her smile, Knowledge polished his mask and robes, and Ryan put a field on Blake so his presence would not cause harm to those looking at him. Paradox and Pandora had matching outfits, unisex clothes in their respective colors. Ryan wore his usual Reaper gear, which seemed to shine a little brighter that day, as if it knew this was important. Lime asked when the others were meeting them as she walked over to her master. Ryan explained that he had arranged escorts for the other powers and that once they opened the passage from here, the others should be able to cross over. He clicked his neck and confirmed they were ready. Paradox and Pandora nodded. 2 swords materialized, one purple and the other neon blue, and the twins took their blades. Lu Fei and Lime took Ryan's hand as he rolled his eyes. The twins recited an invocation in unison, their blades glowing purple and blue, calling for passage through time and space. Issei commented to Kiba that the words sounded a bit dark. Ryan warned everyone to remain visible and stay close, adding with a grin that losing sight of them would have dire consequences. Rias began to object, but the twins moved quickly, slashing the air and forming a large cross. Ryan and Eva stepped forward and reached into the tear, pulling it open to reveal an endless, shifting palette of colors. Ryan shouted for everyone to follow and dove headfirst through the void. Ryan looked around the large dome and remarked that it was a little smaller than he remembered. The sound of others stumbling through the portal made him turn. The ORC, Valley team, and Dream had landed sprawled on the ground. Issei asked for a little warning next time as he rolled Kaneko off his back. Ryan laughed and asked where the fun would be in that, then snapped his fingers. Alexander appeared at Ryan's side with a bow, and the 4 seraphs took their places to lead the leaders of heaven to their seats. Roberto arrived next, accompanied by the 4 Devil Kings, and confirmed to Ryan that they had made it. Roberto then made an amused aside about how one of the guests had trouble with tequila, and led his group to their seats. Ryan felt an embrace from behind that could only be one of his Reapers. Mary confirmed that she had escorted Odin safely and then walked toward her seat. A high-pitched voice announced itself and a man in a multicolored suit and top hat materialized. Ryan recognized him as Randy. The 2 embraced and exchanged greetings. Ryan introduced Randy as the entity of randomness, explaining that Randy was the cause of many unpredictable events. Randy offered a whimsical remark about eating cake on the backs of whales while talking with royalty, and Asia thought it a peculiar but pleasant introduction. Randy tipped his hat and moved to the entity seating. The other 4 Reapers appeared in their gear, each offering a brief greeting to their master before going their separate ways. The other Endless had taken positions at the front of the room behind a long table facing the gathered occupants. A large man in a green hood appeared and handed Ryan a letter. Ryan read it and smiled, then mentioned to the ORC that Santa would be making an appearance. Issei reacted with surprise at the idea that the real Santa would be present. The embodiment of well-being and harmony then manifested, and Issei exclaimed at her striking appearance. She wore a distinctive festive outfit and had snowy white hair, catching many eyes as she took her seat. Ryan explained that the entity system had an imbalanced ratio of male to female manifestations, and then mistletoe appeared briefly above him. The embodiment of well-being greeted him with an enthusiastic, affectionate embrace that left him surprised and flustered. She said she had missed him. Ryan asked her to be gentler when greeting people, and the two shared a warm moment before she gracefully moved to her seat. Issei wondered aloud why entities were all so attractive, earning a glare from Rias. Life caught a card that flew toward him and asked whether everyone had arrived. Before the answers could finish, a man in a domino mask, a bright red cape, and a leotard appeared. Ryan recognized him as Pedro, and the two exchanged a friendly handshake and conversation about meeting up with Roberto later. The entity of probability, chance, and luck said he had money on this, especially since Ryan had taught her, then walked toward his seat. Life reminded everyone that it was Death's turn to speak, patted Ryan on the back, and returned to her seat. Ryan took a deep breath and sealed the portals in and out of the void. Somewhere nearby, a voice called for Shalba to come to them. Ryan addressed the assembly in the void, thanking the endless, angels, devils, fallen, entities, and reapers for attending. He explained that, although they had gathered to judge a particular entity, there were a few announcements first and invited anyone to speak. Life reported happily that deaths from murders and other non-natural causes had been down this year. Ryan responded with a sarcastic, mock cheer and sat back down. Santa rose to give an update from the North Pole. She explained that the Dasher satellite had been acting up and asked if any of the entities might know the cause, presenting a planet view with a red dot blinking above Africa. Ryan asked the space entity Panda and Paradox to inspect the satellite after the meeting. Panda agreed readily, and Santa thanked her with a wink before taking her seat. Michael raised a hand and Ryan asked if the Archangel had something to contribute. Michael said he had 2 questions. First, he asked about the satellite Santa had mentioned. Ryan explained that the Reindeer Satellite Network was an advanced weapons and monitoring system created by knowledge, death, and harmony to monitor the human population. He clarified that the Rudolph satellite was the only one with weapon capabilities and could, in theory, deliver an orbital strike. Powerful enough to destroy a country, but the entire Endless Council would be required to activate it. Ryan spoke with unexpected gravity, and the seriousness of his tone unnerved several members of the assembly. Michael's second question was directed at the entity known as Life. Ryan tensed. He had already tried to discourage Michael from pursuing the topic, and Knowledge placed a hand on Ryan's shoulder and shook his head. Life rose to answer on her own behalf. She confirmed that God had been the first entity of life and that she was the second. Life explained that when a creator passes on, a successor can either follow in their footsteps or forge a new path. She had chosen the latter. She assured the Archangel that she would offer assistance if ever needed but would not take control of heaven again. Michael bowed in acknowledgement and sat down. With no further questions, Ryan called the assembly back to business and asked the entity of dreams and happiness to step forward for judgment. Dream rose and moved to stand before the endless table, visibly nervous, a bead of sweat at her temple. Life crossed the distance and positioned herself for the first test, instructing Dream to make life. Dream recalled Ryan's earlier advice from a quiet moment they had shared on a tree branch. She sometimes forgot that she embodied both dreams and happiness and that using both would help her create life. She focused and reached inward. At first there were tiny glows and pulses, then small creatures began to appear, tiny fish and other animals emerging as if born from the occupant's deepest joys. Life nodded with a smile and declared that Dream had passed the test. Dream sighed with relief. Rage then rose and stood before Dream, demanding that she make him mad. Silence followed for a minute. He waited, repeating his demand in his own mind as the room remained still. Rage grew angrier with each passing moment and finally turned toward Ryan, his fury building. He accused Ryan in an angry undertone while Ryan appeared on the verge of uncontrollable laughter, though no sound escaped the void. Rage snapped and conceded the moment with a terse, frustrated acceptance. Ryan told Dream that she had his pass, and Dream celebrated loudly with a triumphant fist pump. Earlier, Ryan had advised Dream to keep Max unaware by casting a silence spell on the others so he could not hear them. Dream had smiled and accepted the suggestion. Paradox and Pandora stepped forward and gave Dream reassuring smiles, asking if she was ready. Dream replied that she was, and both raised a hand. Ryan had warned her beforehand that the twins were unpredictable. Only one entity besides them had ever reached them, and Paradox had trapped that being in a time cube and nearly driven him to the brink. He had picked Dream up and carried her bridal style, and Dream had leaned against him for comfort. A human-sized black hole suddenly opened between the entities, and Dream reacted instantly. Her wings activated, but the force of the pull quickly overwhelmed her. After struggling for a few seconds, she realized she could not win and allowed herself to let go, apologizing to her master before succumbing to darkness. From the darkness, the twins announced that she had passed their test. Dream opened her eyes to see Paradox and Pandora smiling with wide eyes. She wavered on her feet and asked what had happened. Pandora steadied her while Paradox explained that a true endless must recognize when a fight is unwinnable. Accepting defeat and stopping the fight proved that one knew when a battle was lost. Dream breathed a sigh of relief and saw Ryan wink at her, which made her blush. Knowledge then took the stage. Dream felt nervous but determined. Knowledge posed a tongue-twister question, which drew laughter from the rage and death entities. After a moment of thought, Dream gave the answer that a woodchuck could chuck 55 pieces, assuming a Canadian woodchuck. Knowledge acknowledged the correct answer and granted her a pass. Earlier, Ryan had told Dream that Knowledge would ask a common tongue twister and that studying a few silly ones would be enough. He had tossed her a book of riddles and jokes and assured her that Knowledge wanted her to succeed. Rage suddenly leapt to his feet, demanding to know what had just occurred. Knowledge began to explain his test for Dream, but Rage raised his hand and then settled back down. Love approached Dream next, exchanging a look with Ryan and Paradox before they nodded. Together, Ryan and Paradox raised their hands to create a localized time field, a bubble of magic that surrounded Love and Dream. Issei asked what it was, and Knowledge explained that the field would either age or make someone dangerously young if touched. The test within it was private, intended to reveal what the subject truly loved most, a secret only Love needed to know. Ryan had advised Dream beforehand that Love's test required honesty and that Dream should simply be truthful about her feelings. Inside the time field, Love told Dream that she would have to answer the question aloud, even though Dream already understood what would be asked. Dream took a deep breath and admitted that she cared deeply for the living embodiment of death. Love acknowledged that this was not surprising given the time and effort Death had invested in helping Dream over the past few months, and she offered Dream another question to answer before granting a pass. When Love asked why Dream felt that way, Dream reflected and realized it was because Death was the first entity she had met who behaved more like a human than like other endless. He showed concern and care in ways that felt very personal. Love smiled at the answer, then wore a darker expression and offered a warning. She explained that, after a long-ago battle between the Endless and another powerful group, something had changed Death in a way that affected subsequent generations of Grim Reapers. Love was not trying to dissuade Dream from interacting with Death, but she cautioned that he would hide things and that the consequences of involvement would be different for Dream than for others who might sacrifice themselves more readily for him. She urged Dream to be careful. Love announced that the pass was from her and the time bubble dissolved before Dream could ask anything else. Dream looked at Ryan and he nodded in approval, which made a small flush rise to her cheeks before she composed herself. Blake stepped forward next to take his turn while Ryan let out a quiet groan. Dream remembered running around her room in the past, shouting that nothing could scare her because she was a giant dragon. Ryan had told her to relax and trust that, when the moment came, she would know what to say. Back in the present, Dream steadied herself as Blake explained that she had to call out her greatest fear to everyone in the room. Dream inhaled deeply and declared that her greatest fear was letting the living embodiment of Death down and failing him. The volume of her voice nearly knocked Blake over. He staggered back and asked for a pass. Ryan was the last to test her. He explained that each member of the Endless was linked to an emotion some more obvious than others and then asked Dream to name which Endless represented which emotion and why Death did not. Dream answered that Rage represented anger, Knowledge represented the relentless desire to know, Fear represented fear, life embodied the will to live, time symbolized hope as it passed, space represented compassion and empathy, and love represented love itself. She concluded that death did not represent an emotion because death was impartial and emotionless. It could not be escaped, and one had to accept it and make the most of the time between life and death with the emotions given to them. Silence filled the chamber after her explanation. Dream recalled Ryan saying he could not directly tutor her for this test but had advised her to study emotions. He had demonstrated it with a grin, crushing an empty can against his head, and Dream had followed suit. Ryan then congratulated Dream and said he was overjoyed that she had passed and become one of the Endless. The news struck her all at once. She shouted with joy and threw her arms around Ryan in an embracing celebration. The unexpected embrace caused Ryan to stumble backward and fall in surprise, and the assembled council responded with thunderous applause. The other Endless formed a circle around Dream as she and Ryan stood and let go. Life announced that the initiation would begin, and the Endless raised their hands. Paradox laughed and reassured Dream with a playful warning that it did not hurt too badly, his eyes lighting with a blue glow. 8 beams of energy descended on Dream and she began to float, her eyes bright with power. A cascading aura of red, yellow, and orange wrapped her before it faded and she settled gently back to the floor. Dream felt powerful, her hands tingling and buzzing with new energy. Ryan explained that each of them had contributed a portion of their power to her, which would allow her own force to build. Their gifts would regenerate over time. Suddenly Knowledge cried out and collapsed to the floor, and others in the room reacted with alarm as some were forced to their knees, writhing in pain. Ryan looked to Knowledge and then barked orders for everyone to stand behind him and Knowledge. His voice shifted, taking on a far deeper, layered tone as tendrils of shadow swirled around him. Gods, angels, devils, reapers, and other entities rushed forward to stand with the Endless. 2 heavy books, linked by chains, manifested from the sleeves of Knowledge's robes. Ryan prepared himself and moved forward. He and Knowledge exchanged hurried assessments about an incident involving a failing satellite over Africa and the likelihood that outsiders had aided any escape. Their concern was palpable. A ripple formed in the air and a figure stepped through. Most of those present inhaled sharply, but Death and Knowledge remained composed. Ryan's voice, amplified by the many deaths that composed him, carried deep and resonant as he addressed the intruder. The figure identified themselves as a member of the Sins, speaking with an unexpectedly feminine tone. Knowledge warned them that if they returned to their book, no harm would come to them. The Sins replied with a taunt, mocking Knowledge's presumed wisdom and preening about the rise of a new Endless, then threatened violence in brash, menacing terms. Death raised his hand and the joyful Ryan was replaced by a presence of immense, concentrated power. He gave the Sins one last chance to leave or be destroyed. The Sins responded by prodding at the faint emotion in Ryan's voice, speculating about attachments and targets among the gathered, and then threatened to ruin them all. Ryan moved with startling speed, faster than even Paradox could follow. He placed a single finger on the intruder's chest and unleashed a focused, shadowed strike. The Sins' form dissolved in a dramatic burst of shadow energy that scattered like ink across the air. From that shattered silhouette, 7 bright colors separated and coalesced into 7 distinct figures, each a striking woman embodying one of the classic vices: pride, lust, envy, jealousy, wrath, gluttony, and sloth. The 7 deadly sins announced in unison that they had come to kill everyone. Knowledge roared and summoned exploding chains that burst from the ground and wrapped around the 7 women before detonating in a blinding flash of golden light. As the smoke cleared, a pale hand waved as if scolding a naughty child. Gluttony narrowed her eyes and expressed surprise that the maneuver had not succeeded. Knowledge calmly explained that although the attack had failed, it had given Sadness, Santa, Randomness, and Fate time to erect a protective shield around everyone, aided by the Reapers, and they would not be allowed through. Knowledge warned the Sins that if they intended to try facing the Endless again, it had not ended well for them before. Gluttony kept her confident smile despite the quick reaction of the entities and Reapers. Wrath mocked the opposition, claiming that they had drained the magical energy of a true Satan and were fully powered, while the other side was weakened and barely an endless. Dream looked afraid but did not step back. Death asserted that Dream was an endless regardless and ordered the opponent to stand down or die, his gloved hands pulsing with black energy. Lust smiled and expelled a burst of dark energy. Death raised his hand and absorbed it, then gave out a small, amused burp. Lust commented approvingly at Death's skill, and Death replied with a challenge as he manifested the infamous weapon of the Grim Reaper, a scythe of pure black. Its shape was an ominous, out-of-proportion cross with a dark blade, and he held it like a true master. Life's hands pulsed with white light and a golden white spear appeared in her left hand, causing many to flinch and cover their eyes. Blake's hands became shadow claws as his body shifted into a dark humanoid form of inky despair. Max drew his sword and ignited it with the pure rage of his soul, swinging it through the air before summoning a flaming shield. Love produced a compound bow and prepared 7 arrows burning with energy. Paradox cracked his neck and summoned 2 neon blue swords. Pandora clapped and produced 2 purple submachine guns, her eyes taking on a wild sheen. Dream summoned 2 jagged swords, blood red in color and radiating with newly obtained power. Pride's eyes danced with glee as she prepared herself. Both sides held their positions, neither wanting to make the first move because doing so would unleash full-scale chaos. Knowledge transmitted through Drag and warned everyone not to engage the sins even if it looked bad, because if the sins gained control of a human host their power could nearly double and the hosts would have to be destroyed as Death had done to Shalba. Issei's hand lit up as Knowledge's voice echoed throughout the bubble. Orphis protested that Dream was her partner and tried to send her magic into the shield, but Knowledge reminded them that none were prepared to face a sin directly, as the sins were entities with near-endless level powers. Santa argued that Orphis should be able to help given her near-endless power, but Knowledge shouted that the sins lacked limiters. The declaration caused all of the entities to pale in fear. Randomness stuttered in terror. Knowledge ordered everyone to remain inside the shield until the sins were dealt with and then severed his connection with Drake. The air crackled with power as the 9 Endless faced off against the 7 sins. Dream's teeth chattered with fear but she held her ground. Death telepathically instructed the Endless that he would soften the sins up and they were not to engage until he gave the signal. Everyone acknowledged the order and stepped back, ready to burst into action. Greed laughed at Death and asked if he intended to take them on alone. Death replied that he would, seeing no need to waste the effort of 8 others. Wrath noted that the opponents still had their weapons drawn, and Death said this was merely insurance. Death's aura was so powerful that even low-level demons back on Earth could sense it and know something was wrong. Envy launched forward with vicious claws aimed to tear any opponent apart. Death simply sidestepped and swung his scythe in a graceful, decisive motion. Envy's form fractured into shadowy fragments and scattered, and Death pushed forward with rapid, precise strikes at Greed. Greed had to scramble back to avoid the black blade. Sloth made a slow move to strike, but Death was faster. Her attack was intercepted and she was thrown off balance, rendered ineffective in the fight. Pride dove for the Reaper, but Death spun over her and sent 6 bolts of energy outward, each striking one of the remaining sins and disrupting them. From within the safety of the shield, Issei noted how impressive Death's performance was. Luck explained that Ryan had been created with the singular purpose of bringing about death, so his prowess was natural. Rias observed that Death normally seemed calm and lazy, delegating to his Reapers. Luck clarified that Ryan possessed the raw power to obliterate any target, but his combat style lacked moderation. He either fought lightly or unleashed everything at once, with no middle ground. Orphis explained that the situation posed a risk for the other Endless, describing Death as nothing but a blur of black steel and magic as the sins formed a circle around him. Death spun rapidly, warding off every blast of magic with quick twirls of his scythe. Ryan watched his body take over and thought that this was not looking good. He knew that when he cut loose and let Death take control, his usual cheery personality receded while the entity of Death ran wild. He still retained enough will to prevent total annihilation. He sent a telepathic call for backup as he sliced through another sin and watched it regenerate within moments. Life invoked wild vines, hundreds of vines erupting from the ground and sweeping toward the sins. Darkness dimension, heart arrows, time pulse, infinite bullet storm, molten rage, exploding chains, and dragon soul fire followed as the 8 remaining endless unleashed their powers. The attacks struck the sins and dispersed their bodies instantly, though the monsters could still regenerate. 7 balls of energy quickly filled the air, each one swirling and beginning to form. Death warned that they needed a plan and that they could not keep attacking head-on. They needed the book. He produced 7 energy claws from within his robe and scorched the regenerating orbs with magic to keep them at bay. Knowledge said the book was locked in his library and that he could not leave to fetch it, his mind racing for a solution. Pride announced that time was up as the 7 sins surged toward Dream, intent on killing the newest Endless. A blinding explosion of light filled the chamber. A piercing cry tore through the air as one of the sins broke through and struck their line. Orphis threw herself in front of her partner to shield him, and she was hit. A sharp impact knocked her to the floor and she cried out. Death activated Reaper Protocol and unleashed a death pulse. Rings of black energy slammed into the sins and pinned them to nearby walls, holding them immobile. Life shouted for Asia Argento to come and began tending to Orphis's wounds. Death urged them to hurry as he strained to keep the sins compressed. Paradox responded by locking Orphis in stasis. He formed a triangle with his fingers and froze her chest in that moment of time. Life reassured Dream that the healing would be rough but that Orphis should be fine. A sudden cracking sound made everyone jolt, and time seemed to slow. The sins broke free of Death's pulse field and dashed toward the mortals, intent on claiming hosts to double their power. Death and Paradox moved with desperate speed and threw up shields around the 4 great powers, preventing 6 of the 7 sins from finding hosts. 1 sin managed to slip past and headed straight for the ORC group. Seeing no other option, Death and Paradox poured all their energy into stopping the last sin. It fused with the others and then spread through Rias's Peerage and Irina. Death cried out in anguish as the sins were absorbed. Silence settled over the room as the ORC members stared in daze. Knowledge summoned a magic circle and scanned the ORC individually. He reported that each of them had been infected by the sins, but he could not determine which sin occupied which person. It was as if the essences had been mixed. Death noted that they had struck the sins nearly lethally before they entered, and Knowledge suggested that the wounds might prevent full regeneration. Aquino asked, with sadness on her face, whether they would be possessed when the sins returned to full strength. Knowledge confirmed this and proposed a solution. If he used the amulet on the hosts when the sins manifested, it might be possible to expel them, allowing the team to capture and contain them. Ryan added that they had no way of knowing which sin would appear in which host. The only ORC member safe was Asia, since she had not been with the others. The team saw no other option and prepared for what would come. Kaneko suddenly made a comment about welcoming small devils and angels to hell, her eyes flashing briefly before she composed herself. Knowledge scanned Kaneko and decided she would likely be the first to manifest, given that she had been hit first. Ryan ordered everyone to get ready and to keep healing Orphis and Asia. He walked off to make a call, pulling out his phone. Kiba wondered aloud who Ryan might be calling. Knowledge appeared beside Death, his mask removed, his face troubled. He told Death that the attackers would not have gone to such lengths merely to kill them. Death agreed and said that they needed as much help as possible for the upcoming battle. They could not let the enemy seize the principal, and they still needed the dragons. Ryan tapped a number and placed the phone to his ear. Kara answered and Ryan told her that he needed her and Blair to meet him at the Hyudu residence in Japan. Their brothers would be there. Kara replied with surprise and confirmation that Issei and Vale would be present and that they would come. A team member over the line reported feeling Ryan's power surge and asked if everything was all right. Ryan told them he would explain later and instructed them to get there as fast as they could, to use their scale mail if necessary. The team member acknowledged and Ryan ended the call. Ryan turned back to the gathered people, took a deep breath and sighed. Lu Fei, standing beside him, asked if he was all right. He apologized for not being able to give her his full attention, and she quickly shushed him and said she was not concerned. Lu Fei smiled and told him she had been impressed by his degree of combat prowess. He continued to impress even after years apart. Soft arms wrapped around Ryan briefly, and he blushed before letting go. He said he had needed a moment of reassurance, and Lu Fei teased him about a kiss. Ryan replied stiffly that he had not yet fallen in love with her, but the coldness of his demeanor softened and he gave her a quick, affectionate peck on the cheek before chuckling. Lu Fei mentioned another rival for his affections, noting that Dream seemed interested in him as well. Ryan admitted he had made too many promises and feared he might not be able to keep them, darkly wondering if he would even be around long enough to fulfill any of them. He glanced toward the orc. Lu Fei told him not to speak that way and reminded him of how he had once been struck by a Wendigo and shrugged it off. She reassured him that this task should be nothing compared to that. Ryan summoned his scythe. Knowledge and Life nodded and handed him 2 items. He invoked the vault keys for Death, Life, and Knowledge. 3 keys formed a triangle in the air. Ryan slashed through the center of the triangle and a human-sized portal opened. He stepped through and the portal closed behind him. Somewhere very far away, in a place called the Cube, a voice mocked the arrival of Lord Death. Another voice cut it off, demanding to know the plan. Death replied that he had been confined there the entire time and feigned ignorance before asking what had happened. The other voice explained that the Sins had broken free and had tried to kill the Endless. A new Endless recruit had helped stop them. Death expressed doubt that the Sins had been completely destroyed, suggesting they might have been confined to human hosts and could only be extracted by destroying the bodies. The conversation grew tense, and when one voice began to leave, another called out about wrath and asked about a particular woman. The speaker insisted that she would be the first to show herself and that things had to be made equal. Gratitude was offered, and the farewell exchanged ended with a chilling wish for good hunting. Ryan wondered, in quiet moments, how one could describe color to someone who had never seen it or music to someone who had never heard it. He questioned how anyone could be sure what color or sound even truly were, and toyed with the idea that colorblind people might see some truer form of color that others did not. He caught himself in his own philosophizing and considered why he had been chosen to become a Reaper, why racism existed, and how people would react if they knew he was a woman. Chapter 2, Bobby. Bobby's master instructed her to investigate a string of recent deaths in the area, to determine whether they were the result of wild animals or something more magical. The master's words echoed through her mask. She nodded and indicated she would comply. The African village she had been assigned to had been suffering from animal attacks for weeks, and though such cases were usually outside their remit, her master believed magic might be involved. She straightened her tie, adjusted her bare head mask, and set off, her natural senses guiding her. A group of lions ignored her presence as she walked past. About 2 miles out, the rocky desert gave way to a lush canopy. Because her sacred gear doubled as her Reaper weapon, she could perceive both basic and advanced magic, and she quickly became aware of something magical tracking her. She smirked inside the mask and sprinted, gaining a fair distance before the tracker began to close. Bobby masked her presence and let the tracker dash past. She did not give chase because it was not her target. Feeling thirsty, she stopped at a nearby river. She unfastened her mask and set it to the side, smoothing dark brown hair that fell down her back. Her crimson eyes reflected the moonlight as she cleaned her ears with water. The sound of a snapping branch made her whirl, prepared for combat. A Nicomita stepped out of the foliage and recognized her as one of Ryan's Reapers, calling her Bobby hesitantly. Bobby introduced herself properly as Barbara Stewart and noted that most people called her Bobby. She gave a playful wink and returned to drinking from the stream. The Nicomita expressed surprise at Bobby being female. Bobby made a brief, awkward gesture to indicate nothing dramatic and then sat against a log to pick stones from her shoes. Kuroka looked confused as Bobby worked. Bobby rolled her eyes and told her to just ask if she wanted to know anything. Kuroka's attention drifted to Bobby's ears and she whispered about them. Bobby smirked and brushed a speck from her shoe. Kuroka suddenly exclaimed that Bobby was a yokai, clearly flustered, and her tail stiffened while her expression turned red. An awkward, tense moment passed. He remarked sarcastically that they had both pointed out the obvious as he inspected the soles of his shoes, then stood and wiped the dirt from himself. She looked horrified and began to defend herself, but he stopped her and they fell into an awkward silence. He took out his phone and sent a message to Alexander asking him to finish a job in Africa and calling in the favor Alexander owed him. He signed the message Bobby. He told Kuroka not to worry and that he would take care of her that night, then picked her up and carried her into the jungle. The next day, watching Kuroka sleep, he thought she seemed peaceful and at ease. He rolled over, sat on the edge of the bed, and stared out the window, grateful that Reaper wealth was handy in a pinch. Kuroka called his name, and he felt her arms wrap around his shoulders as she pressed close against his back. He turned and gave her a quick peck on the lips. Kuroka told him she had been exhausted from the previous night and could barely feel her legs. He acknowledged her discomfort and explained that his master had once put a spell on him that allowed him to skip heat when he wanted. Kuroka's tail swished. He tugged one gently and she yelped in surprise. He stood, and Kuroka gasped as she noticed the scars running across his back and chest. He grimaced and sat back down, facing away for a moment. He asked Kuroka if she wanted to know how he had died. When she nodded, he pulled her onto his lap and leaned against the headboard. She encouraged him to take his time, and he kissed her forehead before beginning. He recalled that 2 years earlier he had been born with bare ears and had hidden them by tying his hair up. He had found work at a local playground restaurant that hosted children's parties. The pay was reasonable and he loved working with kids. Every day felt like an adventure. He entertained children, sang songs, served cake, and laughed with them. It was the greatest job he had ever had. Tears flowed as he continued, and Kuroka wrapped her arms around him until he could speak again. He told her that one day his life had ended. He had been entertaining a group of children in the birthday room when he smelled gas. He managed to get most of the guests out and went to the kitchen to see what had happened. A man had fired a shot, but because his mask was large the bullet missed his head. He ran back toward the party and found 2 children trapped in the ball pit. He pulled them out, and then the man stepped out holding a lighter and set the room alight. The blast that followed threw him against a far wall and the fire spread quickly. He wrapped himself around the children to shield them, but the force of the blast overwhelmed him and everything went dark. The memory of the heat and the chaos stayed with him, but the details faded as he lost consciousness. Then someone appeared. In his memory, a cloaked figure emerged from the flames, withdrew a hood, and smiled. The man introduced himself as Ryan Blackworth and offered a hand. Bobby asked why he could not feel anything, and Ryan told him bluntly that he was about to die. Ryan sat and after a moment, explained that he did not intend to let him die if Bobby did not want to. Bobby admitted that he did not want to die. Ryan instructed him to stand and extend his hand. A small ball of shadows appeared in Ryan's hand and took the shape of a tiny blade. Ryan made a small cut on the tip of his index finger and another small cut in the center of Bobby's palm, then asked him to repeat after him. Ryan solemnly swore to serve the living embodiment of death, in sickness and in health, until his dying day, and with a drop of blood they would be bound forever. The girl repeated the vow clearly. Ryan let a drop of his blood fall from his cut onto the matching mark on the girl's hand. She asked him not to heal her cuts, to let them scar normally as the magic began to swirl. Ryan healed his own hand and asked why. She explained that if she ever fell in love she wanted to be seen as she truly was. If someone could not accept her extra set of ears and her scars, that love would not be real. Ryan told her she was thinking far ahead, that she needed to train and learn to fight first, and that she would need help with the mirrors attached to her forearms and shins. He pointed to the 4 mirrors. Bobby nodded and looked at her discarded bare head, then picked it up and presented it to Ryan. She asked to wear the head and to be called Bobby, with only him and her knowing the truth. Ryan nodded without question and urged Bobby to come along, reminding her that the world would not save itself. The memory faded and Bobby returned to the present. Bobby lay on her stomach, her chest resting on the bed as Kuroka traced various scars on her back, each one carrying its own story. Bobby commented that unicorns were very violent creatures while Kuroka ran a finger along a scar that stretched from one hip to the other. Kuroka then asked about another mark and traced a scar that led toward Bobby's heart. Bobby fell silent for a long moment, then whispered that she had been struck by love, the magic had failed, and she had spiraled into a long depression. She had refused to speak to anyone except her master, neglected food and drink, and poured herself into hunting monsters relentlessly, fighting fiercely until she burned out. Now she understood that she could feel love, and she believed Kuroka accepted her scars. Bobby confessed honestly that she loved Kuroka. Kuroka was quiet for an equal stretch of time, then she suddenly drew Bobby into a close embrace. The moment that followed was gentle and charged with emotion. They shared a brief, tender kiss and held each other close. Jason opened the fridge on the far side of the room, drawing both of them out of the moment. Bobby summoned a towel to cover them both while Jason explained that Alexander had asked him to tell them that he had completed the job Bobby requested and was taking a break, so he could not deliver the news in person. He cracked open a can of soda and tossed a handful of M&Ms into his mouth. Bobby raised an eyebrow at the casual explanation. Jason admitted he was surprised that Bobby was a girl and complained about owing Mary $50, then sat on the bed and immediately regretted it because of a dubious sticky substance. Bobby reacted angrily. Her mirror magic flared in a flashy, anime-style burst that sent Jason tumbling through the wall and out of the building. Kuroka asked if that had been necessary. Bobby waved her hand and the hole in the wall sealed itself as if by automatic repair. She quickly wrapped her arms around the back of Kuroka's neck and looked into her eyes, asking where they had left off. Kuroka murmured that it was exactly what she liked to hear. Bobby told her to be quiet and asked for a kiss. Kuroka obliged, and the two exchanged a warm, quiet declaration of love. Legend spoke of 4 dragons created near the beginning of time by a being of great power, 1 red, 1 white, 1 blue, and 1 green. 2 twin brothers, red and white, named Draig and Albion, the Welsh and English dragons. 2 twin sisters, blue and green, named Diana and Lily, the Scottish and Irish dragons. 4 years they lived in harmony until one fateful day when Draig and Albion engaged in a battle of pure force, evenly matched in destructive power. The sisters could not bear the bloodshed and found solace in one another. While the brothers fought, the sisters fell in love. Their love for each other and for their brothers drove them to their creator. To calm the brothers, the sisters sacrificed themselves and sealed their elder siblings within 2 items, a process that required the sisters to be sealed away as well. Seeing the love they shared, the creator vowed never to let the wielders be apart so the dragon sisters could remain together. Chapter 11. Carla asked Blair if she was excited as the 2 girls walked down the street, the constant tapping of Blair's cane mapping the pavement ahead and breaking what might have been a peaceful silence. Blair, mildly exasperated, said for the 15th time that she was excited and reminded Carla that they were visiting Death to deliver gears for important work, not for a social call. Carla, like a child, lit up at the thought that Great Red would be there. Blair agreed and warned Lily to be wary, saying that Great Red was powerful and might not appreciate their presence. Carla smiled as a green light glowed beneath her shirt. Blair's eyes pulsed blue for a second before she sighed and asked whether Great Red could be more powerful than Carla and Diana. Carla laughed, glancing at her chest, and said that she highly doubted it. Blair told her not to be so foolish, arguing that Great Red had recently been turned into an endless, and that seemed like proof enough. Carla responded with a simple "oh" before the 2 girls found themselves outside a massive house that might have been mistaken for a hotel if they had not triple-checked the address. Blair suggested they go in, then slipped on a pair of navy blue glasses that had suddenly appeared, compressed her cane until it vanished, and led the way. Inside the Hayadu residence, Death lay across one of the 2 couches in his preferred posture for meditation. Everyone else looked glum and concerned. Ryan had asked the Valet team to stay in case they were needed, and Valet had not turned down a friend's request. A dark aura surrounded the entity as he meditated over their predicament, his mind meeting with 20 or so other incarnations of Death to discuss the crisis. Inside Death's mind, Ryan sighed and asked what they suggested. One of the reincarnations growled that they should seal the corrupted hosts and return them to the book The Only Way to Be Sure. Ryan roared in opposition and then calmed, insisting that he would not allow harm to his friends and asking for another idea. Another of the deaths explained that when the sins possessed a target, only sheer will and acceptance could allow them to break free. They doubted it would be easy, though Ryan's friends were emotionally strong. Ariana suggested encouraging them as they had with Dream, so they might overcome the sin's influence. Ryan admitted he did not want to risk lives on a hunch but conceded it might be their best option. The original death nodded and, with a wave of a skeletal hand, sent Ryan back into reality. Ryan cried out as he fell off the couch, startling everyone in the room. Issei cried out on reflex at the sudden exclamation. Ryan drew a deep breath, opened his eyes, and then phased through the floor. Silence settled until Lu Fei asked Arthur quietly whether he approved of her love for Ryan. Arthur was taken aback and paused before answering thoughtfully. He told his sister that he did approve. He had seen infatuation before and recognized something different in her feelings for Ryan. He said he could not tell whether Ryan felt the same, and that approval from him did not change what mattered. If Ryan made Lu Fei happy, that would make Arthur happy as well. Lu Fei whispered her thanks after the gentle hug was broken. Issei and Valet suddenly shot to their feet. Valet asked Issei if he felt it too, and Issei said he felt something like a memory, rubbing the back of his left hand. Albion announced that they were present. Drake voiced simple alarm. Issei asked who was there, and the question went unanswered as the living room doors swung open and Ryan entered with two figures at his side. He introduced them as Blair and Carla, and then added Lily and Diana. Carla offered a cheerful greeting in her light, airy voice, while Blair gave a small wave and a polite greeting. Lily and Diana greeted the others together, and Drake and Albion responded in kind. Everyone else reacted with surprise and disbelief, save for Ryan and Dream, who remained composed. A few minutes later, Issei scolded the group for their past behavior and looked at his hand in disgust. Albion agreed sheepishly, acknowledging they had not been their best. Drake admitted they had been foolish youths seeking a fight and that, without Lily and Diana, they might have caused even more harm. Ryan praised Lily and Diana for their bravery in coming forward and helping to contain the danger, and Diana thanked him for keeping them together. Ryan admitted that, even without having felt love before, he had perceived theirs as radiant and that he had done what he could in return. Blair teased that Ryan had been the reason she had fallen for him, leaning in to place a quick, affectionate kiss on Carla's cheek. Ryan explained that wielders of the chest plate and visor tended to develop strong bonds with one another regardless of the individuals involved. He cleared the table with a gesture. Valet asked why the newcomers had come, his gaze fixed on the Reaper. Ryan warned that a battle approached and that they might not be prepared. Their enemies could manipulate emotions, and that was a power he would not risk. He told them he had consulted his previous selves, most of whom had advocated for sealing the corrupted hosts away entirely, but he rejected that course. He reiterated that they must find a way to counteract the sins. Rias pressed for details. Ryan admitted they needed a plan to fight an entity that could control them. Aquino looked worried. Lily suggested a crystal purge might help, and Ryan asked Diana to see if that approach would work. Diana agreed and told Blair to be ready. Blair's eyes began to glow blue. Blair explained that while others' gear improved combat prowess in various ways, her equipment allowed her to see 10 seconds into the future during combat, making her nearly unbeatable and granting her reach when in scale mail form. At Diana's cue, Blair activated her ability, and a navy blue dragon-shaped helmet materialized over her head, the protective visor revealing her eyes behind a darkened shield. She readied herself for what came next. Blair activated her balance breaker. Her scale mail differed from Issei's and Val's. It had no central plating, leaving her dark midriff exposed, the armor thinner around the torso and legs, and the wings sprouting from her back sleeker and narrower than the white and red dragons. She explained that while others focused on power and strength, her form emphasized speed and agility, making her nearly untouchable. Blair used a dragon shout called Foresight. The shout echoed throughout the room as her armor pulsed blue. After a few moments the light faded and the armor collapsed into nothing more than a pair of blue reading glasses on her face. Blair said that it would work, her voice strained. Rias asked what was wrong. Ryan intervened quickly, noting that those who could see the future often saw things that hurt them, and that if Blair did not wish to share what she had seen they had no right to press her. He put a hand on hers and she sighed in relief, thanking him. Kiba asked how they were going to proceed. Ryan considered the list of who should go and muttered that dream and he would accompany everyone else present. Vala asked whether knowledge needed to go. Ryan explained that the fewer endless present the better. He was hesitant to bring Dream and could operate the book and complete the ritual himself, but the more endless who accompanied them the greater the chance their enemies would attempt to kill them. He waved his hand through the air with a small smile. Ryan then announced that he would secure transport to Ireland. He cracked his neck and looked out the window, prompting everyone in the room to follow his gaze. Issei reacted in astonishment when a massive red warship hovered gently outside the house. Ryan explained that it was Santa's sleigh, capable of Mach 50 speeds and planetary travel. He opened a moderate portal in the middle of the room and advised everyone, with a wry warning, not to joke with elves because they could be ruthless. Even the other Endless looked worried, but they followed the chaotic teen anyway. They boarded the sleigh and entered Central Command. Santa greeted Ryan warmly, remarking that she had recognized him. Ryan admitted that the fact she could smell him was a little off-putting but welcomed the reunion. They shared a brief, affectionate embrace, which drew an angry reaction from Lu Fei, who was held back by her older brother. Santa bowed and declared that if the Grim Reaper himself requested the sleigh, she would be there to help. Ryan returned the bow and thanked her. He introduced the Occult Research Club and their companions. Azazel, the 4 heavenly dragons, the Cow's Brigade, Lime, and Dream. Santa greeted Dream, complimenting her brilliant energy signature and noting that becoming an Endless had its perks. Dream replied that it did indeed feel empowering, letting her hands fill with energy and radiating a joyful aura that made everyone smile. Santa then cheerfully acknowledged Issei as the Red Dragon Emperor and embraced him in a warm, playful hug. Issei was surprised but not displeased as he was playfully knocked to the floor. Ryan intervened, his hand glowing with dark energy, and gently steadied the situation by guiding the woman who commanded the sleigh back to her console. Santa ordered the elves to set coordinates for Dublin, Ireland. The elves acknowledged the order and the ship accelerated to its famed speed. Santa informed them that, weather permitting, they should arrive within the hour and invited everyone to make themselves comfortable in the lounge. Azazel called for haste and led the group out of the command area, everyone following. Just before they rounded a corner, Blair grabbed Ryan and pulled him into the nearest open room. Ryan teased her lightly about surprising him, and Blair shot him a withering look, reminding him that he already knew why she was doing this. Ryan stopped teasing and asked what she had seen. Blair said that she could not be certain, but she believed someone was going to die. When Ryan asked for any clues about who it might be or who it might not, Blair described an explosion and an unfamiliar combatant. She had seen Ryan fighting the unknown person and had seen all of the Occult Research Club. They had appeared to be alive as well. Blair began to panic, stammering that she could not, her eyes glowing blue. Ryan ordered Diana to shut her down. Blair's eyes rolled back and she collapsed forward. The door to the room burst open. Carla screamed and then felt relief when she saw an unconscious Blair cradled in death's arms. A simple nod from the Grim Reaper was all Carla needed. She walked over, picked Blair up, and carried her out of the room. After the two left, Ryan slumped against the nearest wall. He pulled out his phone, tapped a single button, pocketed it, and waited. A few minutes passed before light knocking sounded on the door. Santa peered in with a snowy head of hair and called softly for Death. Ryan acknowledged her without looking up. Santa closed the door, walked over, sat beside him, took a small flask from her clothing and passed it to him. He accepted with a grateful nod and drank half of it in one go. Santa laughed and teased that she remembered when Ryan would get flustered at the sight of a girl, and now he was drinking and attracting attention. Ryan gestured to her attire and replied that people change, and Molly should know that better than most. Santa admitted that embracing fears had helped her, joking about an invented phobia as she drank, her cheeks warming with each swallow. Ryan shrugged and took another sip. The two sat in silence for a moment, the sound of swallowing filling the quiet room. Santa then asked what had happened to Ryan, Noting how different he was from the adorable Reaper, she remembered how he now wore a mask and seemed to lie more often. Ryan handed the flask back and, after another pause, explained that he had had a vision of terrible things for which he had felt responsible. He described seeing friends die and family erased, the prospect of being the last one remaining, and the crushing certainty that he might one day lock the universe with a key. He produced a small black key in his palm as he spoke. Santa responded softly that she had not known. Ryan told her that what mattered now was the favor he needed and that she was the only one with the necessary technology. They agreed to discuss the favor, and the scene shifted to Dublin, Ireland. Lily commented that it felt good to be home as Carla stepped off the sleigh. Blair inhaled the autumn air and remarked on how different it felt. Issei shrugged that it could be colder for the season, and Ryan, passing by, delivered a hard punch to Issei's shoulder that sent him stumbling to his knees. Ryan told everyone to follow him and not to touch anything, then set off in a random direction. After about half an hour, doubts grew among the group about whether Ryan knew where he was going. Lu Fei fell into step beside him and asked when they would arrive. Ryan smiled and said they would get there when it was time. Lu Fei took off her hat, wiped sweat from her brow, and asked what would make it happen. Ryan explained that the entrance to the crystal pool was protected by magic so strong that only 4 individuals knew how to access it. He offered his hand to her. Lu Fei asked who the 4 were and whether the magic was complex. Ryan explained that it was simple in its exclusivity. He was one, knowledge was another because of what he knew, and Eva also knew how to break it. Lu Fei asked about the 4th. Ryan's expression clouded as a memory came over him. He said the 4th had been an old friend who was gone, and that it was really just the 3 of them now. Lu Fei offered her condolences. Ryan then awkwardly used a pet name, calling Lu Fei Lele, and flushed when he realized it. Lu Fei said she liked the nickname and suggested that if they ever married, cute nicknames would be appropriate. Ryan suggested they use the spare time to talk about that possibility. She blushed and admitted she did not know what to say. To break the tension, Ryan playfully began a simple greeting game, and Lu Fei responded in kind. Ryan lightened the mood by mentioning, with a laugh, that aside from extracting 7 deadly entities from his friends' bodies, things were splendid. Lu Fei said that sounded like fun in a wry way and asked what he did for enjoyment. Ryan listed reading, hunting monsters, and playing chess. Lu Fei said she liked baking, reading, and practicing magic. Ryan asked whether she knew any good spells. Lu Fei counted spells on her fingers, listing dark, light, elemental, black, tech, curses, jinxes, and a variety of hexes. Ryan smiled softly and observed that she sounded well-equipped for battle, confident she could handle most monsters. Lu Fei admitted that Wendigos still unnerved her. When Ryan asked why, she explained that someone she loved had been badly hurt by a Wendigo, taking a blow for her and nearly dying. Ryan frowned at the idea of such self-sacrifice, but Lu Fei defended the person as kind, generous, and irreplaceable. Ryan teased that the description sounded like a perfect hero from a book, and Lu Fei protested with a pout. They stopped walking and looked around the field as if searching for something. Azazel approached the smiling boy and asked where the cave was. Ryan explained that they had been in the cave the whole time. The clearing was a protective field around the entrance, guarded by extremely powerful magic. He invited guesses. Aquino suggested illusion magic, which Ryan dismissed. Azazel proposed space magic, distorting the world, which was close. Ryan walked back and forth and offered a simpler but complex answer. The Crystal Cave was a potent healing area linked directly to the planet's original creation energy. The Earth had been formed around a large shard of that primal power, and the cave led to that source, providing nearly unlimited magical energy. To protect it, the Guardians had done the simplest thing. Those who wanted to enter would not be allowed in, and those who did not want to enter would find the door revealed. Ryan winked and suddenly fell backward through the field. Lime ran to the spot he had been standing at. Ryan's voice echoed in their minds, instructing them to clear their thoughts and let themselves fall. Issei shouted a random exclamation and then fell backward, following Ryan through the ground. Lu Fei breathed Ryan's name and sank through as well. The others, seeing the trick, followed and disappeared through the surface. Far away in deep space, Paradox looked into the void and remarked that something felt wrong on Earth. Panda, holding his hand, suggested they return but keep a distance until they knew more. The two entities nodded and departed in a silent eruption of neon blue light and violet flame. In Dublin, Le Fay fell and could not see the ground. Her magic faltered, but she landed softly and found herself looking into two very familiar eyes. Ryan stood nearby as a slowing enchantment reduced everyone's fall, setting them gently down. Issei groaned about his queasy stomach, and the other three dragon hosts looked equally ill. Ryan explained that the cave's magic interfered with normal magical flows and made dragons sensitive, causing the nausea. The tunnel they entered seemed to stretch without end, lit by bright green bioluminescent lichen that cast an eerie glow. Ryan urged everyone to stay close, warning that the cave was protected by creatures that would make even the bravest tremble. The passage opened into a larger chamber with a still lake at its center. Ryan released the girl's hands and walked to the water's edge, kneeling as if to speak privately to something in the depths. He rose and stepped back. The water began to bubble. The surface burst as a massive creature rose from the lake. Baiko reacted in surprise when the beast heaved itself from the water. The creature lunged toward Ryan in a swift, powerful motion. In a sudden, almost playful movement, the creature enveloped Ryan briefly before easing him back onto the shore. Ryan sat up, chuckling as one of the creature's middle heads affectionately nuzzled him with a long, dark tongue, leaving him to joke about the mess on his clothes. Lu Fei felt a surge of protective anger and prepared a golden glow of magic, ready to defend Ryan from any real threat. Laughter echoed through the cave, and the creature withdrew its head to the shore, having apparently intended no harm. Issei whispered to Kiba in bewilderment, asking what on earth was happening. Ryan explained that the creature was the Loch Ness monster. He recounted that long ago she had been hunted and endangered. She once lived in the Scottish Loch but had been relocated here to keep her safe and to guard the pool. The tense moment eased as the group took in the creature's calm presence and the strange, protective magic of the cave. Ryan explained that Nessie was not dangerous, comparing her to a slim, dog-like creature as he rubbed the hydra under the neck. Asia squealed with delight and ran forward to pet her. Ryan motioned for everyone to come and take a look. Nessie proceeded to lick each of them in turn, then gave a wide smile that revealed rows of razor-sharp teeth. Ryan invited the group to climb on, and Nessie submerged part of her head into the water to form a stable platform. Ryan helped Le Fay and Lime climb up, then offered his hand to Dream and Asia, who accepted gratefully. Nessie glided smoothly across the lake, and the travelers on her back could see dark shapes moving beneath the clear surface. Valet, sitting back to back with Ryan, asked what the shadows were. Ryan explained that they were Merkers, spirits that defended the place alongside Nessie, and then he flicked his foot through the water. A dark hand curled around his ankle and he pulled a Merker from the depths. The group examined the creature Ryan held by the shoulders. The Merker was completely black and slick, with a single mouth of sharp teeth and unusually long limbs with webbed hands and feet. When Asia rubbed beneath its neck, it made a soft gargling sound and seemed to attempt a friendly expression. Asia reacted with delight, and Ryan gently lowered the Merker back into the water. Ryan lay on his back at the water's edge and watched the cave ceiling swirl with colors while remarking that Nessie reminded him of Miss Eva Argento and her love for all life, which might explain why Nessie was powerful enough to wield twilight healing. After 10 more minutes, Ryan stood abruptly, removed his outer garments until only his boxers remained, and plunged into the water. He vanished into the Merkers within seconds, blending with them. Issei looked from the pile of clothes to the water in confusion, and Nessie continued to swim without haste. They reached the far shore and Nessie set the group down. Azazel scanned the shoreline and asked what they should do next. The Grim Reaper's familiar voice answered from nearby, and the world seemed to ripple as Ryan appeared in his boxers, tapping at a section of wall that looked like the others. Lu Fei, blushing, handed Ryan his clothing back and told him where to find them. Ryan thanked her and pulled on his pants, his eyes never leaving the wall. Azazel suggested the obstruction might be an ancient magical barrier, but Ryan explained that he needed to strike the wall in exactly the right spot or the cave system would collapse. He wound back his hand and, shouting the name Reaper as a command, brought his palm toward the wall and lightly flicked it. The wall shuddered and crumbled into a neat pile of dust. Line came up behind Ryan and hit him in the back, scolding him with fierce concern while pounding his chest like an irritated friend. Ryan promised to be more careful as a swirl of dark energy gathered around him. He began to walk forward as if led by an invisible force. Valley reached out and asked if he was all right, and when Ryan mumbled a string of directions, Valley let him go. The group realized that Ryan was guiding them through a maze. At each turn they could see burning red eyes down some paths and clearer passages down others. Ryan favored the clear routes but occasionally led them toward the red glows only to reveal they were reflections. Azazel observed that the maze seemed navigable only by Ryan and the other endless. Ryan confirmed this but warned that he had little conscious control of his body while leading them. They reached a final, imposing door. Ryan cracked his neck and began to gather magic in his right hand until the power became so intense that Dream formed a protective shield for everyone. Ryan announced that he needed more power. A voice echoed from a side tunnel offering assistance, and Ryan let his magic fade with a small chuckle. He recognized the voice as Roga and greeted him warmly. A short, stout man in green, black, and silver armor stepped from the shadows. The two shared a warm embrace, Ryan dropping to one knee briefly in a playful gesture before standing again. Roga laughed and asked what Ryan was doing down there. Ryan explained he was trying to purge the place of its corruptions and asked if Roga could help. Roga agreed and suggested introductions. Ryan presented Roga Stonecrusher as the entity of Earth. Roga gave a short bow. Issei, puzzled, remarked that life seemed to be in charge of the Earth. Ryan clarified that life governed living things, while Roga literally controlled Earth in all its forms, which explained why he spent so much time in the tunnel systems. The group exchanged looks and prepared to move onward. Roga asked whether Mary needed training wielding her hammer as an ancient stone hammer appeared in his left hand, similar in shape to Ryan's Reaper weapon. Ryan admitted that while this had been fun, they really needed to purge the sins from the group, and Roga nodded in understanding. Ryan nodded at Dream, who recast her shield over the group. Ryan and Roga stood before the door. The air seemed to fall still, and the winds that had been rushing through the tunnels vanished as the two entities' hands began to glow. Roga bellowed that he was ready and intended to show real power, his hands and eyes glowing green. Ryan laughed and doubted it, inviting Roga to try as his magic began to spark wildly. The cave walls, however, remained unaffected due to a magical barrier that prevented any breaking. Roga invoked Earth Dwarf Sacred Art, Iron Fist, and Ryan invoked Grim Reaper Sacred Art, Reaper Chop. Both wound their hands back and struck the door at the same time, and both were thrown backward through the air. Ryan groaned that he had forgotten about the barrier, got to his feet, and helped Roga up. Roga demanded to know why it had not worked as they watched the door pulse gold. Ryan raised his hands and told Issei, Valley, Carla, and Blair that this would feel strange and asked them to trust him. Issei began to ask what Ryan meant, and Ryan initiated the override of the Sacred Gear Authorization Reaper 1, releasing the souls temporarily. All four dragon hosts glowed in their respective colors and the tunnel filled with a blinding light. What they saw was incredible. Draig greeted Issei, telling him it was good to meet him in the flesh as he towered above. Issei was awed, looking up at the Welsh dragon. Albion bowed and greeted Valley, and Valley nodded in acknowledgement. Carla called for Lily excitedly and jumped onto the Irish dragon's snout. The Emerald Dragon returned Carla's greeting with a warm smile. Diana acknowledged Blair stiffly, and Blair returned the greeting in the same tone. Ryan instructed the dragons to proceed as he, Roga, and Dream cast a barrier around the group. Albion and Lily stepped forward. Both dragons touched the door with a single claw before stepping back. Albion used Divide and Lily used Absorb. Ryan explained that, like Albion's divine dividing power, Lily could absorb any energy directed at her and convert it to her own strength, while in sacred gear form the energy had to be aimed at her like a blast or explosion, but in dragon form she could drain energy from something like a well. Draig said it was their turn as the English and Irish dragons stepped aside. The dragons activated boost and foresight while energy began to build. Azazel wondered whether Diana could do anything beyond seeing into the future as he watched two dragons channel energy. Blair, seated in a meditative pose, explained that Diana's power centered on her eyes. She could peer into the future and release incredibly powerful beams. Ryan announced that this was where he came in and initiated Reaper Code, Dragon Fusion. All four dragons and Ryan transformed into spheres of light that collided and merged into a single form. Issei reacted in shock as the light faded and one fused dragon remained. Dream identified the creature as the entity of the unknown, and Roga nodded in understanding. Vale asked what that meant in confusion. Dream whispered that when four dragons became one alongside their creator, their combined power knew no limits, the strength to rival an endless. Azazel remarked that the fused creature was as powerful as an endless. A deeply layered voice that still sounded most like Ryan declared that they had become one and, in doing so, gained power they could never have achieved alone. The fused dragon squared off with the door, breathed in deeply, and unleashed Titan Dragon Nova Firestorm. A tremendous blast of pure white energy surged through the tunnel and destroyed the door where it stood in a sweeping, dramatic display of force. Blair shook her head and muttered that the poor thing had never had a chance. The Grim Reaper's voice filled the tunnel, instructing the four dragons to return. The fusion broke. They agreed and each returned to their host as spheres of light reunited with their bodies. Issei expressed how happy he was to have Drake back, and the red dragon chuckled that the feeling was mutual. Ryan smiled and told the group they were due for a cleanse as they walked toward the doors. Kaneko suddenly reeled onto her hands and knees and called out for Chiron. Kuroka began to ask a question but was cut off as Kaneko warned that it was already too late, her eyes glowing orange. The air crackled with energy as Ryan squared off against the possessed catgirl. Kaneko seemed to welcome the confrontation, indicating that she had not expected it to be easy. Death was a force of nature inescapable and merciless. Everything would eventually succumb to it: angels, devils, the fallen, dragons, creatures, everything, even death itself. Chapter 12. Roga activated Earth Dwarf Sacred Art, avatar form, and swelled to 50 times his normal size, becoming a towering giant that rivaled the four heavenly dragons. He swung a massive fist and slammed Kaneko into the pool room. Roga called to death and the three entities followed the infected girl through. Greed unleashed bile burst, sending a spray of inky darkness from Kaneko's mouth. Dream invoked Dream Dragon Sacred Art, Rainbow Fur Storm, and a wave of multicolored fire erupted, cutting through the dark spray and neutralizing it in midair. Roga manifested an earth hammer and swung it with surprising grace at the Sin. Ryan threw bolts of black lightning while Dream hurled ball of flame. Even possessed, one Sin could not match three entities, two of which were endless. The Sin faltered for a moment, and Ryan seized the chance. He activated Grim Reaper Sacred Art, Death Coil, sending a spiraling tendril of black energy that wrapped around Kaneko and tried to bind her, surging with overwhelming force that left her staggered. Kuroka begged them not to kill her, but the Vala team held her back. Ryan braced and swung the girl through the air toward Roga. Roga met the motion and slammed her into the pool. Ryan ordered the ORC team into the pool and cast a shield to contain the Sin. Rias urged everyone to get in and dove into the water fully clothed. Issei leapt after her with a cannonball splash. Zenobia shoved Irina into the pool, and Aquino hesitated briefly before Kiba pushed her in. Ryan activated Crystal Pool, Reaper Authorization. The pool bubbled and glowed a bright blue, lighting the cave so intensely that everyone shielded their eyes. The ORC began to rise from the water, their forms glowing gold as the water wrapped around them. Ryan's hands moved with practiced precision, shaping the water and gently separating the Sins from their hosts. When the water fully encompassed them, he reached into an inner coat pocket and produced a fist-shaped amulet engraved with three symbols: a book, a leaf, and a skull. Ryan commanded the Sins to come, and the amulet flared to life. A blinding light filled the room. Azazel turned away from it. Ryan's eyes snapped open, and he fell to his knees in horror, overwhelmed by what he had seen. The ORC members settled back into the water as Dream and Roga levitated them out. Kuroka hugged her sister and asked if she was all right. Kaneko answered that she was fine and that the presence was gone. The ORC members shook their heads, regaining their bearings. Lu Fei checked on Ryan, who collapsed onto his back and laughed manically for a moment before Lu Fei asked nervously what was wrong. Ryan grabbed Lu Fei by the shoulders, his eyes abruptly empty, and told her that everything had changed and that she had to leave immediately. His command echoed through the cave. Laughter filled the space, mocking and cold. A mysterious voice taunted Death for always trying to play the hero, and Ryan spun toward the pool. A single figure rose from the water. Ryan ordered Dream and Roga to get the recovered members to the sleigh. They began to protest but ultimately obeyed his command. The operation moved forward without question. Roga told the others to hold on as he and Dream cast a mass teleport, leaving Ryan alone with the stranger. Ryan chuckled darkly and noted that freeing him with the sins had been clever. The stranger lowered himself to the pool edge and explained that Ryan had trapped them in the same dimension with different security. White and black bandages began to wrap around him. The stranger then regrettably declared it was time for Ryan to die again. Roga ordered the group into the sleigh and instructed Santa to get them in the air while he gave the ORC one last check. Lime lashed out at the entity of happiness in fury. Dream sighed and explained that if Ryan asked, he had to obey, since an endless order was final. The sleigh lifted into the air and began to move, but the air around them suddenly buzzed with power. Issei felt his skin vibrate as Drake roared for Santa to move the ship, though his warning came too late. A bright beam of light shot up from the ground and struck the left wing of the sleigh. The ship swerved as something connected with its underside. Ryan's voice came over the intercom, and hull cameras showed him supporting the damaged side. Santa took manual control and guided the sleigh gently down with her magic. One of the entities demanded to know what was happening. Ryan ordered the sleigh defense system activated and warned everyone not to exit until he said so. His death jets engaged and he rocketed into the sky. Above the cloud layer, the stranger now revealed as Equality taunted that Death no longer gave his all, claiming there had been a time when Death would have destroyed a planet to stop him. Ryan responded that people change. Equality countered that Ryan would not change and that the two sides were forever bound to fight. Ryan warned that Equality could not win, pointing out that a different Endless stood against him and that absorbing sins would not restore his true power. Equality smiled and said he did not intend to fight Ryan right then. Instead, he suggested Ryan try to protect those he cared about. Equality then unleashed his sacred art, Yang Beam, at the sleigh. Moments earlier, Asia had asked what was happening as the group stepped out of the sleigh. Santa admitted she could not be certain. An enormous explosion followed and a blast of light hurtled toward them. Dream called for the shields, but the blast tore through Dream's, Santa's and Roga's protections as if they were paper. Everyone's vision blackened as the group was shoved to one side. 2 hours later, Eva informed the gathered Endless Council that Paradox and Pandora were not the third and fourth entities after all. The third entity to come into existence was Equality. After Equality used his sacred art to escape, Ryan had intercepted the attack and taken the shot himself. The attack struck Ryan with devastating force, leaving him severely wounded and destabilized by Equality's magic. He did not die, but he endured immense pain as the corrupting power continued to afflict him. The entire Endless Council had felt Ryan's suffering and gathered immediately. Lu Fei had been sedated to prevent a frenzy. Lime sat steadfastly by Ryan's bedside and refused to leave despite attempts to move her. Now Eva, Ryan's partner, gave the council a rundown of the history and the current threat. Eva explained that long ago Death, Equality, and she had ruled the universe together, protecting all and remaining close friends. Equality had created fairness across all he encountered, but he became disturbed after the creation of dragons. He began to view other entities' rage, fear, randomness, and the like as inferior and sought to impose his version of order. He nearly activated a madness through Equality itself before Death sealed him in another dimension, using Equality's own emotions as a barrier. That imprisonment shaped the being he had become. Now, Equality had used the power of the sins and the crystal pool as a catalyst to free himself. He was regenerating his power somewhere in the universe and would return. Roga rose and vowed that they would make equality pay when he did return. Eva then cautioned that equality possessed a unique ability to create an army of copies of himself, and that the first death had been killed defeating such an army and equality together. Knowledge leaned back in his seat and warned that this was not someone they could simply beat. Santa offered a hopeful smile and reminded them that back then the Endless Council did not exist, so they might be able to stand up against him now. Eva broke in, tears springing to her eyes as she pointed out that the only one powerful enough to oppose him was Death, and Death was currently bedridden and grievously wounded. Silence filled the room. Ryan was pushed in on a wheelchair, looking rough and exhausted. His legs were gone but showed signs of partial regrowth. Lu Fei sprang into his arms and hugged him fiercely, calling him by his familiar name. Ryan winced and noted that it still burned terribly. Life laughed sadly and said it was good to see he was still alive. Ryan admitted wryly that things were not looking great. Equality was out there and growing stronger by the second, and he was only at half strength. Eva scolded him for joking at a time like this. Ryan rolled his eyes and reminded her that their secret was out, that they had once been close until he had locked equality away with his emotions. Eva sighed, a small smile crossing her face, and made a quiet, determined decision. She stepped forward, placed a warm hand on Ryan's forehead, and focused her magic into him. A golden light enveloped them both and brightened the room. When the light faded, Eva was asleep in Ryan's arms and his legs had fully returned. Ryan breathed a soft thank you as he felt her magic finish repairing him and clear away the remaining equality influence. Azazel laughed and remarked that Ryan was likely to make Issei jealous with how many were drawn to him. Ryan rolled his eyes, rose to his feet, and gently lowered Life onto the nearest couch. Ryan called for the Reapers. 7 puffs of smoke appeared and all 8 Reapers stood before their mentor, kneeling and pledging their readiness. Ryan outlined their plan. Heavies were to partner with Roga to fetch the other elemental entities. Rangers would accompany Azazel to recruit the angels, devils, and Norse. Fighters would go with Santa to gather the seasons, and the Easter Bunny, Pedro, Randy, and Fate. Protectors were to go with the Dream to pick up Orphis and Sona. He reminded them that he had brought them back for a reason to protect humanity and warned that he was about to ask them to go to war, offering anyone who opposed that the chance to leave without judgment. Alexander bowed and pledged to fight alongside him. Bobby removed her mask, surprising everyone except Kuroka, Ryan, and Jason. Lime pledged her continued loyalty as well. Ryan prepared to empower them. He activated Reaper Protocol, Shade Fusion, sending 8 orbs of shadow out from his hands to merge with the Reapers. Roberto laughed that it felt like having downed his entire flask of tequila in one go as the shadow energy swirled and settled. Ryan explained that he had fused the souls of the dead into them to enhance their powers, bringing them almost to the level of an entity. Lime and Bobby grabbed the Dream and vanished together. Roga, Mary, and the Heavies departed for the Pacific. Azazel and the Rangers left to gather their allies in heaven. The others set off according to Ryan's orders, moving quickly and purposefully. The room fell quiet once more as each team dispersed to carry out the mission ahead. Alexander asked Santa where they would find the seasons, and Santa laughed that they would start in Antarctica as the 3 vanished. Rias asked what would happen to them. Ryan instructed her to head to the Hyudu residence, lock the town down, and keep everyone indoors by magic if necessary. Knowledge asked where Ryan was going. Ryan said he would pick up 2 friends outside of Earth, formulate an attack plan, and get everyone ready. He promised to be back in time to hear the plan. He told the dragons to keep practicing their fusion because they would need the unknown entity for the upcoming battle. The dragons agreed. Ryan smiled at Lu Fei and gave her a gentle kiss. Lu Fei whispered for him to be safe, and Ryan promised he would be safe before vanishing in a burst of blue flames. Fighters. Walter noted how far they were from England as the cold hit him. Alexander remarked that the weather reminded him of Mary's home as he made his way toward the cave entrance. Santa warned them to be wary because the entity they sought was not known for kindness. Santa greeted Molly, the figure seated on an ice throne. The woman with snow-white hair and pale skin answered amiably, and Santa and Molly embraced gently. Molly said she felt cold and bored and hoped things would pick up once winter was restored. Santa renewed his invitation for her to stay with him, and Molly declined, then asked why they had come. Alexander bluntly explained that Death needed the world's entities to gather because an old enemy had returned to try to destroy the world. Molly suggested he should have led with that and asked where they were meeting. Walter bowed and indicated that the meeting would be at Kuoh Academy in America. Molly warned him to tell Summer that if she did not attend, she would make trouble for Summer and then dove down an ice tunnel beside her throne. Santa smiled and noted that one had been persuaded, with a few more to go. Roga complained about hating the water as he clung to Jonathan's head. A booming voice from beneath the waves, Neptune, rose with a golden trident, taking offense at Roga's remark. Roga urged Neptune to help because Death needed the elemental entities to save the world. Neptune nodded and descended again. Mary treaded water and called the result easy, then asked where they would head next. Protectors. Orpheus asked Dream if they were sure it was him. Dream confirmed that he had seen him and said they could not do this without Orpheus. Orpheus agreed despite feeling she was getting too old for the task, then shifted back to human form and landed beside Lime and Bobby. Bobby marveled at their change in size, and Lime commented wryly. The four vanished in a flash of light. Rangers. Azazel explained the stakes. They would fight alongside the world's entities or they would all die. Michael noted that their options were limited and that heaven would lend its support. Sir Zex added that the Satans and devils would also assist, and Seraphol, Ajuka, and Asmodeus nodded in agreement. The group acknowledged that they had a war to win. With Ryan reflected on the neutrality and cleanliness of space as he flew toward the moon and landed in a large crater without disturbing even a speck of dust. He announced his arrival loudly and with a taunting tone. The ground trembled and a teenage girl wearing a large singlet, glasses, and gaming headphones emerged, holding a game controller and looking annoyed. Ryan told her he needed her help. She finished speaking into her microphone, tossed her controller aside, then turned to face him and asked what he needed. Ryan grinned. With knowledge. Knowledge greeted Luna warmly as the entity of the moon arrived in a flash of navy blue light. Luna adjusted a large sniper on her back and explained that Ryan's call had influenced her decision to come. Knowledge noted the number of magic users assembled in the large room. Luna took in the scene and was awed by the preparations. Winter, summer, spring, and autumn, the two sisters and two brothers representing the seasons chatted with Santa. Roga, Neptune, Volcanus, and Gale, the four elemental entities, waited nearby. The Easter Bunny, Dream, and Orpheus laughed together, amused by something Jason had said. Bobby and Kuroka sat together, sharing a quiet, affectionate moment in the corner. The four dragons practiced their fusion and had nearly perfected creating a scale male similar to the real dragon combination. Roberto and Pedro took shots while Rosweiss and Walter played cards. Both the Gremory and Citri peerages spoke casually with each other. The remaining Endless and the four great powers sipped drinks and conversed. Luna asked where the troops were. Knowledge explained that the troops remained in Heaven, Hell, and Asgard and would have nowhere to go until given orders. He expressed hope that Ryan could persuade Solaris to help. Luna doubted Solaris's interest in Earth, and Knowledge allowed the possibility with a sigh. With Ryan complained as he descended into the core of the sun, prepared to continue the mission and collect the necessary allies. Events continued as preparations proceeded. Solaris, a woman with flowing lava-like hair seated on a throne of fire, asked what had brought him there. Ryan walked carefully around a pool of superheated plasma and requested a small favor from her. Solaris noted with a wry chuckle that someone with the power to destroy planets being asked for help meant Ryan must be desperate. Ryan responded angrily that he had tolerated Solaris's threats for too long and that she would help them fight, or he would make her. Solaris smirked and reminded him that he had never won a battle between them. Ryan snapped that he had let Solaris win, and Solaris challenged him to prove it. Ryan teased the move called the Reaper Chop, leaving Solaris confused. At Kuoh Academy, Randy finished a tall tale about eating cake on a whale while speaking with the Queen. Blake rolled his eyes and asked how Randy had ended up destroying the royal palace. Randy laughed, and the entity of fear drifted over to the group of Endless. Knowledge warned that when Ryan returned, a war would likely break out. Equality and death hated each other and would clash one-on-one, while Ryan could replicate himself into 1,000,000 clones. Love touched the tattoo beneath her eye and asked quietly how desperate their situation was. Eva replied that an Endless who released their limiter could spread madness across the world, which made the situation serious. Love laughed sadly and said it did not sound that desperate. Knowledge reassured them that they would have to act with their limiters on. The council turned as Ryan stepped through a dark portal carrying an unconscious Solaris, a red mark at the center of her forehead. Max laughed and greeted him, saying he had thought Ryan might have run off. Ryan set Solaris down gently and signaled for Asia to come forward. She healed Solaris. Max then stood and announced loudly, drawing the attention of everyone in the hall. Ryan and Knowledge stepped forward, and Knowledge displayed a holographic view of the world. Knowledge laid out the facts. They were about to face an entity on par with life and death who could create 1,000,000 replicas of himself. Each clone would be only as powerful as a minor entity, but they would still pose a significant challenge because the Endless were few. White markers appeared around the planet to show deployment. Ryan said he would engage equality personally while the others dealt with the clones, explaining that destroying the original would cause the clones to collapse. Sir Zex asked where the clones would attack from, and Knowledge explained that they would descend from all points on Earth. For that reason, forces would be spread globally, devils, angels, and Norse armies would be assigned to major cities, Pandora would handle movement during the battle, and everyone should conserve their magic for the clones. Knowledge continued that entities and Endless would be split around the globe, Reapers would be assigned to their respective countries and provide aid with their shade enhancements, and Asia and Pandora would stay together to handle the injured if needed. Panda moved to stand near the former nun. Azazel asked how bad the situation truly was. Ryan answered that a powerful being like a Satan would struggle against even one clone, and an army of 1,000,000 could leave only a few survivors. The room fell silent. Ryan said he planned to defeat the original as quickly as possible so the clones would fall. Michael suggested concentrating fire on the original, and Eva explained that the original could likely overwhelm everyone in the room in seconds. Only Death and Eva might stand a chance. Michael nodded in understanding. Ajuka raised the concern of civilian casualties. The Endless exchanged looks, and Ryan reassured them that they had measures in place to protect humans. On the Kuoh Academy rooftop, Blake asked if the plan was wise as Ryan, Pandora, and Dream stretched lightly. The school was quiet for the weekend, and their allies were spread across the grounds below. Ryan asked for permission to act in turn from the various Endless and entities. One by one, life, time, knowledge, fear, rage, space, love, and Dream granted permission. Finally, Death gave permission. With that, the Endless Council lock was removed, allowing the madness of order. Life looked at Ryan with worry and told him to be careful. Ryan did not answer. Instead, he released his focus and let his mind and magic flow outward into the world. Ryan reached into the minds of every living being on the planet who was not about to fight. He felt the souls of each creature and the flow of their energy, and he realized he could end everyone with a single thought. That possibility was the most dangerous part of Ryan's madness. If he wanted, he could shape life and death into an endless cycle where only he and life remained. He had the power to destroy equality here and now, but doing so would trade the world everyone knew for something else. Flashback. Lime greeted Lu Fei and asked why she loved Ryan. Lu Fei answered that it was his heart. Lime asked what she meant. Lu Fei explained that Ryan was far from pure and carried regrets in his eyes, but he tried to make the world better. He was never selfish, he had a way of caring and speaking to people. Lime nodded with her eyes closed and agreed that Ryan certainly did. Lu Fei added that he also had striking looks and embodied the figure of death, which made them both laugh, unaware that Ryan happened to be walking by and had heard the entire conversation. Flashback and Ryan's power radiated so brightly that the remaining Endless had to cast a shield to protect the school. Knowledge warned that the madness was consuming him, while life insisted that he was strong and would beat it. Eva's eyes glowed white as she prepared to act, and knowledge ordered activation of endless madness, order. A pulse of black energy erupted from Ryan's body and swept across the world in moments. Ryan groaned that it hurt as he dropped to his knees. Knowledge praised him, then called on Panda and Dream to take the next move. Panda activated the space sacred art to open world portals beneath every living thing, and Dream used the Dream Dragon sacred art to send a wave of calming magic through the nearest portal, easing every living thing into a dreamless sleep. Ryan smiled as he caught the two girls. The spell had tired them, but a brief restorative spell had them back on their feet quickly. The Endless landed among scores of magical beings, all geared for battle. Ryan smiled until a strange wave of power washed over him. He looked at life and saw she had felt it too. A small white orb descended from the sky and everyone backed away as life and death stepped forward. Ryan reached out and flicked the orb, and it pulsed and shimmered into a hologram of equality. The recording introduced itself as Equality, adding that it had recently taken the name David and that it wanted everyone to know it had regained strength and reactivated the Ark. The message was cut off when a surge of dark energy shattered the device. Valley watched and said he was glad Ryan was an ally, noting how the hologram had been dispelled by shadow energy. Knowledge cautioned Death to hold his power steady, reminding him he would only have one chance when Equality arrived, and Ryan nodded. Life walked up beside Ryan and suggested he give a speech. Ryan admitted he disliked public speaking but agreed to try. Blake raised an eyebrow at the idea, and Ryan rolled his eyes before addressing the gathered forces. He spoke not as the entity of Death but as Ryan Blackworth, an ordinary person with ordinary interests and high hopes. Ryan urged everyone to fight not merely to stop an enemy but so they could continue to live, grow, and work together. He pointed to recent unity between angelic, demonic, and fallen powers as proof of how far they had come, and reminded them that when he asked something big, he meant it. He rallied them to stand together and take the fight to the enemy. The crowd cheered in response. Knowledge called for positions, and everyone prepared. 1 hour later, a second moon hung in the sky but, on closer inspection, it was a massive warship positioned just outside Earth's atmosphere. Life asked how they planned to take it down. Ryan told her he would think of something as they floated there. A minute later, a group of 100 Equality clones descended with the original in their center. Equality greeted Ryan and Eva warmly and said it was good to see them. Ryan assumed they could call it David, and Equality confirmed the name with pleasure. Life asked if they could make Equality surrender. Equality replied that they would have simply locked it up again, but Ryan cut in to say that he would not lock it up. Ryan explained that if circumstances had been different he would have taken Equality down himself, but he had others to consider now. He intended to defeat Equality, strip away any power it relied on, and sever its ability to cause harm. His voice took on several layered tones. Equality was taken aback by the sudden intensity. With a gesture, Equality caused 1,000,000 clones to erupt from the Ark and surge toward them. Equality laughed that the two of them were strong, but not that strong. Ryan and Eva exchanged a look, and Ryan chuckled that the situation had been far too easy until the clones appeared. Then everyone braced for the confrontation. Equality demanded to know what was funny as he watched two entities giggle among themselves. Ryan explained to Equality and David that they had known he was listening. They had staged a fake meeting and transmitted the real battle plans telepathically. The clones drew closer. Ryan called on the lunar and solar pair to combine their power. Lunar and solar sacred art fusion produced a solar eclipse cannon that swept through the ranks. A massive wave of energy struck the clones, scattering and destroying vast numbers of them in a single strike. Equality realized what had happened. He turned toward Life and Death just as hundreds of purple portals opened and attackers began to pour through. Roga flew out of the nearest portal, grappling with the closest clone while other angels, devils, fallen and Norse forces streamed through, each leader fighting beside their troops. Neptune unleashed a water god sacred art, water nebula that crashed over the clones. Gale and Paradox combined air god sacred art, thunderstorm and time sacred art, time stream lightning, overwhelming more of the attackers. Knowledge ordered everyone to carry out the counterattack and pushed back against several clones himself. Ryan smirked and sent life to aid the angels. He taunted Equality, suggesting he was not as clever as he claimed. Equality's eyes began to glow. Knowledge shouted that Equality was activating the Arkansas. The arc split down the middle to reveal a long cannon drawing in energy and preparing to fire a massive beam at the planet. Ryan acted a Grim Reaper sacred art, soul shield, but the blast forced his shield back inch by inch as it strained under the onslaught. Ryan felt the shield beginning to crack and realized he needed his full strength. He braced himself, sweating as the attack threatened to break through. At the moment the blast was about to hit, he felt hands shove him aside. The blast struck Eva instead, and she sagged, critically wounded. Pandora and Asia rushed to heal her but were cut off. Volcanus moved to back them up. Equality floated calmly atop the arc and issued a cold command to eliminate the defenders. The clones pressed the advantage, forcing the allied forces to fall back. Angels, devils, fallen and Norse fighters began to fall under the relentless assault. Ryan drifted down to Eva's side as she weakened. Eva told Ryan that it hurt and urged him to stop Equality, gesturing to their allies who were being driven back. Ryan confessed he did not know how they could win. Eva, smiling faintly despite her pain, tried to lighten the moment and urged him not to give in to despair. Then she went suddenly still. Ryan checked her pulse and found nothing. Ariana appeared behind him and told him it was all right to feel pain, sharing that she had felt it when her friends died. Ryan's grief was immediate and overwhelming. It felt molten and crushing, an agony that nothing but oblivion seemed to promise relief from. Ryan answered that feeling with a surge of power. He unleashed Grim Reaper's sacred art, Black Lightning Firestorm, a vast wave of energy that ripped through the clone ranks and opened a path for the defenders to counterattack. He then released dragon spirits from the Reaper hosts, and Draig, Albion, Lily and Diana burst forth to tear through the clones. Equality ordered the arc to fire at Ryan. The beam struck toward him, but instead of raising another shield, Ryan opened his cloak and absorbed the energy. The absorbed energy was redirected in a spell reversal that obliterated the arc cannon and neutralized its threat. Pandora's space sacred art. Copycat produced hundreds of identical Pandoras, each armed and ready. Knowledge summoned a sandstorm that escaped in dozens of clones. Cupid's arrow barrage felled many more, each target turning to ash. Max's rage sacred art produced flaming swordsmen from his chest, and Fear's darkness dimension pulled dozens of clones into an inky void. The defenders rallied, mounting a coordinated and relentless counterattack. Ryan mourned Eva and apologized to her as his own energy gathered. The 8 Reapers felt a cold shift and turned to their master. Walter noted that something was happening. Ryan voiced that Eva had not deserved to die. She had embodied life, and he believed he should have been the one to go. Tears streamed down his face before his expression hardened and the power around him intensified, sparking with dark energy. Knowledge shouted that this was not what Eva would have wanted and tried to intervene, but the energy Ryan emanated was overwhelming. Ryan gave orders for allies who preferred to leave, telling certain teams to fuse and keep at a distance. He warned Equality that his choice would have consequences. Black lightning burst from Ryan, vaporizing the closest clones in an instant. Ryan declared that he would reap without mercy, that he was death personified and that he would carry that role through time and beyond. Knowledge attempted to stop him but could not. Ryan unleashed a forbidden art, True Form. His gloves fell away, and a violent gust struck with full force. His body expanded and reshaped. His features grew less human as dark energy from the planet swelled and fed the transformation. Observers reacted with alarm, noting aloud that he had removed his limiter and that everything had just changed. Equality declared that it was impossible as he abandoned the ark. Death simply regarded the machine and blinked. It was willed out of existence in moments. Equality invoked his sacred art, calling down a white blast of energy that struck the mass of darkness without effect. He cursed as he called more magic. Clones swirled around him in an infinite vortex that not even death could penetrate. Equality announced the endless final art, Shade Protocol, and the shout hung in the air until everything fell silent. Love cried out Ryan's name in panic. Equality called on the souls of the dead and summoned them from their graves to fight, promising them peace in return. The planet shuddered, and then a vast tide of shades burst forth, their numbers beyond counting, forming a black spiral of menace against the white spiral of cloned entities. Equality ordered the shades to kill. Both spirals collided, launching skyward in a clash that looked like two spheres of pure energy tearing at one another. Equality demanded help from the clones as death struck again and tore a portion of his form away. The clones answered, but the endless wave of shades overwhelmed them. Equality used another named technique. Death countered with a devastating strike that drove through Equality's defenses and left him reeling and collapsing from grievous injury. Equality declared defiantly that he could never die because equality was everywhere, but his smugness was interrupted by a transfer of power. Death announced the arrival of his allies and the command to transfer, and a green glow betrayed the flow of magic. Death withdrew and the four heavenly dragons fused, absorbing the stolen energy. Equality realized too late that his magic had been given to beings who would not let it corrupt them. Ryan, in his true form, confirmed that to kill Equality they had to take his power and entrust it to four who would not be corrupted, and he believed Equality had made a fatal mistake. Equality countered that using the final art cost one's life, and as the price took him he fell and collapsed to the earth. Ryan fell beside him, bracing his landing with the last strand of magic which then left him. He rested against a rock as the shades returned to their resting place. He could hear distant shouts but lacked the strength to answer. He watched his legs fade away, feeling relief rather than pain. The troubles, the fear, the doubt all slipped away as his waste faded into nothingness. Ryan apologized for breaking promises and urged his reapers to stay strong, to be brave, and he spoke words of love to those he cared about as his chest, head, and right arm remained. Ariana crouched by him and asked if this was what he truly wanted. Ryan affirmed that it was and instructed her to make everyone forget. Ariana accepted, warning him to be sure, and offered a small smile before the wind took her away. Knowledge called Ryan, searching for him, but Ryan realized he was nowhere. He noted with some puzzlement when his index finger vanished and then immediately forgot about the loss. He felt distant family and laughter calling him as he drifted toward the beyond, and then he was gone. 1 year later, a woman named Santa monitored a metal stasis tube and reported that the system was working faster than expected. She was left alone to watch. Ariana appeared and commented on how much Santa had changed. Santa explained that the scythe had supplied enough magical energy to restart the subject's automatic regeneration, but that he had been kept in stasis while it worked. Ariana indicated she assumed he was almost done. In a remembered conversation, Ryan had presented his scythe and deliberately severed his right index finger before sealing the wound. He had explained that an endless being could only truly be killed if their body was completely vaporized with no trace remaining. If he died, he had ordered Ariana to erase him from everyone's memories except for one trusted person. Ryan had asked Santa to take the severed piece and the scythe and keep them safe. Santa reacted with horror and refused to allow him to sacrifice a friend. Ryan had remained silent, and his silence served as confirmation. Santa had protested that she would not accept such a cost. Ryan told Molly desperately that he would have given his life without a second thought to save them all, but his thinking had changed. He now understood that sacrificing himself would only leave behind unbearable pain, so he had devised a plan to ease that pain and insisted Molly was the only one who could help. Santa searched Ryan's eyes for any hint of deceit and found none. Santa agreed, warning that explaining everything to the others would be difficult, and Ryan acknowledged that. When the flashback ended, Ryan sat on the bed in the medical bay and said the last thing he remembered was invoking the final move. Molly passed him a cup of hot chocolate and offered to give him a rundown of the past year. Molly explained that after Ryan's apparent death, Ariana immediately activated a memory wipe so there was no prolonged grieving and everyone believed they had won. The siblings returned to space, Max went back to his cave, Knowledge returned to his library, Blake to his castle, love continued spreading romance, and life returned to the Amazon, though Molly admitted she still did not know how life had survived. Ryan clarified that he had asked Ariana to fake the death of someone close to him to obtain the energy needed for the final move. Molly added that the ORC were almost finished with school, the dragons kept in contact with one another, and the Reapers still fought monsters around the globe with Dream's assistance. Dream seemed to have found her calling. Hearing this, Ryan decided there was no time to lose and instructed Molly to tell everyone to meet at the Hyudu residence. He snapped his fingers and changed clothes. Molly hesitated, asking if he was sure. Ryan affirmed that 1 year had been long enough and that he would restore their memories and fill in the blanks. 1 hour later, a gathering had formed at the Hyudu residence. Max brusquely demanded to know the plan as he helped himself to a can of beer. Santa assured the group that there was a very good reason for the meeting. Dream crossed her arms, her hair tied up in a ponytail, and warned sharply that they had people to protect. Santa merely smirked. Dream leaned back and challenged Santa to step in if he wanted to. Santa snapped his fingers, and everyone was suddenly overwhelmed by a flood of memories. Lu Fei whispered Ryan's name as tears sprang to her eyes, but those emotions quickly aligned with the returning memories. One by one, everyone rose to their feet and turned to face Santa. Santa pointed toward the doorway, where a single figure stood. The figure greeted them cheerfully and noted that it had been a long time.